Welcome to Behind the Mic with Mr. Grant Gregory.
Special guest, Gary Beekler of Nerdrotic.
G'day YouTube, it's me, Mr. Grant Gregory, coming to you live through the power of the internet. My first guest that I have here today is, let's just say, if there's a pinnacle of where you want to get to in a fandom, this is the man. Gary from Nerdrotic, how are you doing today, brother?
I'm good. Didn't realize how foul-mouthed I was until just now.
That was from one episode. That was the Doctor Who, the reveal of Shooty. I think Shooty, yeah. Shooty
Natwa, I think.
Yeah.
It's gonna shoot right to the top, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. How you been, man?
I have been fantastic. Thanks for having me on the show.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you for taking time out of your busy day. I know you're a busy man. You definitely had a busy week. Tell me about last week. You had a bit of a guest on Friday Night Tides?
Alex Jones made his big return on episode 200 of Friday Night Tides. But that was, largely thanks to, I got to give thanks to Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, who really made that happen. But, the first appearance was really good, but we didn't know what to expect. And I don't think Alex did. He knew more what to expect this time, and he kind of let loose, smoked a couple of, sober here, but he smoked a couple of J's, relaxed, and we got Alex Jones Nipple on the show, which I could retire after that. That was just that's what I came here for, was to see some Alex Jones Nipple on my show. It was an achievement. It was better than my play button, for sure.
Yeah, well, it's something that you're going to remember forever. And have you noticed any sort of backlash this time compared to the first time that you had him on?
How weird. No, none at all. Zero, which I found incredibly strange, seeing, without bringing up any names, of the one particular person who ended up going on InfoWars within a couple of weeks of, not necessarily, well, I don't know for sure, but I don't think they flagged my channel. They just went to YouTube on Twitter, to Team YouTube, which is actually a better way to contact YouTube, to get us taken down, stating misinformation, and basically calling us out for not calling Alex out, not realizing, because they don't watch, what kind of a show Friday Night Tides is. We're not a news show. We're not going to sit there and throw hard questions at people. We're there to have a good time and make fun of Hollywood.
Yeah, if they watched the first episode, they would know pretty clear it's not to be taken seriously. We had the quartering in a Sonic costume.
Yes.
So, yeah. So you've had Kumia and Jones on. You've had multiple times now. What has that done for the brand of Nerdrotic when it comes to not so much legitimacy, but more of a wider range audience?
Wow, it's really with the combination with Alex Jones, Anthony Cumia, again, thanks to Chrissy for making that happen, Chrissy Mayer, and Quarter Black, it's really gotten the show out there. I think that has, not directly, but it has I would say more than 60 to 70% chance of, it's 70% of the growth of this channel has to do with those three things, right? Or that show in particular, because we're getting into more of the political pundit thing, which was never my intention really in the beginning, but now I think it's more important than ever, because politics is downstream from culture. This is something one very extremist side of the aisle has figured out a long time ago, and I think the normies, centrists, libertarians, Republicans, the pundits, by the way, not the fans out there, largely abandoned all of this, all art, music, film, television, comic books, every facet of our hobbies has been infiltrated by extremists. And it's happened over the last, 10 years, 10, 15 years. It's gotten particularly bad in the last 4 years. So having those guys on, having Alex on, which, I mean, he's a lightning rod, right? Kumia is a lightning rod as well, but he's more of a guy who, the reason I really respect both Alex and Kumia is they just don't give a crap, right? They were both essentially canceled. They had to build their own platforms, and they stayed relevant, but keeping to their values, right? Holding their guns. And that's something I respect out of somebody. You don't have to be, they never pretended to be neutral in anything. They are just giving their opinion, and it's their brand. And that's kind of inspired me. So it's really helped the channel. It's helped us create I hate to use the word space, an area. We'll use area instead of space. I don't want to use their language. In entertainment, I don't want to call it journalism either. It's just opinion, in the entertainment sphere where we report on news, sometimes give opinions and reviews, to where you're just going to get the other side of the argument, because we've been getting one side for a decade and a half, 2 decades, some would argue forever, where there is no neutrality now. And the whole point is to create neutrality, right? I'm a biased person. I have my preconceived notions because I'm human. I can't sit there. Yeah, I can't sit there and pretend I'm objective about everything, because I'm not. I'm just a guy. But I think what we can find usually is middle ground through having a conversation like we're having right now, which I'm open to have with anybody. I'm not approached a lot. That's fine. But I'm willing to have it with anybody. So they've really helped. It's really helped. And I think it's helped the cause.
With Friday Night Touch, you've hit a few records. Was it 17,000 that you peaked at on last week?
Yeah, 17,500. We didn't talk about Johnny Depp, so I think that's something. It was. I mean, we talked about. God, I couldn't even tell you what subject. We were bouncing from subject to subject. It was just, that's what the show is, right? It's just me sitting down with my friends and BSing for how many hours we're on. And, I was just talking to Mrs. Nerdrotic. I had a conversation with like Az and Jeremy on the phone, like back to back 2 nights ago. And I'm like, our phone conversations are just live streams. They're the same thing. They're the exact same thing. Bitch about Kenobi a little bit,
Well, I mean, yeah, 200 is such a big number to have a show, especially with one that hasn't like taken a hiatus or a break. Is the genuineness and the genuine friendship that you have with each other, do you think that is a huge part of the success?
Yes. It's a rare thing on YouTube. As I have learned, I'm like you. I'm learning every day. I don't even pretend to think I'm not an expert on anything, especially YouTube. It's one of the hardest things to figure out. But once you're around a while and your channel gets to a certain size, and it doesn't, and man, this can happen at 10,000, at 1,000. It just depends on the person. Things start changing, and I learned a lot from my comic shop, that thing that some people might know. Going into business in San Francisco, being competitive, yet, but being friendly with the other comic shop owners, and then finding out, people stab people in the back. I was very naive to this at first because it was the first business I had ever owned. So I just thought everybody was genuine. Turns out they weren't. Now, there was a lot of very good people who helped me out too, but I learned my lessons. I learned my lessons through that 10 years of business, through hiring employees, getting into partnerships, getting into business relationships, and making a ton of mistakes, like every mistake you could possibly think of. So I took that knowledge into YouTube. And at first I was like, I'm not collabing with anybody. I'm just going to do my own thing. I initially had a couple of co-hosts when I started the channel, when it was just like this dorky podcast that was just a hobby, which is how the channel started for 4 years before anything happened. And there was even problems there, right? So I just said, maybe it's me. Maybe I just need to be by myself. But through this, through meeting Jeremy 3 years ago now, We have become genuine friends. Az and I are genuine friends. We talk to each other all the time. So there's a few of us who we know we can trust each other, and we're not in competition. We're not worried about what each other has. We're rooting for you. It's genuine. We're rooting for it. If Jeremy passed me up in subs tomorrow, I wouldn't give a crap. I'd be happy for Jeremy. It's not about that. There's a cheesy quote about envy. That goes something like envy is someone counting another fellow's blessings while not counting their own.
Their own,
I'm getting it wrong.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that comes across, and that's what I feel like. That was what initially drew me to Friday Night Tights. I actually didn't watch it until the Filoniing. I'd been watching your channel since I think you were doing Legion reviews. You and Mrs. Nerdrotic were doing that, and then I was a huge fan of Dave Cullen, and then he was giving you shout outs as well. So that was pretty cool. I thought it was about football, Friday Night Lights, Tights. I got those two mixed up, sort of thing. But yeah, I went back and watched all the ones that I could find, and the one thing that I found was there was a genuineness. I didn't feel like you were talking to the camera. I felt like we were having a conversation, and I definitely feel like that's the key. But with your 200 different episodes that you've had, what have been some of the highlights and lowlights, do you think?
The Filoniing was an absolute highlight. I mean, like, even the bingeing was a highlight. The fights are funny.
Where did that come from? Like, I mean, this is the thing. Jeremy's biggest weakness is his biggest strength. He does not back down. Doesn't matter if he's 100% right or wrong, and I love that about him.
I absolutely do too. And the thing is, like, we're like, even in the heat of the moment, I still love the man. Like, that's why it's like, when it was funny is after the bingeing, we called each other, didn't even talk about the argument. We had to like, hey, we got to do this thing tomorrow. Okay, that's how dudes do it.
Yeah.
Low lights, probably the thing with Ryan. That would be a low light. That was not fun. But see, that comes from, that's going to happen. All right, it's going to happen again. And Ryan is a friend who I've had over to my house, and I know what's in his heart. I know what's in his soul. And, Ryan went out and immediately apologized for that incident. And it was, in my mind, crushed at that point. Things got worse and it sucked. And what happened was very unfortunate, but we've moved past it now. And honestly, things are great. But like, the rule I have on the show is, and this is, I think, what makes it better, is I know the guys are checking themselves, but I tell them like every week, don't, like, treat it like it's your channel. It's fine. I trust you guys. But I mean, other than me boomerang things in the early days where like I would kill a live stream in the middle, there'd be no audio for like 5 minutes in the beginning. Yeah. Which I still think is funny. It's like I'm an idiot, so like that happens. But like, people are gonna get heated. People are gonna say things. It might hurt some fifis out there, and my philosophy on that has always been, because people have called me out all the time. I don't care. I don't care, because we are like calling people out like constantly. We're out there slinging it at Hollywood, and if we can't take even a little bit of heat, but that being said, fans to me are off limits. They're just off limits, right? I'll call somebody a normie once in a while, but that's really a term of endearment. It's not really trying to call people out. I'll question people's tastes once in a while, and as they question mine, but I'm not going to sit there and like, even, I've got people who subscribe to my channel who freaking love Kenobi. That's great. I'm not going to sit there and argue with the fan. I'm going to argue with the people who made the stuff. That's it.
Yeah. And there's a lot to argue with that. That's for sure.
Certainly is.
Oh, do you watch the latest one?
I unfortunately did.
Yeah. I get to the point where it's just like, I want to hurry up and get the episode over so I can go watch Raging Rhino's reviews, and I can go watch as because I find that 1,000 times more entertaining than the actual episode themselves. It's just, it's gone beyond intersectional and that sort of stuff to the point where they're just making bad shows now, And for me, that's the worst crime. If you want to do an intersectional show and it's actually entertaining, I can live with that. I,
Absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely.
I
I mean,
mean,
Game of Thrones is that kind of show.
yeah,
But what makes it not really intersectional, right? It's got feminist themes, uh, but you still and what it does is it does subvert tropes. You're following, you know, a little person. Tyrion's one of your favorite characters, right? And what did George do? You made him a full-fledged character with flaws, and God, he's actually a bad guy for a lot of it, but we
yeah,
still love him because we're in his head, right? So, and we're following around a little girl, and that's not normal for fantasy, or at least it wasn't. It is now. But we liked Arya in the books anyway, in the beginning of the show. So like that stuff works when it works, when you treat each character as an individual that you build up with flaws and everything. That's what we're always talking about. That you, as you know, like the disingenuous arguments always flung at us. Recently, I was called a member of we'll just say the White Hood Society, because of my criticism of Doctor Strange, the film Doctor Strange, which my biggest criticism was like it's a lore shattering film that was bait and switch, and it wasn't really about Doctor Strange. I wanted to see Doctor Strange. I love Sam Raimi. I hate it kills me to criticize a film made by Sam Raimi, but like he was a gun for hire and it was a Marvel film. It wasn't a Sam Raimi film. So that made it easier.
Yeah, I mean, if they just called it WandaVision movie, I would have been fine with how it was presented.
How it was presented.
Yeah,
That's
how it was presented. Not
exactly.
with the thing, but yeah. So yeah, just remember, if you've got superpowers and your parents are lesbian, don't go near bees. That's the lesson that I took from it.
That's my walk away as well.
Yeah. All right. So this is the part of the show where we bring up a little thing. I ask you 10 questions. The idea is to think of the first thing that comes into your head, and then answer. There are no wrong answers. These will range from various topics. So, Gary, are you ready, sir?
I'm ready. I'm ready. Sorry,
ready? Yep.
I'm slow. Sorry, my bad.
You're good.
Question 1. What do you miss most about the comic book store?
This is the easiest question. The customers. I miss my customers. I miss them every day. That's why I started the channel. Going to work every day and getting to talk to the people who would grace me with their presence and spend their hard-earned cash at my store and then hang out for hours. And we would just talk about everything we talk about now all day, every day. Had to put couches into the store because of it. And I didn't regret it. Put TVs in, made coffee for people. It was that was the best part about owning a comic shop.
I read an article about the life of a comic book employee, and they had a section in there on you. And I found it interesting that there was a question that says, what is your customer pet peeves? And every person that from the different comic book stores had a pet peeve, except for you. Your one says, I have none. I love my customers. All are welcome.
Yep.
So yeah, so I just remembered that from doing my
Wired,
research.
Wired magazine. That was a long time ago, and I stick by it.
Yep, absolutely. It translates into your YouTube channel stuff as well, most definitely.
Question 2. What's your favorite thing about being a new Texan?
Ooh, that's a good question. I love the freedom that the state offers. So far, the people have been fantastic. And quite frankly, we'll get into finances. I like saving a bunch of money. I sound like a car insurance commercial. I saved 50% off of life moving to Texas. That's nice. So being together with my family and I were separated largely for a year while we were moving. I didn't see my boys for months. I didn't see my dogs for a year. I saw my wife. It was like a week and a half every month. Then she'd take off. So there was a year of solitude in this house in San Diego. And it sucked. I loved making content, but everything else around it sucked. Yeah, so I'm glad I'm with my family. I'm so freaking happy right now.
Yeah, there was a lot of midnight streams, which worked perfectly for me because I was able to watch them live.
Question 3. Hardest name/word for you to say?
Oh, that's easy. Horror. because
Horror.
it sounds like I'm going to say horror. Horror
Yes, yeah.
and wolf. I have to enunciate it, or I go woof.
Oh, okay. I haven't noticed that one. I know you say roof a little bit weird to me. You go like roof instead of
Yeah,
roof. So yeah,
the Californians, we don't have an accent, but we're just really lazy talkers. So again,
yeah,
like saying words is very hard for us, bro.
yeah. It's like it's Australians have a similar thing. We always sound like we're half drunk. So I understand that perfectly.
Well, Australia is Southern California, the country, or vice versa.
But yeah,
It
there's
largely
definitely
is.
parts of
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's for sure.
Question 4. If you could travel back in time, where would you go and why?
If I could travel back in time, could I come back home? If I could travel back in time and check something out, I want to see how those pyramids were built. That's that's where I'd want to go. I would
Absolutely.
spend 2 weeks watching the building of the pyramids, watching them levitate all those blocks with sound or whatever the hell they did, or giants. I have no idea because they didn't do it with
Giants make more sense.
Yeah.
And I think the Sphinx was just just one of their cats that got mummified.
right. Honestly, I think the Sphinx was there many years before, many years before.
Yeah, well, it's made out of a completely different sandstone as well. Something that's not even from that area.
Yeah, well, it was carved out of I forgot what it was called. The word just escaped me, but it's a natural desert
Yeah.
formation due to the wind, right? And they think it was originally either a lion or a jackal. I think it was a lion because it's facing towards Leo. And Robert Schoch has a theory that's a pretty good theory that it's anywhere from 12,000 to 20,000 years old. So it predates the ending of the ice age. It goes well into the ice age. Really into that stuff. That's what I believe. And I would love to go see that stuff and just get the answers, because I think our history is we're just learning it, and we are really off on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, 100%. I too would pick ancient Egypt, but I want to see this. For me, I would want to see the Sphinx getting carved or built. That's what I wanted to see.
That's good too.
So,
That's a
yeah.
good answer.
All right, next one.
Question 5. Will you ever shave the beard and mow?
Yeah, someday, yes. I think there would be a rebellion on my channel if I completely shaved it off, but I am getting very close to just getting a much shorter trim. It's getting usually I like to shake things up. Before I got into a channel, I would get different hairstyles and do weird things with my, facial hair all the time. It would, but this is the longest I've had anything ever. And I'm I think I'm ready to have my summer cut. That's what I'll call it.
Will you ever dye your hair green like you did when you were at the Comic-Con?
Oh, I might once. I think once the SJW thing is over, because they have really just made hair dye the most uncool thing possibly, and which sucks because it used to be cool. But the reason I dyed my hair green at Comic-Con because of Dark Knight. We just wanted to go with a little bit of a Joker look. So my wife just said, "Hey, I'll dye hair green tonight." We're like, "Okay, let's do it."
There's benefits to having a hairdresser in the family, that's for sure.
There is.
Question 6. Who would play you in a biopic of your life, and what would it be called?
Oh, that's a good question. I've never thought of it. I don't know any young actors. I think there was. I gotta have to look it up. You might have to edit this. There's a comedian. I'm pretty sure his name is
Frankie Boyle.
Frankie. He's my age though. No, I can't. Yeah, is it? I think it was here. I gotta look it up. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
There was one guy. Nope, that's not him. There's a comedian who looked like me. I can't remember what his name was. I would say Matthew McConaughey younger, and it would be called. It would be called 10 ways how to. I don't know. 10 ways how to lose and survive. Something like that.
Okay, yeah. A play on his older movie from the 90s or early 2000s, I think. Yeah. So I always thought like maybe like a Matt Ryan would be a good fit for you if you just throw a beard on him and the guy who
I'd
played
take that.
yeah, yeah.
Question 7. How did you successfully get out of the first room in the Witcher 3 game?
I have not. I have not. I have been waiting. What's held me up is the gaming PC that I bought specifically to play games on. It doesn't really work very well. Maybe I should have gone to Meta PCs instead, but I didn't. But that being said, it should, once the office is done, I will successfully get out of that room and I will live stream it. I promise.
You heard it here first, exclusive.
Question 8. What was the best advice your father gave you that you either took or ignored?
Besides, don't be stupid, you moron.
Yeah, I got similar things from my grandfather. Basically, that yeah.
Yeah. It was not on his deathbed, but it was close. It was the last like real conversation we had prior to him slipping into the pain of cancer before he died. And we were sitting down in a hospital, just me and him. And he looked up at me and he knew, I mean, I wasn't quite aware at the time that like he knew this was it. Later found out like he knew this was going to be our last conversation. So he wanted to like give me some real fatherly advice. And he wasn't a big fan of my wife at the time. So he decided to use that moment because he's my dad and I miss him to death. And he's like, I don't think she's the girl for you. So what I want you to do is remember to live life for you. I lived life for everything else. But it's like the recovery principle, right?
Yeah.
He basically said, what has to come first is my health. Because that's what he meant. He didn't take care of himself. He worked really hard for the family, but if he would have worked harder on taking care of himself, he would have been around longer because he died at 63, very young. So he was like, make sure you take care of yourself, live life for you, and that way you can be a better person for the family you will eventually have with someone else. Because he knew we weren't lasting, which was great. I love my dad. But the sobriety principle, of course, is sobriety comes first. It comes before my wife. It comes before my kids. It comes before my job. It comes before everything, because if there's no sobriety, none of those things are there. So, and you know, we said our goodbyes. We talked a little bit about the election because it was contested at the time. And he was able to find out. This was way back, you know, when Bush and Gore weren't decided.
Yep.
And I think he was just hanging out for that. And once he found out, like he let go. But that was the best advice he'd ever given me. And you know, we weren't known for having like really deep talks with each other a lot, but that was one of the best. Was like, you know, just take care of yourself for me, take care of your mom, take care of your sisters, you know, stuff like that.
Question 9. What is the one thing in the entire world that makes Gary smile?
Immediately, oh my god, besides like the normal answers of my kids and my wife and my dogs, I don't know, I smile a lot, I laugh a lot. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that makes me mad, but what makes me smile? A good breakfast taco. That's what makes me smile.
I do actually have a question that I was going to ask later on, but now that you mention it, have you had a chance to have Tex-Mex, and how does it compare?
Tex-Mex is excellent as it compares to. It's not fair. I got to be fair. I need to have more Tex-Mex. It's really good though. But is it like better than Southern California Mexican food, a carne asada burrito, a breakfast burrito? No, because I was raised on that stuff. I mean, that stuff, I was eating it all my life. But one of the reasons I came to Texas as far over other states was the food. Was, well, proximity to Mexico. I'm still going to get some decent Mexican food. There's definitely going to be Tex-Mex. It's still somewhat in the West, you know, somewhat.
And
Southwest.
more freedom.
And a lot more freedom. But yeah, a good movie will make me smile. Good food will make me smile. Life. The fact that I lived a lot of my life not smiling, being very miserable. I'm a pretty, despite what you see in the videos, sometimes I'm a pretty happy dude.
Question 10. What, if anything, could get you back into Star Wars, Star Trek, or Doctor Who?
Ooh, nothing can get me back into Star Wars. Not anytime soon. It would have to be Disney selling it completely, and Lucasfilm as an organization just being gutted. And
yeah, I wrote that before I saw the last 2 episodes of Kenobi. So
that's okay.
yeah, afterwards I'm like, yeah, he's never coming back. I don't.
Star Trek, same thing. It would have to be years down the road, and they tried something else that really was new, or within that aesthetic that was good. It's not impossible, but Star Trek and Star Wars, not happening. Doctor Who, there's like this 0.000000001 chance that Shooty, our new doctor, plays it like a doctor. If he plays like a doctor,
I hope so. I really do, because the last thing I want to do is have any sort of negative view on Russell T Davies when it comes to Doctor Who.
Yeah. So I like, before I pass total judgment, I will wait and see how he acts. I suspect, though, he's going to play it like Shooty. I don't know how much range this man has as an actor. I can't even get through other stuff he's been in, so I don't know. I thought it's interesting seeing David, Catherine Tate and David Tennant coming back. I'm definitely going to check that out, but I just think they had their chance and they blew it. They really did. And it's not even about color, really. It's about philosophy. Yeah. It's about the philosophy going into the show. That's the problem I have.
Yeah, he just needs to have that one doctor moment. Just to give us that. If in the first episode we can have that one doctor moment, it's enough that I think it'll bring millions of people back.
It would instantly. Yeah. The color of the doctor's skin never mattered. It's a dude. It's simply a dude. Yeah. What color his skin never mattered. What that guy does in his personal life never mattered. But if you're bringing in that philosophy from which really did Jodie a disservice, she did herself a disservice too, because she bought in all this philosophy and didn't do any work and just treated it as like another gig, which she is not talented enough to treat it like that. If she had treated it like Matt Smith treated it, things might have been different. Not really sure, but the philosophy that they saddled Jodie with was the intersectional feminism, identity politics, and it just feels like we're going to get a healthy dose of that based on what RTD has said.
Yeah.
When he says, he didn't say, I have more stories to tell in that first interview where I'm just going off. He said, I have more to say. That's a
big
difference.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't pick up on it until I watched your video when you said, well, wait a minute, that's a weird way of wording that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's I don't know, because Doctor Who, I mean, I don't know if you see, I've got a TARDIS up behind me. That was actually mine and my wife's wedding topper.
Yeah.
It was the first series that we really bonded together over, and she's actually going back and watching Classic Who now. She's halfway through Hartnell's era and that, and even though it's so different, she loves the way in which it's written and the interaction, and she's like, why can't they just do this now? And I'm like, because the people who were there, they're all gone. There's no one there who cares about the source material. There's no one there who, I mean, the timeless children and all that. Just yeah. We've gone on for a lot about that. And we don't normally do this, but I have a bonus question for you. Just a nice quick one.
Bonus question: are you a Cowboys fan now?
No. My dad was a Cowboys fan. He was Cowboys and a Chargers fan. So he liked the Cowboys when he was a kid. Or when he was growing up, when they were newer. And then he became a Charger fan when he moved to San Diego. I was a lifelong San Diego Chargers fan. Bled, blue, and gold. Had season tickets. went to almost every game for 40 years. Absolutely gave up when they left. Done with football, done with the NFL. Haven't watched a nanosecond of it since the Chargers moved to LA. I'm like, it sucks. I had a really good time, and my son's really into it. He's a Charger fan. He's because he has no connection to San Diego, so he's a Charger fan in LA.
Yep.
He keeps me posted, right? But I hate Dean Spanos so much that I cannot buy a ticket to the NFL and have a fraction of a penny go to him until he's gone. So like when he leaves, when he sells the Chargers, because he eventually will, because the man's in debt. But when he sells the Chargers, I might come back. If long as the NFL stays away from being a bunch of woke idiots, which they still are.
Yeah, just don't go the NBA route. That's the worst thing that they can do, because that nearly killed the sport.
Yeah,
So.
and I still think there's going to be repercussions from the sport because Steve Kerr just popped off again, right? So,
absolutely.
You just want to enjoy stuff. That's all we want to do.
How hard is it? We just want to see a couple of guys throw a ball around and do it. We don't care about what's going on. We don't But yeah. So those were the 10 questions. I like doing those little ones. It's a nice little breakup. From the thing. You mentioned in there about going back to Egypt and everything. I know you've got a big fascination with let's just say the surreal and everything like that. Will you ever return to doing the Exozone or a show similar to the Exozone?
Yeah, most definitely. There will be a return to paranormal. In what fashion? I'm not really sure. We're kind of working that out. Garrett and I are working that out behind the scenes. But most definitely, because I am absolutely obsessed with the paranormal, certain facets of it. I'm not into every aspect of it, but ancient civilizations, the Atlantis theory, UFOs, conspiracy theory. Yeah, I'm absolutely. If there's one thing I'm going to be doing forever until I croak, it will be that.
Yeah, we're currently doing a show on Sporking's channel. He's called it Aluminium Spork, because like tinfoil hat. If you ever want on, just hit up Sporking.
Sure.
I think we're doing the Mandela effect this week.
I love that one. CERN.
Yeah.
Damn CERN.
That was the theory that I brought into it, and he thinks it's something different. So yeah, if you're free on Monday, I'll send you a link in.
I might be. Send me a message. DM me.
Yeah, we'll do. All right, so everyone knows your ability behind the mic. You're somewhat of a master when it comes to talking to no one, or in a panel. In the past, you've had multiple different lots of equipment, from using a coffee cup to hold up your camera and microphone when you're at Comic-Con. What has been your favorite piece of equipment that you bought so far?
Ooh, my mic. Absolutely. The Electro Voice, this baby right here. And the only reason I bought it was because I didn't want to get a Shure, because everybody had a Shure. Shures are great, by the way. Absolutely. You can't go wrong with a Shure mic. I'm just like, I just don't want to get what everybody else, what Joe Rogan has. So I'm going to get what Anthony Cumia has. and Gavin McGinnis. So I got theirs. And then I had this camera, which I couldn't figure out how to use for like a year. And then Garrett comes here and goes, boop, 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 works it out. So that was good too. But I mean, I miss the days with the it's my Logitech 4K that I used forever. And then I had a Rode, like the white Rode USB mic. Had those for years and they were fine. The soundboard too helps. My little Rodecaster. Eric July's got one of those. I'm into the equipment. It's really important, especially if you want to start getting into podcasting, if you want to turn your YouTube career, if you want to spread things out. It's always good to just back things up on iTunes, because you never know. Yeah.
Well, I mean, especially with what happened with Ackman and everything. He had 1.5 million subs, and then like that, he's gone.
Yeah. And we found out why, which was ridiculous. It was over a joke tweet. So.
Yeah, cucumber in a thumbnail. Yeah. What are you gonna do? All right, I got this. I'm gonna shifted over to comic talk now. So, who is the coolest comic book, in your opinion? Who is the coolest comic book character, and why is it John Constantine?
John Constantine is the coolest comic book character because he is a warlock. He casts spells. He smokes cigarettes. He's got and I mean, basically, he wears what I wore when I was a teenager, except for like instead of using the Columbo trench coat, I wore the black one. But Constantine's always been effing cool. Wears a tie, and also like tough as nails. Like gets into like the hairiest stuff. I'll just say stuff. I'm trying to keep from cussing.
No, you can cut.
But Hellblazer, one of my favorite all-time books.
Oh, absolutely. I absolutely love it. And I know you're a big Constantine fan. You've dressed up with him many a times.
He's the one guy I can cosplay. Like, except for until I had a beard. But yeah, he was the one guy I could cosplay. I wasn't buff enough to be Cap. So, I can look like a cigarette smoking, Brit. So.
Hey, and you listen to the same sort of music as well.
Mm-hmm.
With you being a family man, whether it's seeing Sting for the first time in the park with your girl or dressing up as Halloween like we were just saying with the kids, what is it about the nerd culture that amplifies the joy when it's enjoyed with family?
It's our culture. The thing that people say we don't have here in America or Western civilization is it's our culture. This is our mythology, and these are things I didn't even understand until much later. But the shared joy of fandom, it's just been part of my entire life. So I wouldn't know what anything else was, right? Because everybody's a nerd for something, and my nerd would focus on comic books and punk rock and metal and soundtracks, whatever, right? But that's what my friends, that's what we did from day one. Like my first friend was a guy named Doug who got me into Star Trek, and that's all we talked about, fucking Star Trek all the time. And it's been my entire life, and sharing it with my wife is into Star Trek, and I've known her since I was a teenager. So I would like draw her pictures of Batman when I was like, that was like my way of telling a girl I liked her. I'd draw you a picture of Batman when I was 16. So it's always been there. It's always been part of music. And that's, we were kind of a group of misfits, right? Yeah. We were a group of absolute misfits that ran around. We did Rocky Horror. We lived in a house together as teenagers. We all ran away from home. And I found my people. So when I was going to conventions when I was a kid, that's just what I was always around. And it was always a really cool place, a really open place that was never, ever about excluding anybody. Right?
And
now we see that exclusion, which
I was going to say now it's front and center. So you mentioned about the Rocky Horror and everything. Tell me about like going to like the Ken Cinema and the bite on the neck that changed your life.
Oh wow, man! You did your research. Holy crap! I'm impressed. I'm seriously impressed right now. So, I went to the Ken. Melissa, I had seen her from afar, and we knew each other. We were friends, but like you know what? I wasn't that smooth as a teenager at all. All right, so I wasn't gonna make a first move. I was like, I just defaulted that I was a nerd, and like girls weren't into me. So we go to the Rocky Horror Picture Show for the first time. I go for the first time at the Ken Cinema down in Abnormal Heights. It's Normal Heights, but we call it Abnormal Heights in San Diego. Because it was at the time like the very small, weird, artsy part of town. And we went there, and one night we're just hanging out, and my wife now bit me on the neck. That was our first kiss. She bit me on the neck just to let me know she liked her. She liked me. It was that's crazy. I haven't thought about that in years.
With everything that you've created, like your from your family to to this fellowship that you're essentially the head of. What do you think your father would have made of all this?
Oh, he would have been blown away. For one, he would have been like dumbfounded that my ability to not shut up actually I made it work for me. That's good. I would say anybody from my generation, fathers, if they're still around or not, they'd be just like, what? Because I was the kind of guy or kid, I'd talking to my dad all the time. Dad, what about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? Hey dad, dad. I was always like that. And he's like, dad's not like reading the paper. He's trying to read the paper. And he suffers me for like a half an hour until he goes, don't you have something to do? Like I'm trying to relax here. And of course my kid is the same way. But
yeah, they say you always pay it back later on in life.
Yep. He would be amazed that my ability not to shut up actually worked for me. And proud. I'm sure he'd be proud.
Yeah. Absolutely. Do you get any people from your past, like say friends from school? Do you still have any sort of contact with, like some of your friends from like grade school and that, like Peter Chen, for example?
No, I haven't talked to Peter Chen in a long. Wow, that is a name from the past too. That is the kid who like I cut my comic book teeth with. He and I were friends with Peter Chen and Matt Sullivan, and we were buying Daredevil comic. That was like right when the Frank Miller run was happening too. God, yeah, I don't know. I hope he's doing well. I haven't talked to Peter in many decades. The Doug Johnson is the friend we still talk. He shows up in the chats once in a while, and he's got a family up in Northern California. And I saw him when I was working at Tesla the last time. It's been about 3 years, but that's the one I stay in touch with. And then there's Chelsea on Melissa's side. There's Billy Rounds, Jesse, my friend Jesse was helping us at the house in San Diego. That's an old friend. So yeah, I still have a few that we talk to. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a cool thing to be able to still keep in contact with it, especially when you have some modicum of success and everything, and they knew a different person back then. Like, I mean, I'm sure, as you know, you're obviously not the same person that you were 10 years ago, 20 years ago. When it comes to your change, what is it within yourself that you're most proud of?
Oof. I would say personality. Like, I'm proud of my sobriety. It's something that it just the ability to it took a long time for that to sink in and for me to truly understand it. And even like I've had long stretches of years before where I was sober, but I didn't fully understand what like living one day at a time meant. So it's the second time around where I really I'm going to read the book and try to understand it, not just read the book, read the big book. And I did over and over and over again until it sunk in. And that was, I think the word is tenacity.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
I was going to get sober and I was going to make this work no matter what, because the other way I was going to die. And I'm not suicidal in any way. I want to live. Life is full of opportunities. So, hey, it's what sobriety is. It's reconstructing your mindset from the ground up.
Oh yeah, it's not just having to say no to yourself. And I think that's the hard. I mean, for me personally, I know that's start off with the hardest lesson, and then it's just getting your mindset into it. And some days you kick sobriety's ass, some days it kicks back.
Absolutely, and I think what most people are like most people are too hard on themselves. You got to like really be kind to yourself, and maybe if that sometimes that what worked with me is my sponsor said visualize yourself as a kid. As your younger self. And maybe you'll start being a little more empathetic to yourself. And it's not about narcissism. It's about like not beating, like I'm not skinny enough or just beating yourself up constantly. And it's like, no, life doesn't need to be like that. You don't need to be the best at everything. I don't need to be the best at everything. I don't need to be the king of everything. I don't need to control everything. I need to be happy. We're only here for a very short amount of time. And you know, and we have to have meaning in our lives too. And that meaning could be anything. And like living life to the fullest is something like my wife and I really have something in common, right? And that meant having kids, doing this family thing, things that we, when we were younger, never thought we would have. These were alien concepts to me. As an addict, an alien concept to me was paying bills, paying my car insurance, paying registration on time. That's what? These are ridiculous things that I would never do.
And be happy and being happy about it. Yep, it's out of the way. It's done. Yeah.
And that's the part of that mindset that you change, right? And it's like I'm saying it, and people are going to go, "Whatever." Those, I mean, and you're right. You're right. These are things you have to slowly experience, internalize, like really internalize. That I don't have to go to work. I get to go to work. I know that sounds cheesy, but that is a mindset shift that, like, it takes a long time to figure out if you're like really stuck in addiction, which is self-centered and it's poisonous. And then you realize that these things are gifts. These are privileges that you get to do these things. Right. And once I like realized that, I got gratitude in my life. And once I got gratitude in my life, man, things just like the weights just went away. I don't have to put all this pressure on myself because I'm doing okay. Now, it doesn't mean, you know, you just let yourself completely go. Yeah. No. Quite the opposite. You have to work at this.
It's being disciplined, but not being cruel to yourself.
Yep.
That's the line that I teeter on.
It's really hard because
and it helps having a hobby or something to do it. Like, I mean, for me, doing this sort of stuff absolutely helps. Was you doing your film school stuff? Did that help you during that stage, or were you still in between with that?
I was. It's helped in the long run. Like everything has helped in the long run. When you know, I guess you know, I've never gotten old before, so this is my first time getting old, and I apply every lesson that I've learned in my life. So like, I regret nothing now because. Yep. Everything was a lesson that I learned something very valuable in. So when I went to school, it was through necessity, right? The recession happened. You know, we just had a kid. The kid was very young, special needs. My wife was running 2 salons. I was running a comic shop. Recession hits. Well, salons are pretty safe from that, so we're good, but comic shops are not. And immediately, my comic shop stopped making money. And I'm like, shit. So I take out a partner, I go to school, and I'm going to take a second job. And I'm still going to run it from afar. But we're just going to have somebody there because, you know, I had some editing skill. And my friend went, hey, I took this class. I got a job immediately, and it pays great. I'm like, okay, I'll try it. What the hell? So it was a risk. It was investment. It was $10,000 that my wife had to put up, by the way. And I went to this school for 6 days a week, 10 to 12 hours a day. And I basically went to a film school in 4 months. They just drop all the theory and you do everything practical.
Is
it was
that
called,
where Twisting the Muse come into it?
Yes. Yeah. So I was playing around with a lot of stuff, and that's all stuff I made there within that 4-month period. And I learned a lot about metadata too. And I got a job at, first I got a job at Ascent Media, which it doesn't exist anymore. And that was like a temp job, chaptering for iTunes. And then that didn't work. I was lots of weirdness there, but it didn't work out. But then I got a good job at Technicolor, and then I worked there. I was doing a decent job there, but I hated it. I hated Hollywood. I hated everything about it. I hated being away from my family. I was working in Burbank, and I'd go home on the weekends in San Francisco, and I hate flying, so I drove. So I drove from Burbank to San Francisco every weekend except for one for 2 years. For 2 years. It was nuts, but I did it. Saw a lot of hairy things on the road. Drove through fog I couldn't see 5 feet in front of me from. Fell asleep more than once on the road. Didn't tell my wife that. Not till much later. But yeah, I did that. You know, there were pockets that was on and off where I'd like be between contracts and stuff, but that's essentially was it. Went back to the comic store, but like what that school taught me, everything I needed to know for YouTube, I was already prepared for.
Do
So
you
editing, sound.
do you ever miss going behind the camera? Like, 'cause I know you and someone. You tell me if this is true. You stuck your head out of the top of a top of a car and filmed your trip all the way to the headlands. Is that correct?
Well, we went, to the headlands above the Golden Gate Bridge in the middle of the night. Yes. So we had the sunroof in my Element. We had a camera, and we just drove. And I wanted to just do like a drive-through night San Francisco with some like techno music or something like that. I forget what it was, and just to see if we could do it. Just try it. And it was fun. It was fun to do, and I got to see some amazing stuff. It was like 3:00 in the morning. That's when San Francisco was at the time, completely asleep. So you're in this like empty city, which I like. I do still like that stuff. I thought it was a cool visual. But yeah, that I did. I had a ton of ideas that I just couldn't execute because I didn't have time or the money. It was fun. I had a good time doing it, but I love what I'm doing now. Absolutely love what I'm doing now.
All right, let's pose a hypothetical scenario. You're to remake the Freezer. Who are you going to cast out of the Fellowship, and in what role?
Shit. I would do a much better production of the Freezer, but who would I cast as?
Who would be the prostitute?
Oh man, Chrissy, of course. Chrissy Mayer would be the prostitute. I can't even remember all my characters. So it was okay. It was a class project where we had 48 hours. I think it was 48 hours to conceive, write, and shoot a movie, like a 10-minute thing. So I used a random title and plot generator. That's what I just went and I found one online. I'm like, random title generator? Okay, the Freezer. All right, we're good. That's right. And the random plot generator. And it had something to do with a hooker, had to be in a room with two mob guys. And then I'm like, why don't we make it Prometheus's, why don't we make it Greek, right? Pandora's box. We'll make it Pandora's box, and we'll get Prometheus, and we'll get Zeus, and we'll make Zeus like the whole family is they're mafia now. The gods are the Greek gods are mafia now, and this prostitute comes across Pandora's box, and it's a freezer, and it's supposed to be a freezer with dead body in it. So that's all I had. I mean, I have 48 hours, and we were like, we wrote this up, and yeah, you were just not supposed to open the freezer, and Prometheus, what he gave Zeus's powers to man, and Zeus is pissed. So Zeus is going to lock Prometheus in a room with Pandora's box. So it freaking, wipes him and humanity out afterwards. And I got this guy named Cat, who, man, long story short, we went to school with him. He looked like Hulk Hogan. And so I'd have to get somebody. Who would be a good Prometheus? Who would be a good Zeus? Oh.
I mean, if instead of having the long hair and everything, you could go the bald route, maybe Odin or someone.
Yeah. Odin would make a good Zeus. He would. Hermes or Herm. I think it was Herm. We had Hermes. Joe Pirelli. That was my good friend Joe Pirelli. Played Herm. I think a good guy playing Herm would be from the Fellowship. Well, it would have to be from FNT. Got to be somebody funny. They're all funny too. Who is like? I would say comics. I would get comics to play Herm, and Prometheus would be Ryan.
Yeah, I was going to say. I think Ryan would work. Yeah.
And God dang, what was the other character I had in that? Memory's terrible.
Yeah, there was the two in the room. There was the guy outside that was keeping guard, who was.
So we
I should
had
have wrote it down.
Hermes, we had Prometheus, we had Zeus, we had Pandora, the hooker, and it was another Greek god, but whatever. We'll say I would let's be inclusive, Mr. Grant Gregory. Let's get we'll just get X-Ray Girl to play that character, and we'll find another female god from the pantheon, from the Greek pantheon.
That can work.
Yeah, it
Why
could
not?
work. And they're in there and they're both being punished. So they're locked in a room smoking cigarettes. My whole house smelled like cigarettes for freaking months after that. Because that room was my proto room for this. So
okay.
it's actually where I recorded my very first podcast. You could probably find pictures of it somewhere, but it was literally just Doctor Who figures surrounding a room. But it's like the first room where I started hanging up stuff and got the idea to do all this in San Francisco. And it was a little in-law. In San Francisco, in our houses, we have in-laws, right? So it's a room built in a garage that most people just rent out or use as an office or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, we have like granny flats here. We call them so. So you're a big fan of music, and as I mentioned before, you were able to sing for the first time with your missus. Tell me what it was like when you were at an Iggy Pop concert and you saw 200 people rush on the stage and you went stuff it and just kept playing.
That was the greatest thing I've ever seen. That was the greatest thing I've ever seen. See, I never thought I'd see Iggy. I never thought I'd see Iggy and the Stooges, and I did. And Iggy is the greatest performer I've ever seen. If he's not bleeding and his pants aren't down by his ankles, he is not giving you an Iggy concert. And that's when I truly understood, oh, this guy was the first. Like I am a firm believer that Ramones created punk. All right. I with all due respect to Johnny Rotten and the Sex Pistols, it was a fashion. They were essentially a boy band put together by a manager, but they were still good. I understand what they did and their impact on culture, but Ramones really created the drive here in America anyway. But Iggy was the godfather, absolute godfather. But my passion for music used to be as equal to comics, right? And I don't know if you've ever seen Almost Famous.
Yes.
Cameron Crowe movie. So remember when the sister plops a big stack of records on the kid's bed? Like my sister did that. So she got tired of hearing the Empire Strikes Back soundtrack for the
that's right. I do remember
time.
it, yeah.
And she comes in and brings a stack with the Cars, Oingo Boingo, British Steel, by Judas Priest, and I'm trying to think, Led Zeppelin 4, Physical Graffiti by Led Zeppelin, The Police, Ghost in the Machine, and I want to say the Go-Go's, and I'm missing one, but that's I almost remember every album that was in that stack. She said, listen to all of this. And the one that it all blew my mind, but the one that hit me the most was actually The Police. So that was the first band I was truly The Police and Oingo Boingo were the two bands I was truly just obsessed with. I'm I need to know more of this.
Was Oingo Boingo the first concert that
Yes.
big concert you went to?
Well, yeah, when I was a kid, first actual concert was 9 years old. Kiss, I was a Kiss fan when I was a kid. Fell out of that. I was a precursor to what was to come, though. But a little 9-year-old singing Love Guns, kind of weird. But the first concert I went to by myself was Oingo Boingo, and because I ditched my mom, she was pissed. Oingo Boingo, 1984 at the Del Mar Fairgrounds. It was called the Del Mar Fair in San Diego, and they expected a couple thousand people. 10,000 showed up. There was people hanging from the rafters. It was a legendary show. There's no video of it. There might be a couple of references to it on the internet. There's a guy, I think I knew, who drew a picture of it that you might be able to find, but it was nuts. They only played 8 songs and the fire marshal came in and canceled it, but it was just blew my mind. It was so cool.
Yeah, what was that the last day of eighth grade that you did that and you skipped school for it?
Mm-hmm. Went back to school the next day. Well, we had one more day after that, so we had
One
the
more day.
post.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so we skipped the day before and then went afterwards. And yeah, you could see pictures of me like after we got our shirts. We are, I'm walking around with my Walkman, and hung out with some girls. It was great. It was great. I just realized that there's this whole other freaking world out there. And like I was a kid who grew up in the suburbs of San Diego, so there was nothing to do, zero to do. It was be equivalent to living in a small town, except there's just more houses around you. But there's no movie theaters, there's no arcades, there was nothing. So we had to get on our BMX bikes and just ride around and get into trouble and find shotgun shells in the middle of because people just used to go out and shoot. Yeah, it's good
Boys
old
being
days.
boys.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with that. So, I've got a question for you. Is it true that you own an arcade game of Empire Strikes Back that used to belong to Gary Coleman?
I owned one. I owned it.
Yep.
This is true. And what happened to it is a very sad story. God, I could kill myself for doing this. But Melissa's dad had an Empire Strikes Back vector graphics game that he got from Gary Coleman. Melissa's dad used to have a moving company, and he gifted it to me. Thing immediately broke down. I pumped $5,000 into this thing. $5,000 when I was running a comic shop. I didn't have this money, and when it broke again, I was like, no. So I fixed it one more time to sell it. And I sold it to and I'm forgetting his name, but the lead animator of DC animated films. And yeah, cool guy. I drove it down to him. Yeah.
Justin Lin?
No. It was a white guy. So the other guy.
Yeah. The other one, yep.
The other one. It was definitely a white guy. I took it down to him. He gave me a freaking every DC animated film imaginable. Paid me a very good price for it. I wish I would have kept it. We kept a couple of other games, but the thing was just breaking down all the time, man. That's the thing. And I didn't have the money to fix it all the time. It sucks. I regret it heavily, but I had lost so much money on that thing, and I've had the pinball machine, right? And I was going to keep, like, Melissa got me that for a Christmas present, so I was pumping money into that to keep it going because people would play it in the store. That's the whole point of having the games there, was to have people play it in the store. Yeah, it just, those things break down, and they're based on, they have tubes in them. It's old television. Now, if I know what I know now, you could put an LED. I mean, it's not original, but you could pop an LED screen in there.
Yeah.
And it'd be the same freaking game.
There's something about the old school. There's a little bit of lag to it. It's not perfect, but it is with what it is.
Yeah,
I love the old school style.
I had an old Marvel versus Capcom. I still have my Spider-Man Sega game. It's downstairs. It's being repaired as we speak because it got effed up in the move. And the pinball machine's fine. But those one-up games kind of make it better. So I have the one-up Empire. I have the one-up Star Wars game, which I freaking love. It's the only Star Wars thing I have. It literally is the only stuff. No, I have a gift. I got gifted from George Lucas's AFI tribute. They gave out gift bags, and it was all his DVDs and an AFI tribute like box set, and I have that. So.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, I got one question. It's a little bit out of left field. Is Glee still your guilty pleasure?
Glee was, I would say, my guilty pleasure. Do I have a guilty pleasure now? Because I was watching it like season 1 and 2 with the wife.
Well, you even liked Florence of the Machine song so much that you ended up using it for your show reel.
Oh yeah, I saw Florence live too at Coachella. She was great. She's great. I would say more like my guilty pleasures were more like reality shows. So Tabitha's Salon Takeover at the time, huge guilty pleasure. Did not miss a single episode of that. And Swamp People. Swamp People
Yeah.
was
All
one of the
right.
greatest shows ever made, and I think it's still around, but I haven't watched it in a while.
Yeah, there's that
And
many different spin-offs from that original one as well. So
Flipping Vegas. It only lasted 2 seasons, but I freaking loved that show. I watched it over and over again.
I don't know that one. I'm assuming by the title they buy and sell houses,
Yeah, they
or
just buy houses and flip them. It was a guy named Scott Yancey, some like realtor scammer, but it was good. He was fighting with his Canadian wife. I loved it. But like as far as scripted shows, yeah, like I'd watch whatever Melissa watched, like out of the corner of my eye. So I definitely watched the first season of Glee. We watched Vampire Diaries, OC. Yeah, a lot of garbage. A
yeah.
lot of just total
Nothing wrong
garbage.
with OC. It's a
Yep.
man show.
Yep.
All right. So lastly, what I want to do is I'm just going to show you a couple of pictures, and I just want you to explain what's going on or what you remember about that. All right. So first one is this one.
That is me shooting a commercial at the comic shop. Oh, it's either commercial or it's Derek Robertson. I can't remember. No, Derek Robertson's when I had the Johnny Cash shirt on. So that was the commercial for Comic
Yeah.
Outpost. Yeah.
Do you any sort of plans on doing something? No, I know you're no longer in the comic store, but you know how you had that 24-hour create a comic thing. Would you want to do anything like that ever again?
Yeah, I thought that was fun. That was a lot of fun. I think that was the first time I actually live streamed anything. That was live streamed. I don't think you can find it anywhere. But it was on. I forgot what was live streaming in 2009. There was God. It was forgot what it was called. But it was like basically webcam. Like you could barely tell. But we live streamed it in 2009. But I would definitely do that. That was fun. That was tons of fun having the artists over back in the good old days.
All right, next one.
That's me at Coachella. That's me at Coachella. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right, this one I've got to say is one of my favorites.
That is 5th grade. I think 4th or 5th grade. Sad.
I mean, it was a cool hairdo, but definitely not as cool as this one.
Oh yeah. That's sitting in front of my sister's David Hill's, my sister's boyfriend at the time, lived across the street from the high school. I know that tree anywhere. And that's me standing in front of waiting for a couple of girls so we can go get high.
That's the way to do it. And second to last,
Oh yeah. Wow. God, I didn't even know that was out there. I probably posted it. So the things you forget, you do Facebook and you're like, nobody's ever going to see this shit. Yeah, they are. That is that's my privilege card, which I still have and I'll never get rid of, from when I originally got to Folsom and I had super long hair. And the guy's like, you need to cut the hair, dude. You're just looking a little too pretty. You need to look less pretty. And I looked less pretty than that. And I eventually just shaved my head, which was not a very good idea either. But
yeah, I can see people might get it mixed up for some people.
Yeah.
And last bit but not least, this one when I saw it truly terrified me.
Oh God. That is a weeping angel mask on my life-size Muckle Superman that was in my comic shop, which I no longer have, which is very sad. But I have a big Superman statue downstairs now that won't fit in this office, which sucks. But yeah, that was back in the the Doctor Who days of my comic shop, which were tons of fun. Tons of fun.
You go to a comic book store or go to this thing now and you'll see a Doctor Who section and it's 3 little shelves. I can the closest comic book shop to me is about 500 k's away, but when I went to it back in the height, I'd say probably around 2010, went down. They had an entire wall of just Doctor Who stuff that I'd never even heard, like lunch boxes and cards and different things, and then when I looked on their website now, they've got 2 shelves. That's it.
Yeah, it's sad. because there used to be entire shelves at Hot Topic. I saw Doctor Who toys in Walgreens, which is if you're not familiar and you're not from the United States, there's a Walgreens every other block in a big city. It's a drugstore basically. It's where you get all your drugs.
Okay.
But it's also like a little convenience store where you can get like, it's the middle of the night, you need some laundry detergent or you need some dental floss or whatever, and they'd have a little toy section, right? So it's called a drugstore here, or the chemist. Did you guys call it the chemist?
Yeah,
like the
chemist,
UK does.
yep.
Yeah,
Chemists or pharmacies, either one.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's a pharmacy, but it sells little tchotchkes. You'd be able to find Doctor Who toys in America anywhere. 2013, 2014, then it just stopped. Barnes & Noble, our bookstore chain here, the last one. Huge Doctor Who section, gone. At my comic store, it was an entire wall. So I had 1,100 square feet, so I didn't have a lot of space, but I had really high ceilings. I had 15-foot ceilings. So I put stuff all the way to the frickin' top. And I had a monster wall at Doctor Who because I'm like, I love this shit, so I can sell it. Because I'll just talk about it all day, and I won't shut up about it. And I have it running, all the time at my store now. So people would kick back and go, I never wanted to try out Doctor Who until now. And that was what I would hear from most Americans, which would be, I've always heard it was kind of cheesy, but this is pretty cool. I'm gonna check it out. And it's Netflix. When it hit Netflix in 2009, 10, blew up. And then the 50th anniversary, and it kids loved it. It captured a generation that Star Wars and Star Trek wish they could have right now. And they just immediately just effed it off so quickly. It's sad.
Yeah, the greed and incompetence of one man.
Yep.
But anyway, that'll wrap it up. Gary, what do you have coming up this week, and what do you expect for your channel going in the future? Do you have any channel goals or any guests that you're really trying to nail down that you can tell, obviously?
Oh yeah, I'd love to get Gina on sometime. And we eventually might, be it one-on-one interview or get her on Friday Night Tights. I'd love to get her on. No pressure. I'd like to get Crowder on. I'd love to get Tim Pool on. I don't think it'll happen, but I'd love to get one of those two on. Goals. I truly day by day. Right now, my focus is mostly on Lord of the Rings, the Star Wars stuff. I wasn't even going to talk about. And it was just, it was through a burning desire I did not know I had. Because that is absolutely the basis of all of my anything I talk about. There has to be a burning desire right here. Otherwise, I don't care. If I don't care about something, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it just for the sake of talking about it. Like Johnny Depp, I was interested from afar, out of the corner of my eye, but I'm not going to cover it because it truly doesn't interest me. I know how important it is, and there are great channels who are covering it. Mostly great channels are covering it, like That Umbrella Guy and Yellow Flash and Ricada. Those are my friends. Those are good guys. Go watch that. I don't need to talk about it. It's not my area of I won't say expertise. It's just not what I'm into, really. Burning desire for Lord of the Rings, though. So my goal is to cover that as much as humanly possible until it comes out. I already know what's going on in the first 3 episodes, and it is worse than we can possibly imagine.
We recently just watched Kenobi, and you're saying that it's worse than that?
Yeah. I just tweeted this. It's intersectional Tolkien that's got a side of Disney Star Wars and a healthy side of wannabe Game of Thrones. Down to going over maps, like they did in Game of Thrones in the beginning, structuring it like Game of Thrones, doing very weird things with the chronological order of things. Listen, like I said many times,
they don't have the rights. That's the thing. They're being sneaky about it. They don't have the rights.
They don't. And I am not an expert in I know a lot of stuff. I've read a lot of stuff. I've forgotten a lot of stuff, but I do not consider myself like an expert in anything. I've just been around a lot. I've read a lot, but I still have a lot to learn too. But like, I know like how many Numenorian kings there are, right? For example, I know how many Numenorian kings are. I know how many were female. I know one. There was a fourth queen who was supposed to take over but got usurped. Now there's 25, and we'll say even if we're counting the queen that got usurped, there was 4 female queens out of 25. What sex do you think the queen is? The Numenorian queen in Rings of Power. I'm just going to ask you to guess, Mr. Grant Gregory.
Female.
You guessed correctly. Does it line up with the timeline? Absolutely not. I'm not going to bore you with the details, but it just doesn't. It's an intersectional mess, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. What's wrong?
Will you be doing an after show like you had done with Game of Thrones in that?
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to do that both with House of the Dragon. I'm definitely revisiting that. It's been a long time. I'm gonna be doing live reviews of the Orville when I can. And I might even do one like late tonight for the first 2 episodes. But I'm definitely going to be live directly after Rings of Power and House of the Dragon for sure.
Will that be a solo thing, or do you think you'll be getting any panelists on?
I will have panelists on. I think Josiah is going to be joining me for Rings of Power along with others. House of the Dragon is solo for now, but I could suspect who I might ask on a couple shows. So some Song and Ice and Fire fans out there.
There's one or two of them that I know would be champing at the bit. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think House of the Dragon will be better than Rings of Power. I don't know if it'll be good, but it'll be better than Rings of Power.
Well, I mean, if here's the thing, because this is their first proper spin-off to it, if they can at least make it good, it gives hope for the future.
Yeah.
Not for the books, but for the future of the TV series.
If they lay off for House of the Dragon, if they lay off the intersectional feminist shit and stick with George's themes, right, with the books, and just try to make a show that's exciting and fun and interesting and like makes you think, that's all we ask for. But the problem is this story that they're basing it on, like, is really nihilistic.
It doesn't go anywhere. Like yeah. I mean, well, that's half the stories. It ends in a big fire or a big flood, or or a murder, or 1,000 of them.
Yeah. Yep. You called it. So that's the problem with this story. It was only supposed to be a backstory, to be basically a lesson, right? And to give you texture for, A Song of Ice and Fire, the main story that he has lost focus on forever. George.
Yeah, that's for sure. Let's hope he actually has a book released before he dies.
Yeah, he features heavily in my next video.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Alrighty, thank you everyone. For Grant Gregory, for Gary of Nerd, thank you very much. And yeah, just like, share, do all that good stuff, and make sure that you stay classy.
Thanks for watching. Make sure to hit the like button and bell icon. Welcome to Behind the Mic with Mr. Grant Gregory.
Greetings, Internet. My name is Mr. Grant Gregory, and this is the first episode of Behind the Mic. I am joined by our guest, who apparently is on Nerdrotic time. Matt, how you doing today, buddy?
I'll be doing great. I'm not Mad Barber Entertainment. That's the name of my channel.
Well, I'm getting your channel on then. You're representing your channel. I don't know what your name is. What is your name? Let everyone know, what should we call you without doxing yourself too much?
Mad's fine. Yeah, no, I'm not worried about myself getting doxxed, but the girlfriend, she works in academia, and I don't know if you've seen what's been going on the campuses here in America, but it's not good to be associated with people like me.
Oh, well, I just want to make it public that I do not associate with you. I just thought I'd get that clear. I just want to make that clear. I'm only using you as a stepping stone for clout. my friend Matt told me to do it. Oh wait, never mind. Not my friend Matt, I should say.
No, I mean
So-
you're starting off at the lowest possible stepping stone, but I'm glad to be a part of that journey.
Yeah, I can't lift my leg very high, so I better better start small. So
Of course.
so you just recently just saw a movie.
I did. I just got home. Saw the Ghostbusters Afterlife.
Without too many spoilers, how was it?
Well, on the way home, my girlfriend's still in tears. She said that it was worth COVID.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So I don't know if they're going to put that on the poster, but it's definitely a good endorsement.
It was worth the risk of getting COVID.
It's worth the risk. Come see a great movie, possibly get infected. You'll go home in tears either way.
Yep.
Oh, that's awesome. So yeah, just thought we'd get you on and have a little bit of a chat and get to know the person behind the mic. What
Oh, for sure.
What got you into YouTube in the first place?
Well, so I guess like most people, it was The Last Jedi and how garbage it was. Like, I guess I was having a problem like processing what was going on in this movie. It was so bad. Like I felt something off with the movie, but I couldn't pinpoint. My girlfriend immediately was like, "This movie is garbage." I'm like, "No, it's Star Wars. Like, I don't know how you can say this. It's Star Wars." And it gets it. So yeah, no. So I came across a couple different people on YouTube, and they were talking about The Last Jedi. And I'm not going to give them any credit because they haven't had me on their channel yet. And then I was like,
they you when they're talking on about other people in the sphere as well. So
yeah, for sure.
Your channel is not that old, but you've been around on YouTube a lot longer. What was some of the earlier stuff that you were doing?
Well, so when I started, I had no idea what I really wanted to do in YouTube. I just really wanted to get onto other people's channels because they were wrong, and I knew better. And plus, like, so with the whole, the whole vid thing going on, I wasn't able to do improv. I wasn't able to do this meetup group that I was doing, and I'm a very social person, so like not having that was really bad for me. Like not having that outlet of not just creativity, but just like having interactions like with other people. And plus, my girlfriend, she working from home during that, she was tired of my BS, like going into the other room and being like, "Hey, what are you doing?" She's like, "I'm working," and I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna watch a movie. You want to watch a movie?" It gets bugging her, So it gives me something to do to keep out of her hair. But
yeah, how did you come into getting essentially with the boys like Sporking and Culture and those mob of fine gentlemen?
Funny. Well, I was in Mead Radio. I was in the chat and I started chatting with a guy named CCDV, another veteran, and I was like, dude, like I was doing a podcast at the time as well with some other guys, but I was like, hey, like, you want to do a stream or whatever? And we did a stream, and then he brought me on to another channel with JJ, and then I met Culture, and Culture was really great. Culture really got me into a lot of this because, like, I was like, hey, dude, you want to come on to this podcast? And he had no idea what it was, and the podcast is complete nonsense. But he came on, he just went with it, and yeah, he's been dragging me along with him ever since. I'd meet one person after another. I met Mary Mayhem. She brought me over on Shenanigans because of my experience in improv and stuff, and they did improv at that time. And then once you let me on your channel, you can't get rid of me. I will become the co-host eventually.
That's fine. If I ever need a co-host, I've got you in mind. That's why I got you on first. So that way, if you're on every week, and I say, no, it was always the plan. You knew that.
Yeah, of course.
So your old podcast, I've noticed a lot of those are now privated. Is there a specific reason for that?
They're embarrassing. No, you can still find them. The podcast was called. It wasn't even my podcast. One, that's why I didn't want it on my channel because I didn't want to, profit off of other people. But
with, you and the something boys or something.
Yeah, the Shy Boys. Yeah,
Shy Boys. Yeah, and could you CC? I can't remember what his name was, but that was like a 7-hour stream that you did.
Yeah. How do you know this? You've been going through my history.
No, not a lot. Just a lot of it, I guess. I mean, if I'm going to get someone on, I might as well cyberstalk them first.
Apparently, yeah. That was a long one.
Yeah, by the way, you've got a loose cupboard in your kitchen too. Just thought I'd let you know.
What's that?
You've got a loose cupboard in your kitchen, so you better fix that.
I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With all the different things that you've done, is there a particular style that you like? Because I know you come on and you're very funny and faux confrontational with with you. Is that the sort of style that you enjoy doing, or is it just something that comes naturally?
It's completely natural. I don't know why. This is just kind of I guess comes natural to me through even in my improv, like all my characters, like there's a similarity, there's a a through line through all of them. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like since I've been on here, I've been trying to focus on trying to make other people funny rather than just focusing. Like I don't know if you've noticed, but like I always try to set people up. Like Scott, the only reason Scott is funny is because of me. I will give him layups and he'll miss them. And in the bad culture, and I'd be like, dude, how did you miss that layup? Like I'm just like putting it up there for you, bro, to slam. But because when I played Xbox a lot. Ghost Recon Future Soldier, and one of the best players ever on there. Xbox 360. Check my stats. I had over a 4.7, 4.8 KDR.
KDA. Okay, nice.
Yeah. But no, I was ruthless, man. I would throw daggers at your soul, and not just like, yeah, well, your mom is in my bed. No, I would hit you where it hurts. Like I would specifically listen to what you're saying and pick out things, but it never. I guess don't feel good picking on people. Like I could sit here and just mock people in the chat, or make fun of people in the and there's people that do that around here. And people think they're just hilarious. And I'm like, this is so cheap. They have 3 jokes that they go back to, but whatever. So yeah, no, it's not really a thing. I try to focus on other things.
Were you always known as like the funny? Were you when you were in the military? Were you the joker of the group?
I mean, I guess. I don't know, man. Like everybody was just kind of funny, dude. It was we were a close knit group, and especially Brandon and I, and I think he was funnier than I was, but he was. So what my personality is on YouTube, like that loud, kind of bombastic, very confident. You know what I mean? That's what Brandon was in real life. Imagine Mad Market from YouTube, but in real life. Like the dude rocked purple lens Oakleys in Iraq. I don't know if you know how masculine it's supposed to be over there, but yeah, no, he didn't give a shit. But
that's awesome. But yeah, like I've enjoyed some of your content. Some of it's not. It's all right. There you go, Scott.
Agreed.
I told him. But yeah, so where do you see what's the ultimate goal? Where's the channel going?
I have no idea. We're in a transition right now because we just ran street spots into the ground, and it's really difficult. Like a lot of the ideas that I've had is just things that I've wanted to do in improv, but they don't always work on YouTube because it's hard to with us being on camera, especially like to separate. Like if you see me on camera, but I'm doing a character, it's kind of you know what I mean. You can lose that break in what you're thinking, the imagination or whatever. So doing something different with that on Saturday. We're gonna do a little bit of improv. We're gonna do it's called Ghost Encounter of the Fifth Kind.
Yeah, very interesting name. So are you big into the like conspiracy sort of style things and aliens and whatnot sort of thing?
I am, but not like not a true believer. If you know what I mean.
On a scale of 1 to Wes, where do you line up?
Oh, I'm definitely more towards the other end. I'm like 3, maybe. I do believe in aliens. I do believe that I don't know. I think that as far back as we've had reports of people having close encounters. Like if just one of them is if just one person isn't lying and actually saw what they said they saw. That's it. That's all you need, you know. And I just can't believe like every single person, like there's a scientific or grounded, you know, explanation to what they saw. It just doesn't, and gets to rule out all of them is just like beyond me.
Yeah, what do you think we haven't had proper contact, do you think?
Because we're idiots.
Okay, that makes sense.
I wouldn't want to associate with this. No, I mean,
yeah, well,
I don't know.
I wouldn't either.
I think that the zoo hypothesis has a lot of weight to it. You know, aliens are kind of like I don't know if they engineered us so much, but they're definitely like observing us, and like what we do in the wild with animals. You know, you tranquilize them, you tag them and bring them up and do your little, you know, check and see how they're doing, and then put them back out in the wild.
I mean, that does make sense. Why do they have to probe us? So that's what I don't get. All right, I got some questions for you. These are a little bit these are something that I'd like to do. It's going to be 10 questions, and answer them as quick as you can. So there'll be a little bit of a video for each one. So, all right, first one. Is Deckard a human or a replicant?
So I only saw the 2049 one. I didn't see the first one. Yes.
Okay, yeah, good. All right, question number 2. If you punch yourself and it hurts, are you weak or are you strong?
That's a good question. I think strong. I mean, it just depends on where you hit yourself. Like, true story. This really happened to me. I was laying on my arm like this, right? And I do that twitch thing when what I'm talking about, like when you twitch. And I did that and I hit myself in the nose. I don't know if you've ever woken up in an empty house before and someone gets punched you in the nose and you have no idea who it is. And now you got to Scooby-Doo that shit and try to, I guess saw the trailer in the movie for Spider-Man, but you got to Scooby-Doo that shit to try to figure out who punched you in the face. But it ended up being me. And
you found
it hurt.
Then you kicked your own ass again.
I mean, it hurt, dude. Like, man, that's a good question. I don't know if it would make you weak or strong. I don't know. Neither. I think it's relevant to where you're punched and.
Oh, I guess punched in the arm, not so much. Punched in the nuts.
Yeah,
probably so. All right. If you were trying to fail and you were successful at that, did you fail or succeed?
I see what you're doing here with these questions. Well, failure is important, though. Like, yes, any great athlete of almost any sport, like they'll tell you they learn far more from a loss than they did a win. I don't know if anybody would make it a point to go out and fail, but yeah, failure is very important for growth and learning. I'm gonna have to say that you succeeded in failing.
Exactly. Is the first moon landing considered the first alien invasion?
I wouldn't, because that would presuppose that there wasn't an alien invasion before that. Like there's how many galaxies in the universe and unknown. Like I'm sure some at
least 7. I think at least 7.
Okay, we'll go with 7.
Yeah.
Like in one of those, there had to be an invasion of 2 different alien species, and one invaded the other one there. So like, I guess it would depend on the parameters, or like, locally, like in the Milky Way. Okay, yeah, alien is it an invasion if nobody owns it and no one's there?
Maybe. I mean, there is a man on the moon. Apparently, I remember hearing something about that as a child, or it was made of cheese or something. But who knows? My grandmother wasn't a scientist. So, all right, number 5. Why are Marty McFly's parents living in the same house in both realities?
Oh my gosh, like that. I mean, you want to talk about the problems with that movie as far as, the grandfather paradox is just ruined in it. Like it doesn't even bother. I don't know how photographs are affected by time travel. That shouldn't be a thing, especially not like fading. Even them going back, like, and I don't think timelines would be the correct choice either, like to describe it, because like you're just going into a different multiverse, like a multiverse, right? Like you're just creating an entirely new existence once you go back, because I
never thought of it like that.
I have problems with time travel movies.
Yeah, no, I could talk hours just on the inconsistencies of that movie, and like then what actually happened to Marty McFly from the time that he went to at the end?
Yeah, I mean, because he would have to, like, what if he was there 5 minutes earlier? Would he show up and he's there as well?
Yeah, maybe he murdered him.
No.
Yeah, maybe. All right. If Superman is indestructible, how does he shave?
I don't think he does. I think he has below like the ear alopecia.
Oh, but we've seen him in the Snyderverse.
Oh, well, I mean, you can't count that one for anything. Come on. He killed someone. It didn't bother me that he killed whatever his name is, Zod. But
Reeves also killed in the second one.
well, I didn't watch those. I don't care. I'm not a Superman fan.
All right. What is the best military movie of all time?
So it's The Outpost, directed by Rod Laurie. I got to talk to him on a different YouTube channel. Real cool dude, man. He put a lot of time and effort into getting it right. He was a West Point graduate, so he definitely took care on how he presented the Army. And plus, those guys were fourth ID, as was I. So definitely The Outpost.
I haven't seen it, so
definitely, you should check it out. Yeah, it was on Netflix for a long time. I don't know if it still is. Nor do I know.
I haven't had Netflix for years. Netflix in Australia is terrible.
Yeah,
we only get like a tenth of it, and it's twice as much.
I'm sure it tries to kill you too. Like
the movie about your life, would it be titled Mad World or Good, Mad, and the Ugly?
That's funny because of the icon.
I know.
Yeah. What would it be called?
Or something different.
Yeah, no, it definitely wouldn't be called that. I think they would have more. It would just be failure to reach potential, like failure, like untapped potential. I think is what it would be called.
Untapped potential of the movie.
Yeah, or potential untapped.
Or potential untapped, even better. All right. Next one. What the hell are candy corns? From someone who doesn't understand what they are, because everyone fights once a year over them, and I have no idea.
Oh, really? Oh, they're like the the Philistines of candy. They are the how would you say, like the Oklahomians of candy. They are like the worst. Like if they are the Samaritans of candy,
but not the good kind.
Well, no. Well, so the whole point of that whole parable that Jesus talks about, right, with the Good Samaritan, Samaritans were a people, and they were considered like the worst people. You're talking Florida trailer park, meth-headed alligator wrestling guy. That was Samaritans, and that's why, like, the lawyer. So in antiquity, lawyers were like people who were experts in the law, right? That's in Judaism, the law, but so the guy, I forgot the guy's whatever, but the guy that's tries to coax him into this trap or whatever, when he's asking like who is doing whatever, the guy wouldn't even say Samaritan, like he wouldn't even acknowledge it. He was like that guy, you know what I mean? So yeah, candy corn and the Samaritans of Halloween, they're the worst of the worst. I
found either people absolutely love them, or absolutely hate them. I've never heard anyone go, yeah, they're okay.
Yeah, no, the people that say they absolutely love them, they're either doing it as a troll or they're psychotic. I don't see either, which breaks my heart because I just found out that Dak Prescott, the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, likes candy corn. It broke my heart.
Well, man, it's time to find a new team, I think.
No, come on.
All right, and last one. Has George R.R. actually wrote the last two books in A Song of Ice and Fire?
I never read the books. I'm actually just starting. I just finished season 7 again, but oh boy, there's a quality drop. But I think that he has written. I think he has a good bit of it done. but he has lost complete motivation to finish it with what he saw from HBO in Game of Thrones. Those two, deal holes that
Dumb and Dumber.
yeah. So I just think that his love for it, like, just was lost because of how bad it turned out. I think that when he dies, which, let's be honest, isn't going to be that much longer.
Pretty soon, I think.
But they'll find notes in, like, half written pages or whatever. Maybe on the back of a pizza box, he'll have chapter 7 of one of them. But I don't think those things are ever going to come, because he has no reason to. His legacy is still intact despite how bad the show ended up. And I don't think he's gonna, retread that story, because, like, especially now, because, like, man, boy, I tell you what, when that show started, they did not shy away from nudity at all, and you could definitely track and see when the wokeness really kicked in through the seasons as well. But I don't think, one, he's gonna want to risk his legacy. Two, I don't think he would. I don't know if he would be able to. I think it would get way too much negative criticism if he tried to put those out now.
Yeah, I mean, because they were saying that they actually got their outline from him, so this was the direction that the story was going to go. And I initially thought he was basically just doing that as a litmus test to see whether it would be popular or not, and then if it is, go in that direction. If it's not, change it. But I mean, they left so much shit on the table in that bloody series. Like,
Yeah.
what was the whole point about Snow's origin? It literally meant nothing.
No, I mean, it was weird. Is like I just was watching season 7, and they made this big deal about, like, telling John, like, setting up, like, it's going to be you versus the Night King, right? And they took that from him and gave it to Arya. And I like Arya as a character, I really do. I think she's awesome. There's some really great moments with her, but
apart from the parkouring with an open wound in your stomach.
Okay, yeah, that was a little. Yeah, I had my kind of face on during that, but other than that, like, I kind of like her as a character. And I like how they try to keep her fighting like, not realistic, but, like, plausible with her size. So, like, relying completely
on subterfuge and everything like that makes sense for her character. I mean, she's not the Hound. She won't fight like the Hound, but
no.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Because I just watched Red Notice, like, last night, maybe the night before, and seeing Gal Gadot beat up The Rock.
Oh, that's
and Ryan Reynolds. I'm like, man.
I thought it was another Jumanji when I saw the trailer for it. I didn't hear. I just saw it in the background. I went, oh, they're doing another Jumanji?
Yeah. Well, the whole time I'm just like, use your weight, bro. Like, you're 475 pounds. You're The Rock. Just lean on her.
His clothes are probably heavier than her.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Someone said something in the comments. Sort of thing. Hell, Back to the Future begs the question: who wrote Johnny Be Good? Exactly. Like, I mean, was it Marty, the original Marty? Was it not? Like, I mean,
that actually brings up a great it's a thought experiment as far as time travel, right? Like, let's say your future self comes back and gives you a joke, right? Like a bit for a stand-up, and that bit makes you one of the most popular comics on the face of the planet, right? Who wrote the joke?
Yeah. Well, technically you did, but which version?
Did you?
Yeah.
How?
Well,
if your future self comes back to give you the joke, right? Where did the future self get it from? Well, it got it from its future self when it was in that.
Assuming that's how it went, yeah. Depending.
Yeah, if we're talking linear timeline,
if linear and predestination and all that sort of, all that sort of fun mind melting stuff.
Who wrote Johnny Be Good? I don't know, the people who wrote Johnny Be Good.
Yeah.
Right?
That hurts my face now, thinking about it.
It's my girlfriend hates it when I bring up the grandfather paradox or any of this. She's like, I don't want to think about this.
But yeah, it's like I always thought an interesting story to, like, the whole grandfather paradox and who wrote something, is if you had someone who was an inventor of time, and they had all their notes, and they traveled back and gave their notes to the past version of themselves, how many times that book would travel through time, and how much more would change, and to the point where the guy didn't even end up going back. So it's sort of like a bit of a butterfly effect, but instead of being a causal loop, it's a loop, but the loop's getting shorter. So say, for instance, it initially took the guy 60 years to do it, and he goes back and he gives himself at 20 years old all of his notes. So then the guy's able to figure it out more and do it more, and then takes the same book as an old man and then goes back to the 20 year old and does it that way. Would it be two books? Would it be the same book?
I really like that, because that is a paradox, because it wouldn't take him as long.
Yeah.
So it would eliminate the 60-year-old version of him coming back, because he would have had it a younger version. Eventually, like, he wouldn't have anybody coming back to him at all.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, when would that happen? And then when that happens, does it go back to him spending 60 years building the time travel, and then it's a consecutive amount of loops until it just reverts back to itself? I mean, it's not as convoluted of a timeline as something like Dark. Have you seen that?
No.
Oh, it's a great series. It's a Netflix one. It's a German series.
Oh, yeah.
And its time travel is it's face melting.
Have you ever seen Primer?
Yeah, it's like Primer. I like Primer.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
I keep meaning to.
For a low budget one, it explains. It's probably the closest time travel movie that doesn't break its own laws. It's almost impossible to do a time travel film without breaking the laws that you establish.
Yeah.
But yeah, as Jackal said, yep, Dark is good.
What about Arrival, that movie, with their whole, like, the way I saw it explained, like, you have like a pearl necklace, each one being time or whatever, instead of it being a linear line, it's all just kind of,
jumble up. See,
fall together.
Well, I mean, the thing when it comes to Arrival is we don't actually know if everything they say does come true. We've seen glimpses of it, and if she didn't get the thing in her head, would she have actually gone back? Because it doesn't make sense if she knows all this is going to happen, and she knows, can she now change it, or is it predetermined? Because they don't establish how it works, and because it technically wasn't time travel, it was thought projection, I guess, in a sense.
Yeah, well, because she didn't know it was going to happen either until, like, kind of like she was in the moment of it happening.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I mean, I love time travel. I think they're probably some of the most fascinating ones. Except when it's just a machine in the back of a van. Like in freaking event, like that was so dumb. I hated that. And then they shit on Back to the Future during it.
So 12 Monkeys is actually a pretty solid time travel. It all lines up when you look at it.
Did you watch the series as well as the movie?
No.
Yeah, the series was really good.
Was it?
Yeah, oh yeah. I like the series better than I do the movie.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
I'll check out this series.
Yeah, it's they look at time as like a what's it, Ouroboros?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the snake eating itself. That's how time is in it. But yeah, it starts off as a bit of a slow burn. You think, okay, it's going to go one way, but it focuses a huge chunk of the series in the future, when everything's a dystopian thing and all that, and you find out that, like in the movie, what they thought caused the end of the world wasn't that, and the 12 Monkeys is something different. But it's a new spin on that, and everything that they do, just instantly being there, changes the future.
I have more belief in the multiverse than I do in time travel. I really do. There's this one story, I always forget like all the details on it, but it was this dude, he's in the airport or whatever, and he gives somebody his passport, and it's from this country that doesn't exist. And they're like, no, you're full of shit, right? So they hold him. And he's like, no, this is my country. Like, and it was like one of those, it used to be a part of like the Soviet Union or whatever, or something like that. Like something on his
Okay,
timeline
yeah.
was messed up. And anyway, so he's like, he got a globe and he's like, it's supposed to be right here or whatever. And then they came back to they left him in the room or whatever. They came back and he was gone.
Gone, yeah.
But there's no way he could have got out of there, right?
No, yeah, I remember hearing that. Yeah, it was an island just off that. Yeah.
Oh, it was an
There was a-
island, something like that.
yeah, I remember there was a channel that I think it was All Something Conspiracies or something, a little
Mhm.
YouTube channel that had, a couple of million, but then when they brought in all their new terms of services and conspiracy videos, the channel got shut down. They had so many different things about time travel, and yeah, there was a guy that was collecting certain things like a Betamax tape from one thing, and everyone who describes this guy who's wearing the same suit, and each time the person said, "Oh yeah, in '96 he came to my store and everything," and he was holding a Betamax under his arm. And it was this sort of model and everything. And I mean, I like the idea of time travel over multiverse. But I think if time travel did exist, we wouldn't be able to know, or you can't actually. There's a reason why we don't have any time travels now is because time travel might be one of those things like you can't drive a monorail until you've got the track. Maybe the building of the machine, of the time machine, is the only way you can do it. So let's just say tomorrow a time machine is built. That's as far back as you can go. You can't go back any further than that,
yeah.
because it's the device that does it. I know it's so many different ways of looking at it.
Well, with the multiverse, what I found interesting was the idea that there being these the brains, the BRANE, right?
Yeah.
And they're spread out like a fan, and on each one, there's the universe, right? And there's another idea about like where they're stacked on each other, but I like this one. But they bleed over. They can bleed over into each other. So there's these ideas that are so big, like in our reality, in our universe, we wouldn't be able to really accept Superman or whatever, or these gods. And then that turns into myth, because when it kind of leaks over into our existence, we have to try to explain the unexplainable, and we do that through our myths and our stories and whatever. And but was the problem I have with that though is that if every possibility is real in another universe, that means like God is real, God is known, like God is playing tennis with the Olsen twins on the weekend, known. You know what I mean? Yeah. But that also means in another universe that God doesn't exist, right? Well, those two things can't coexist.
Coexist, yeah. Because I mean, if there is a God, is it a God just of a universe? And if so, if there is a God of gods, like how would that work? And because especially especially any of the monotheistic doctrines, he's the one above all. He the Alpha, the Omega, you name it. How can that? Yeah, it's and maybe the possibility of a God is what people. It proves that they couldn't be a multiverse.
So, but then you also have Gnosticism, right? Where you have this idea of like there's like basically it's like a collective. You had this one eon that created another eon. In each eon, there's a male and a female part, right? And the female part, of course, like decided to make its own eon on its own outside of the collective, and it made this bastardized, fatata of an eon. And it hit it. It was like, no, go away, go do your own thing. And that eon made us, made Earth, right? And that's how you get in the Old Testament, you get this like drunk dad of a god who's just pissed off at his kids all the time.
Knocking down toys, starting plagues, burning Babylon. Yeah,
exactly. So finally the eon had to tell the rest of them, hey, I made this dumb and he's out of control now. So they had to send an eon down to calm down drunk dad, which is Jesus. And then you get the New Testament, right? And the whole thing is about realizing that you're more than what you are. You're not just like dust, there you have this spirit or whatever. But anyway, that's Gnosticism. But I don't know how I got there, but I got there.
We're talking about multiverses and
that's right.
It started off talking about one thing, and now we're going into the existence of God and the fabric of reality.
Well, yeah. So that would, so if you look at each eon as being a different, being a part of the multiverse, right? Then you would have that ultimate. eon that started the whole thing, because you have to. I mean, there has to be a beginning, or maybe not.
Well, when did time start?
Exact. Well, depends on where you are, right? Time's different.
I guess. I mean, I'm in the future apparently, or you're in the past. I don't know which one it is.
Well, that would both be the same.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying if you go by timelines and time zones and everything like that. I don't know how we got down this. I was going to ask you questions about people pooping in tins and everything, and now we went straight.
Oh, we can go to your poop joke.
Yeah. Oh no, it's gone now. I'm having a freaking crisis of faith and self worth. Do I even exist, or am I just more likely to exist?
Oh, is this a Matrix situation, right?
It could be. I mean, it explains why so much shit goes wrong. They're probably running freaking Windows Vista.
Well, I think that you see the same thing in like authoritative governments. You have to have these valves, these release valves, right, to release that pressure, because you don't want to,
What do you think of this one?
Well, so then, but the thing about the multiverse, though, right, is every possibility exists.
Yeah.
So, like, there's one reality where an eagle, for whatever reason, flew through my window right now and landed on my shoulder. Weird, right? I mean, is that possible?
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's also possible that it was a cow that flew through the window.
But so these release valves, right? So if this was a matrix, right, you would have to. It would help keep us from going, whoa, we're in the matrix, let's break out. If you're like, ooh, is this a matrix? You know what I mean? It's that like disinformation, right?
Well, yeah, the easiest way to put disinformation in there, if something is real, like I always said that I had this theory when I was younger that a Stargate type thing existed, so they released a TV show about it. So if anyone says it, that's someone who's just a fan of the TV show. It's essentially telling the truth through disinformation. And that would make sense. Putting a Matrix movie out there and making people think that is a great way of proving that there isn't one to people.
Right. Oh, so you mean like how they used to say like Armageddon and Deep Impact was government propaganda to prepare us for a comet that would hit the Earth, so that people wouldn't freak out as much.
Yeah, just go hang out with Elijah Wood and you'll be fine.
That's the one. Armageddon was better.
Just don't hang out with Bruce Willis.
No, unless you know how to drill.
I don't.
I mean,
so
well, he's been drilling his whole life, and he still ain't got it all figured out.
That's true. He's got a hot daughter though, so I forgive him.
Yes, he whines, ugly cry face.
Well, I won't make her cry. Plain and simple.
Oh man.
But, yeah. So what's the plans for the upcoming streams? You doing any ones you doing this week?
Here in about 20 minutes, I'll be over on Comics Division, talking about Ghostbusters Afterlife, not the other ones. And then I got the ghost encounters of the fifth kind. Yeah, the fifth kind. I have a lot of ideas that I want to do for the channel, but they just kind of. I had a great one. We tried it once. Well, we tried it twice. It was called The Best Last Opinion. Well, we do we're like, we'll do the 257th panel on a topic, right? Because everybody has a panel. And but we were gonna, so we did it as if we hadn't seen The Last Jedi. And so it was like we were watching the trailer, we were reviewing the trailer, and and it was cool because you get to criticize and critique the movie through a different, not different lens, but a different like point of entry, rather than just like, it sucks. We could have that fake positivity, like, man, you know what I mean? And then, but also
you could have even tried and recorded yourself doing it. It would have worked.
Right. But the problem though was when people came in, they're like, what's happening? What is this live? Is this a recording? And then Ghostbusters 2016 broke us. Because we tried to do the same thing because we did Last Jedi first, and then we were going to do that one, but it broke us because then we just started absolutely tearing it apart.
Yeah.
It just dropped a bit altogether. I really wanted that idea to work, but I guess it didn't. And
it's you for it to work, people have to be in on it as well. If people
yeah,
think, it was like when Kyle and that went on to Friday Night Tights and they did their pussies thing, and people just jumped in. They're like, "What the hell is this? I don't understand it," because it was a 40-minute bit that they did, and people were genuinely confused. But yeah, if they know what it works, so that's the problem. You've got to.
well,
I mean, I don't know how you get it to work though. Like, I mean, I love the idea, but
yeah.
if I came 2 minutes late and I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, the on paper is a great idea. Like the show Saturday that we're doing, that comes from a show that we did do back in the day. Barbara and I, we did Safari and Nation back when we did true UFO abductions, anomalies, and I forgot what the other one was. I don't think we ever did it.
UFO.
Yeah. So we did Safari Nation, and what we were going to do was bring somebody on, and they would, we would do improv, and they would be like a survivor of like an abduction, or we were going to have Kai MFS come on as a what the chupacabra.
Oh, yep.
He was going to be a chupacabra hunter, right? And just have a lot of fun with it. And we brought one guy on the first time. And in the middle of it, his significant other comes in and just starts screaming and cursing about a garage door. And it was just because we were recording it for reasons just like this, so we never released it. But it was such a good idea, and I think like now with our MBE paranormal idea, we're spinning into this whole having a ghost as a roommate and having them be interviewed. That's for Saturday. So I'm hoping that we can revisit some of those ideas we had early on.
Well, that sounds awesome. Well, I might wrap it up here because I know you've got some things to do on that. So, just in the description below is the links to the to Mad's channel and to his Twitter. So go give him a follow, go give him a sub, and we'll talk to you soon. Is there anything that you want to say before we head off?
Yeah, I wanted to apologize for not being as funny as I normally am. I figured I would come on here, and since it's behind the mic, kind of, pull the curtain back on me.
Well, I mean, we got pretty philosophical at one stage, so
we did.
I think
it happens.
I think it was a good stepping stone.
I do too. I think I think you're going to be off to better and bigger things, and hopefully, I will be able to hold on to that coattail.
Well, I need a co-host, so.
Oh, yeah, that's true. No, that'd be too disruptive. I like the one-on-one.
Yeah, no, I think the one-on-one works. So it's it's a good thing, and I'll hone down a particular style in the future and see what works and what doesn't work, and that. But so apart from that, I'm Mr. Grant Gregory, and this is my channel. So I'll see you guys later.
Thanks for watching. Make sure to hit the like button and bell icon. Welcome to Behind the Mic with Mr. Grant Gregory.
Welcome, ladies and all gentlemen. My name is Mr. Grant Gregory, and this is Behind the Mic. We have a very, very special guest today, the producer of all producers, X-Ray Girl. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for taking time out of your busy day to sit down for a little bit and have a bit of a chat.
Oh, thank you for inviting me. This is going to be so exciting.
Absolutely. So I think just to start off, we want to get the most important question out of the way. I asked a few people what it was that they would like to ask you, and the number one question was, is she still single?
Well, if you must know, I am married to Mark the Cyborg. I got initiated into this community fellowship, whatever you want to call it, dating Mark. So have I ever been single being a part of this community? No. So yeah. Sorry, boys or girls or whatever your pronouns may be.
Well, I didn't ask. I just got messages asking that, so I thought I would get it out. So how's married life treating you anyway?
Oh, it's great. It's great. Mark's wonderful. He's very supportive, and I mean, my life has literally changed since meeting him. Not just like with my the love and relationship part, but with like my career and life. So very exciting things, very new things, and sometimes a little scary, but he's very supportive, and married life is great.
That is absolutely awesome. So I roughly know the story of the name X-Ray Girl. It has something to do with you seeing through people. Is that correct, or am I misreading it?
Oh yeah, so I actually am part of the X-Men. I
Makes sense. Yeah.
have X-ray vision. No, but in reality, I am a real life X-ray technologist. I take X-rays of people for a living, all the different body parts. We do plain X-rays, CT scans, and I also do mammography, which I know is sometimes a bit of a joke, but it's actually what I do. And yeah, so I have to use my actual like mental X-ray vision to make sure I position people in the best way possible to get the best picture for them. It's definitely fun and interesting, especially when you get some crazy traumas and broken bones here and there, and you're like, whoa, how am I going to do this?
That's
So,
definitely an interesting way of looking at it.
mhm.
With your work and your the balance between your work life and your internet/social life, how much with your current success? Because I know you're currently over 2,000 followers on Twitch. Congratulations, by the
Thank
way.
you.
How are these two worlds starting to collide? Is one taking up more time than the other than it should, or?
I have to be so organized. How many jobs do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6-ish jobs altogether. It's a mix of half, X-ray, half we'll call it internet work, I guess. And if
Half
you ever
X-ray, half
saw
X-ray girl. Is what
yeah,
you're saying.
yeah. My calendar is color coded to a T. What I need to do, make sure I don't have too many shifts at work, because you're supposed to only have 10 because that's full time shifts. But then I actually have to schedule in, Friday Night Tights and all my streams and this and that. Otherwise, I will forget. Like I even schedule social time. Besides Mark, I don't schedule him in. He's there all the time. But like when I meet up with friends, I got to be like, okay, I have that stream, I'm working, and this I actually have to sleep. I even schedule out workout times. It's
So
not
it's like, yeah, we'll go for 3 margaritas. I've got 3 streams. I've got to do this. I've got to do that.
yeah.
Can I pencil you in for 3 Thursdays away? Is
Yeah.
it like
No,
that?
actually, it is. It is. And like one of my best friends, she works 2 jobs as well, and she works pretty much like 6 to 7 days a week, sometimes double shifts. So we will schedule something in where both of us are free, usually a month and a half in advance.
Yep.
But that's just the
So,
way we both are. So it kind of works. It works for us, and we understand. But yeah,
so
it's crazy.
we have a question from the audience.
Oh.
Brightest Day wants to know, how did you two first to meet? I'm
To
assuming that
meet.
mean you and you and Vision. How did you first to meet?
Vision. Oh yeah, you're the one that made Vision.
Yes.
So
It was hard to find a clip of him not moving his head around. I had to find one that was really still.
Yeah, he is a very fidgety person. We met on Tinder.
Oh, I mean, hey, it's a modern day love
It
story.
is. It
There's
is.
nothing wrong with that.
But like literally there were so many different factors for it, he at the time worked 4.5 hours away from me, and if it wasn't for his boss who was like, I need to send you to Toronto to pick up something for me, so he goes and picks up the thing, but he also had broken his phone the night before, so he needed to go to a store to get a case for it, in which he ended up going to the subway and then getting stuck. So what does he do? He uses Tinder.
He uses
And
Tinder.
where he lives is on the opposite side of the city, or his family lives. It's the opposite side of the city of where I live. So there's no reason for him to be in that area. So, yeah, anyway, so yeah, he super liked the photo, and then I liked him back. I was like, this guy looks curious. So we'll see. And
I'll
then
meet some guy in a subway. Why not?
well, I mean, we didn't meet in the subway. We met at a Japanese restaurant. I wanted sushi, and yeah, so we were there, and yeah, he was
Was it an instant sort of connection, or
I would say so. We had very good conversation. I was having fun. I think the only thing that I was kind of nervous about was like he lived far. I'm like, well, I don't know how serious this is gonna be because I mean, 4.5 hours is a long ways away. But it kind of worked with the whole pandemic, and we were able in his time for Christmas leave in 3 weeks to solidify some sort of emotional connection that lasted until we got more permanent settlings together. And also, hi, Mark. And also he so our second date we had set up, but I was actually getting so sick that I had to go to the hospital the day of the date, and he
Yeah.
thought I was blowing him off. I wasn't. I was dying. I needed IV fluids and lots of Tylenol. My temperature was like over 40 degrees Celsius, whatever that is in Fahrenheit. I have no idea.
no?
For you
I
Americans.
no. We use the proper measurement. So I
Yes,
understand.
yes, I
Yeah.
know. We're not
Yeah.
like the Americans. Sorry. Love
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I love all my American friends, but yeah, you need to Celsius.
It's all about the Celsius. So yeah, it worked out, even though literally we would never have met if it wasn't for Tinder and all those other little factors.
Well, there you
So.
go, kids. Tinder, you'll meet the love of your life.
Hey, lots of
100% of
people
the time,
have.
guaranteed.
Oh, not 100% guaranteed.
No, I don't know. Well, I mean, long distance relationships are an interesting thing. I mean, my current partner who was a long distance relationship before we ended up together wasn't on Tinder. I actually sounds a bit. I hired her to work for me, and then we started dating. So yeah, I was technically dating my employee at one stage, but apart from that, yeah, it's yeah. In all fairness, she was 10 years younger than me, and she's beautiful, so I can be forgiven.
Okay.
So like most people seem to know you from either your Twitch, but you seem to get a really big boost when it comes to being on Friday Night Tights. How did that whole thing? How did that start?
So I started playing Mario Kart with Geeks and Gamers, and I don't know how it ended up coming to be, but I don't remember who suggested this, but because Mark was doing this Gaming with Geeks show at the time, Saturdays at 1, and I think Lethal at the time was kind of going through the videos and trying to find clips to put on YouTube as well. So Jeremy asked if I could do like minutes for the show. And like when I think minutes, I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna write some detailed notes. This section's about this game, and this section's about the super chats, this section's about another game or this topic, etc., etc. I think Jeremy was just thinking 0 to 7 talked about, I don't know, Nintendo. But I went from 0 minutes introduction, 1 minute and 12 seconds,
Yeah.
Ryan's yelling at Jeremy or something like that. They start fighting, this and that. And then he's like, this is not what I asked for, but this is even better. Like, this is amazing. So I did that for a while. And then I guess when Lady Gravemaster, Gary's last producer, she had to leave and he needed someone else, Jeremy recommended me. And because I mean, he's on Friday Night Tights, and it's a Geeks and Gamers Neurotic production, so it kind of worked out that way. I always say this, but my university degree has actually amounted to something, and I'm not talking about like the X-ray stuff, but like what I did before amounted to something more than just a piece of paper at this point. Because I mean, I had good note-taking skills, the organization, all that. It just kind of worked out to help a career path I never knew was a thing. So
No, that's awesome. Well, I mean, as I was saying, like most people tend to know you from that. What was it about the Friday Night Tight crew that went, this is something that I would enjoy doing? Was it the work itself? Was it the people? How did the whole interaction and everything sway your decision?
I was always going to test it out. I think the hard part to see about that is like, will I like the work? Well, I don't know. I've never done anything like this before. I enjoy the work. I like that Gary is very what's the word for it? He's not a micromanager, and I really appreciate that because I mean, as long as I'm getting the work done in the time frame, that's all that matters. And I've always said that about school, you know, as long as you do the work and you get the marks that you need, then you get to where you need, then that's all that matters. And I mean, it for him, it's all done. It's a lot of work behind the scenes, but I really, really, really enjoy it. Plus, like getting to hang with the guys, and Chrissy, who's not a male, of course. It's been
I've
really
noticed
fun.
that. Yeah,
It's been really fun. And I mean, like, when I get to meet them in person, it's like watching the Avengers together for the first time in the movie. And it's almost magical because what you see behind the cameras when we're all in our little squares, it's awesome. But when it's actually in person, it's just that much better. So I see where it's going and I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. And I mean, what more can you ask from a job, right? So
exactly. I mean, so you meet these guys in person for the first time. Was there a person or so that surprised you without giving away too much details? You know, was comics way shorter than you expected? Was
I
you know,
felt so bad for comics. I wore 4-inch heels meeting him for the first time.
I know I've seen the
Look at
photo.
the pictures. So like I'm like taller than him. I'm like, he is taller than me in real life, okay? Comics is not that short. I wore the wrong clothes, the wrong shoes that night. At least
Well, I
for
mean,
those
at least you
pictures.
didn't hit him in the balls when you walked past him. It could be
Oh,
worse.
you know what? I always say this. He ran into my hand. I was just skipping along, looking cute, being adorable for Chris to stream, and he into my hand. But I mean, I'm gonna let
There
the
it is,
optics show that I
confirmed.
hit him.
Confirmed. There it is. It wasn't assault.
Yeah, he's a bit of a masochist, that boy.
I can't confirm or deny that, but I've heard stories.
Yeah,
All right,
so
so we're at the part of the thing where we do our 10 burning questions, as I like to call them. So some of these you might have an answer to. Some of them I'll play a little bit of a video. You answer them however you feel. If you don't know the answer, you can just say skip it, and then we'll move on. All right, so the very first one. Is Deckard a human or a replicant in the Blade Runner series? I was deliberate.
I don't know who that is.
I know that was the point of me putting it in there. That was one of the suggestions from someone that you do work with. I'm not going to say who it is.
See, I wish I read that. Oh my god.
All right, we'll move on to question 2.
I wish I watched that. Okay.
Right. If you punch yourself and it hurts, are you weak or strong?
Well, first and foremost, punching yourself is not very easy to make strong. You know, when you punch someone, you want to use your center of gravity, but that's not typically something you can do to yourself unless maybe you're punching your leg. No, even then. This is a philosophical question. It will always be weak because you cannot fulfill the maximum amount of punch you can normally if you're punching straight.
There you go. A definitive answer from a medical professional.
Yeah. Or that was when I was doing Muay Thai and salsa dancing.
Okay, well there you go. I wasn't assuming just because you're Asian that you know kung fu or something like that. So.
But you should know that I'm good at math and kung fu.
Oh, I probably shouldn't ask the next question then. I'll skip that one then.
No.
Next one. If you were trying to fail and you succeed at failing, Was that a success or a fail?
If you're trying to fail and you succeed to fail, that is a success. People don't have to know that you were trying to fail.
All
As
right,
long as
very
it's something that's in your head. Optics is maybe what you were trying to show that you were failing.
That makes sense.
At least when I think about stuff like that, that makes sense. It's all about what's in here.
All right, next one. Is the first moon landing considered the first supposed to be the word televised alien invasion?
Televised for humans.
Oh,
We don't know. Right?
that's true.
And technically, if we're getting technical about this in a scientific manner, anytime anything crash lands into the earth, that's technically like you can have bacteria invading, maybe another species we don't even know about. Who knows? Maybe
Who
like an
knows?
alien.
Well, I mean, I don't. I just ask the questions that people answer. So,
Oh,
yeah,
who asked that question? It's so random.
yeah. I mean, no, I mean everyone was asking that. All right,
Oh,
this
okay,
next one,
okay.
which might be related to something else, but who knows? Did we invent math or did we discover it?
Okay, it is a mere correlation of things that make sense. It's like a theory that you prove. So it is a discovery. We never invented it itself, but it had always existed.
There you go. Someone who might be of an Asian descent said something about math. It has to be true. See, the problem is when it comes to math, and one of my closest friends growing up, I used to always copy his test, but the problem was he was dumber than I was. So I would fail, and then 8 people around us would also fail because they would all copy him. So
study next time. It's okay. You don't have to go back to school.
no, I don't think there's going to be next time. I don't think I can go back to second grade, but
I don't know. Do they have that show? Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader or a version of that?
no, we've seen the one with Foxworthy that does it.
Oh, wow.
Jeff Foxworthy, I think it is. Yeah, one of the Southwest comedians. It's from America, so there's probably an Australian version, but I don't watch it. So
okay.
All right, next one.
Yeah.
Who is the worst reality star / personality?
Oh, that's a hard thing to answer. So, if we're thinking just on a scale of the worst personality for a reality show is just someone who's just boring, right? A villain is not the worst personality because it gives better ratings. Same thing with, certain people who you enjoy watching. Mark. So it's not someone who's evil or inherently evil or anything like that. It's just someone who just doesn't translate well. Oh, George, hi. So I don't know. I think
you got to do the George scream. You mentioned George. You've got to do the
George.
There we go.
All right. It feels weird to scream another man's name in my house.
Well, I mean, at least you're not lying down in bed because that would be weird.
Oh God, Mark, should I do that next time? So yeah,
No,
someone
Mark,
who's
answer that. I need that on screen.
Yeah. But I do enjoy villains. They're not always evil. I think people who get casted as an evil villain in, like, say, The Bachelor, Bachelorette, they're just sarcastically funny. They just get really bad at it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge reality TV fan when it comes to certain things outside like of a game show style thing, but I really got into The Bachelorette in Australia the last few years because there was this one guy who was a big, beefy, like he was a fireman, he had all this and all that, and every time someone said something, he would just cry. It was the greatest thing ever. Oh yeah,
but that's like drama. I love it.
Oh, it's so bad.
Yeah.
I'll send you a few clips, and you'll be like, this guy doesn't exist. And then he actually tried to get on to be The Bachelor, and they went, no, we're not putting you back on air.
You will literally cry in every situation. Oh gosh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Question number 7. What would the title of your biography be called, whether it's a book or a movie?
God, I kind of want to use the word poor choices in it. Too many poor choices.
Too many poor choices.
R.I.P. X-ray girl. Too many poor choices. If I have an early death.
Hey, you can get what's her name, Marvel's Katie, to play you in the movie.
Oh yes, her voice is too raspy to be me though.
Yeah, your voice is much more pleasant than is it Aquafina? Is that her name?
Aquafina.
Yeah. It sounds like an aftershave, huh?
Well, we have Aquafina, the water, so she's water.
Oh wait, there's an actual water called. Oh my god,
yeah. But with a Q, not the however she spells
KWA.
it. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of people that would enjoy drinking Aquafina. So
it's like the bougie water, I think. Or no, that's Evian. I'm thinking Evian.
Like you have even more bougie water than something called Aquafina.
Yeah. Like what's that water you sell in Starbucks? That one's like $5 a bottle. It's ridiculous.
I have no idea. Starbucks in Australia, for whatever reason, did not catch on. There's probably less than a dozen in the country.
Okay, but like a Starbucks in your country is like $7 for a coffee. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. The ones at the airports are, yeah.
Oh gosh. Well, yeah.
Actually, they're probably more. All right, this is definitely this is a pretty important question. We need to give as much thought as possible. All right, question number 8. If you could bring 3 other people into the real life version of Phasmophobia, who would they be?
Oh,
and
okay.
why is it not Jay?
Well, technically Jay would be good because then he'd be my meat shield.
He's pretty big.
Yeah. Yep,
and apparently people are saying he's fat now, which I don't understand.
Think he's fat. He's not fat. He's not fat. I've seen him in real life. He's not fat.
There you go. We've heard it here first from a medical professional. Jay's not fat.
Who would I bring in real life? Everyone I know is a big chicken. I don't know who would be actually a good ghost hunter. Oh, Mark, you're coming. Okay, we can always put your right leg in front.
So we got Mark.
Sacrificial leg.
The oddest way of saying it, but yeah, okay. Mark and his sacrificial leg.
Okay, I'll probably have to bring Tugs and Jay.
Tugs and Jay. Okay, so you've got the artificial leg, you've got your poor choices, and then you got your meat shield.
Yep. So I got a meat shield. I got a right leg to my sacrificial right leg, and Tug seems to know a lot about ghosts, so that'd probably be good. Hi, Jay. You're welcome. I don't know what you're saying thank you for. Because
you'd bring you, and you're not. He's not fat because you're a medical professional.
No, not at all. Not at all.
All right, this is a question that I have a very strong opinion on one side, but I just need to know how long the show is going to go, depending on your answer. Pineapple on pizza, yay or nay?
Who asked this? People should know my choices by now. Pineapple on pizza, yes.
Because you're Canadian and they invented it.
They invented it. I know. That's such a misnomer. People think it was like Hawaiian people or something like that.
No. It was a Swedish Jew that invented it in Canada, and the number one country in the world that eats pineapple on pizza is Australia.
Shut up. I did not know that. Okay. Wow. I'm learning lots. Yeah. Pineapple pizza. This is one thing that I'm like so grateful Gary and I agree on because Mark does not like pineapple. Well, Mark doesn't like a lot of stuff on pizza. He's like a straight pepperoni and cheese or basil. What's that one? No, the one that people always get at the fancy ones.
Like a margarita or something?
Margarita. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So I don't know why, but I love a Hawaiian pizza or chicken, pineapple, bacon and mushrooms. So good.
Mushrooms belong on a pizza. I don't care what anyone says. Mushrooms make a pizza better.
It's so good. I've made friendships based on talking
And just like
about
that, I've lost
toppings.
30 subs.
No, guys, come on. Come on.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
Someone else agrees with us.
yes, Kaylee. I am very happy about that. Why are we counting numbers?
I'm not too sure what Ruben's doing, but I kind of feel like he's keeping score on something.
Also, horror Amarada.
Oh yeah,
Joy
yeah,
with
horror. She's been
pineapple crew. Yes. Oh, with jalapenos, that would taste so good.
I think it's pronounced jalapenos. I mean, it's got a J in
Jalapenos.
those.
Okay, okay.
Jalapenos.
Either way, they taste good.
Yeah, I mean, not too many. I don't really like it. I like hot stuff, but I don't like, for whatever reason, jalapenos always they hurt me later on. So.
Oh, Ring of Fire.
Yes, yeah. I appreciate the
Mm.
song. So, all right. And the last, speaking of something that's burning, the last burning question: what is the ultimate reality TV crossover that has never happened? So whether it's like, The Bachelor and Survivor, or Shark Week and The Bachelor, I don't know. Like,
So there's a TV show that I actually watch. It's called MTV's The Challenge, which is like a reality show slash like mental competition slash they do physical competition, something different every week. So each game, it's like a different strategy. They have their veterans, but then they bring people in from other reality shows. So like things like The Bachelor, Survivor. They bring people in from Geordie Shore.
oh,
Stuff
the
from
English
Britain.
one, the Geordie Shore. Oh my
Yes,
God, that is so
yes.
good.
So, like, it's already happened for me, at least. What I would be interested to see is people go on Big Brother from different reality shows. I know they do like Celebrity Big Brother and like people from previous Big Brother casts, but I think it'd be kind of fun to see like a mix of different reality televisions, because Big Brother, it's like a whole different type of competition because you're away from everyone in the world, like you, and the way they live, it's just, I cannot imagine. They can't sing songs because of copyrights.
Yeah, yeah.
Certain things on their
I had a
shirts
mate
they
of mine
can't
that was
wear.
on the Australian one, and yeah,
It's
he was
crazy.
only in there for a couple of days because he was able to bring an item, and he brought his guitar, so he started playing stuff, and he's like, well, like, you got to play something original. He's like, I don't know how to play anything original.
Yeah, I know. It's wild. Like you can't even hum a song because they'll tell you to stop. So I think it's like living in a prison that you chose to live
Yeah,
in.
exactly.
So that's the only other one, but I love The Challenge, which I'm hoping to be watching for next season. Hoping. So yeah.
Would you go on any one? And if you could go on any one, which one would it be? And if Mark's still in the chat, you can leave if it's The Bachelorette. This is just a hypothetical.
Okay, I would only do, if I were to do a dating show, it'd be Paradise, because if it's The Bachelor, Bachelorette, like I think it's too stressful. I like more downtime, personally. But reality show wise, I do like, I don't know, Family Feud would be fun.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's nothing crazy. I don't think any of these like physical stuff with reality shows, although there's some like I would love to go on every bachelorette date. I just don't want to date people.
You just
Like,
don't
is
want to
that
date people.
yeah.
I'll fly in a helicopter with you. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
we're not touching. Just
Yeah.
we'll ride horses on the beach for a bit. We'll eat strawberries and wine. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, go horseback riding, fly on these crazy jet planes, have these crazy dinners.
I
That'd
mean,
be
I'm
fun.
assuming they do that. I don't watch that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
So
I mean,
that
who
would
watches that?
probably be my only one, like Family Feud, or I don't know. Oh, Price is Right. That looks so fun.
No, I'm terrible when it comes to price. I'm like, no, it's too expensive. I'm not buying it. No, you're not buying it. You got to bid on it. I don't want it. You take it.
Yeah. What I didn't know though is if you win the prizes, you still got to pay the taxes on the
You got to pay the
prizes.
tax on it. Yeah.
Which is like, if you get a car, like, I just have like, I don't know, 8 to 10K just sitting around to pay the taxes for this
Well,
car.
there was the guy that won the double showcase packages who was homeless. And they offered him $10,000 to get out of it. So that's what he took. He had $290,000 worth of prizes, but to get it, he had to pay $32,000 in tax, and he didn't have it. So
Yeah.
they offered him $10,000 out of it.
That's just wild. Anyways.
Yeah, that was the same problem with Oprah when she gave away all the cars. Everyone had to pay the gift tax on it.
It's not worth it. It's not
No.
well. Depends on the car. Like, can I get like a cheap car? Like, we'll go with that. I can pay the taxes on that. I don't know
You
if I
get
could
a
ever.
Mercedes, you get crippling debt. You get crippling debt.
Yeah, maybe that's what they do though, so they don't have to give them the prizes.
Yeah, because otherwise they pay the tax on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wild.
So this is the part where we take a couple of minutes to shout out the chat. So we have Hail to Darius Munchausen. We got Brightest Day. We got Orange Hat Reviews. We have Gap, also GAP or Gap Stargate. Kaylee D. We have Marika the Cyraborg. I don't know who that is. Never heard
Don't
that
know
name
who
before.
he is.
Yeah. Ruben Christopher Haynes. Everyone knows him. He's an absolute gentleman. We have Keck44. We also have George, my big internet brother.
George.
How you doing, buddy? We'll keep scrolling down. We have Mark Cyborg's in here a fair bit. What's going on? We have Drunk 3PO. We have Captain Trek. Who else we got? Oh, my mouse is not working anymore. I think I mentioned Brightest Day. George, yep. We got Zax with a double X. How you doing? Horror Armorata. She's definitely been a good supporter. Definitely check out her Twitch channel.
Mm-hmm. I will one day. It's always so late.
Yeah, no, I mean it's perfect time for me. So, Kaylee, yep. I think I've got everyone. If I missed you, say something. And there we go. We got 32 flavors of Nick Weiser as well.
Mm-hmm.
In there. So if I've forgotten you, make sure you abuse me in the chats, and then we'll keep going.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what's going on with your Twitch? Do you have any further plans when it comes to newer games or newer content?
So I got Pokemon Diamond. I want to stream that more. I got a couple games actually while the sale was on. There's another game I called Inside on the Switch. I'm gonna probably play at some point. And then I still want to play Outlast. People have been saying I should. Like I love scary games. There's a lot of good games. It's just not enough time in the world to be able to do everything I want.
Not enough time to be scared on games. That makes
yeah,
sense.
Yeah. And I mean, like I said earlier, I wanted to do more television shows. Because Bachelor, Bachelorette are great, but there's a lot of other good reality television out there. So there's that, and any other plans?
Sorry, I just got a message from George real quickly. Stream elements. All right. So what's a game that you're really looking forward to coming up?
There's one on the Switch here. I'll find it. I think it's called like Big Brain Academy or something like that. I saw it. It's you can pre-order it now for December 3rd. I don't know why. I feel like my brain needs to be stimulated. Oh no, my internet's not working on my Switch. But anyway, so it's like puzzles and all this stuff, and and then I got Tetris. I love Tetris. But yeah, those are like the two. Well, that one game I wanted to play, the brain one. I should probably play a bit more Visage, but I'm really scared of that game. I'm not gonna lie.
I've seen what you play. They are pretty scary. Mm-hmm. All right, so we have a donation from George Milo, my big internet brother. Oh my god, dude, what are you doing? You don't have to send me money. Fuck. For $50. Oh my god, George. Aww. All hail to the Aussie juggernaut from down under. Great show, my brother. Always forward. All hail, Mr. Grant Gregory. All hail, X-Ray Girl. George.
Hail, George.
You don't need to do that, brother, but thank you very much. I appreciate you so much. my very first donation. He's gonna make me cry on air, and I'm in front of
Aw.
X-Ray Girl. Jesus.
It's okay. To be honest, I've seen so many people cry in front of me. I don't make them cry, I swear.
I mean, usually it's probably bad news, so this is good news. So
This is great news. I love
Yeah.
happy tears. Just let it out. It's okay. A man in touch with his emotion is a good thing.
No, I'm a silk. There's a big difference. Thank you very much, George. You're a gentleman and someone who I'm proud to call my big internet brother.
George is awesome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. One day you're gonna come here. Hopefully you'll be able to escape for a short little trip. It'd be nice to actually like meet you.
So looking forward to coming over. Like I got my trip planned. I'm gonna land in Vancouver. I'm going around. I got a couple of friends in Canada. I'm gonna go around, and then I'm gonna go down the East Coast. I'm gonna make my way to Texas, where I think I'm probably gonna spend the majority of my time because there's so many people that are just like, come to Texas. We'll do some stuff. So it depends.
Are you gonna drive though, or are you gonna
absolutely? Oh,
fly
absolutely. I mean, unless you just have good trains. I love trains, but
I don't know trains. In the
I don't
States.
know. Yeah. But yeah, I'll be going to Ontario because I've got a couple of friends there. So,
Are you coming to Toronto?
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Oh, okay, you definitely have to let me know. Oh my gosh, I'm in the Toronto area somewhere there. It's a very big area.
Yeah, somewhere there would. Yeah, you don't have to dock yourself. But yeah, I'll be doing that, and then I'll be going down and seeing my big internet brother George. Depending on whether they've got the Geeks and Gamers studio going up, I'll be down there and do a couple of live shows down there. But I definitely, I just want to drive. I want to see. I don't want to fly. I want to see the country. You know,
it's definitely a great drive. I've done across Canada. It's beautiful. When are you coming though? Like winter?
That's the problem. I mean, I can't even go to my letterbox at the moment. I mean, I can, but that's just an exaggeration. But yeah, I definitely within the next 2 years, you know, me, the missus, the little one will come over, and we'll just we just want to go trekking around and, you know, get to meet everyone, like because I don't have really any social connections where I am here. All my connections are through you guys. So I spend 90% of my time interacting with people online, and I just love to be able to, like, the idea when I saw the meetup, that the first one, it was something that I never thought was even possible. And then seeing that, and then all of a sudden now going back and watching, I'm like, oh my god, there's Ords, oh my god, there's Ginger Ninja, you know, like you see all these people that you now know, and then all of a sudden you now have this massive fear of missing out of the future sort of stuff. If we could time it around, that would be perfect. And I mean, yeah, who knows by then whether, you know, Comics Division has his Dick's Ranch going or what's going on.
His what?
The Dick's Ranch. You haven't heard of Comics Division's Dick's Ranch? Oh.
I'm a bad supporter. Ah! Okay, but did I hear that right? It was
DIX, yeah, Comics Division. You know, because he's the Dick's Division.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, I heard something else. Oh my god.
We'll get like a mini bus or something like that, and we'll swing down. We'll pick up George. We'll go get Ryan. You'll come down. If Mark can come down as well, even better.
Yes.
You know, and just go around and just enjoy what you know what the northern part of the world has to offer, because I've never been there. So.
Oh my god, I'm so excited for when you come over. Oh my god, it's gonna be so fun.
I mean, there's certain things I want to try. Gary's convinced me that I have to try a taco or a burrito from California, because apparently they're better on. My mate says I've got to go to Quebec and try some poutine. I mean, I like cheese and that, but yeah.
Deli meat.
A couple of people said I've got to try some Tex-Mex. I don't even know what that is, but I'll try that. But yeah, any sort of food. I mean, my plan is to be under about maybe 60 kilos by the time I go over there, and then have to take up at least 2 seats on my way back. You know?
Oh, we can definitely help you out with that. There are a lot of good foods here too.
Okay, Ruben, Tex Tacos, Tex Mexican. That's right. Yep. But yeah, you know, just I want to experience that entire that entire new world.
Mhm.
Because normally I'd say, yeah, come over here, but it's probably not a good place to come over at the moment with everything that's going on.
Yeah. Yeah. It's tough with traveling, even within the country, but I'm excited for whenever you start planning and actually enacting that plan because yeah, it's a long flight, but it's gonna be so worth it.
Yeah. Well, I
So
mean,
worth
and that's the point. I want to make sure that we do it at the right time with the right, and get the right thing. And I'll have to be as diligent as you are with your daily planner on every sort of thing. And I'll even get different colored Post-it notes all over it.
Oh,
Well, speaking of travel, where would you travel? If you could travel anywhere in the world right now, where would you want to go?
um, so a place that's time sensitive that I've always wanted to go to is the Maldives, but it's not where I would want to go to next. The last big travel I went to was Argentina and Chile, to go hiking, and I kind of want to do something like that again, but I just don't know where I would go. Maybe Peru or somewhere
Ask Jay. He's
in
probably been there and built a half a
Italy.
dozen houses.
Yeah, yeah. And there's just so much I would love to do, like Asia. I only spent 3 weeks in Vietnam. I think 3 years ago, and I want to go all to like Japan, Thailand, China, and then eventually Philippines, Australia. So there's lots of places, just don't have the time and money. And I mean, right now it's kind of difficult to travel to
Yeah.
certain places. So,
Well, I mean, if you go to the Philippines, you definitely got to try some balut.
oh yes, I've had it actually as a kid already.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. No, we had a Filipino family, and I had it when I was younger, and
I loved
everyone
it.
hated it, but I loved it. So
It's
yeah.
so good. I mean, now I haven't had it in over like a decade and a half. I
Yeah.
don't know if I could eat it now, knowing what it is, but I like crack the egg, salt and pepper, and
You
yeah,
feel a
go to
crunch.
town.
Is it a beak? Is it a foot? Doesn't
I
matter. It's
know.
delicious.
Now I'd be like, oh, I don't know if I could do that. It's hard. It's harder now, but I mean, it was so good. It was one of my favorites. That and I did like snails a lot. Oh my god! In Vietnam, they had so many different types of snails. It was crazy. It was so good though. So good. I
Yeah,
can't say
I've got a recommendation: not to come to Texas in the summer because they'll hate it.
yeah, it's hot.
Yeah, I mean, I live under the sun.
That's
the whole
true.
ozone was
You'll
here,
be
so.
fine. I remember Texas was like crazy because you'd be like in hot heat, like 40, 50-degree heat, and then you'll go inside, it's blasting AC. And then I definitely got sick. I got a cold in Texas.
I mean, that's the thing, I guess.
Yeah.
The Texas cold, where you're sweating, you're burning up, and you're sneezing at the same time.
Yep.
See, I'm a sun sneezer, so that's probably gonna make it really bad. I go out of the shadows and I walk out, and then all of a sudden I just sneeze as soon as I see the sun.
But you're literally allergic to the sun.
No, I'm not. I'm not allergic to the sun. It's
Oh.
it's a weird thing that I'll walk out, and if I look up at the sun, I'll sneeze.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was interesting. I thought that was an allergy because there are people who are allergic to the sun.
No, it's not. It's not on
Wow.
allergies. They reckon it's some throwback to when we were cavemen or something sort of thing. I'm not as evolved, So yeah.
You got called a caveman.
Yeah, I got called a caveman. So, well, anyway, it's coming up to the 50-minute mark, so I want to thank my absolutely awesome guest,
Thank you
Ms.
for having
Girl,
me.
or X-Ray, however you want to be known as, X-Ray Girl. I'll give you a minute to plug away from any of your new stuff.
I mean, I have Twitter, Instagram, X-Ray Girl _ for both. X-Ray Girl 2077 for Twitch, and Poor Choices, POUR Choices. You'll find me there and on FNT, and sometimes on some stuff with Geeks and Gamers. Oh, and the Geeks and Gamers Instagram account. I do run that. So lots of things. And anything new? Just the usual.
So any one of your 6 different jobs.
Yes. You'll find me somewhere eventually. I'll appear.
Absolutely. I want to thank everyone in the chat. Big thanks to everyone. Thank you, George, once again. I'll send you a link because we need to have a chat because you shouldn't have done that, but I appreciate you, everything that you did. Thank you, everyone. Next week, I'm not exactly sure who we're going to get, but hopefully within the next 2 weeks, I'll be getting my man George on there, and yeah, I've got Ryan booked in the future. We got so many different things. This will be a weekly thing. So once again, thank you to everyone to take time out of your busy day. Just remember that you matter, you are important, and I appreciate you. And I want to say goodbye to everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks for watching. Make sure to hit the like button and bell icon. Welcome to Behind the Mic with Mr. Grant Gregory.
G'day everyone, my name is Mr. Grant Gregory and welcome to Behind the Mic. I am joined today by the Prince of Earth, Mr. Lethal Lightning. How you doing today, mate?
How we doing? That was a wicked intro. I was dancing to that.
Oh, we should have been on camera for that, maybe for next time.
Yes. How are you?
All right, yeah, going good, buddy. So just before we start, I just got a little bit of housekeeping. Just before the end of my last stream, I received a donation for Horror Amarada, and she wrote, money for coming to America trip. Let me know if you stop in Montana. So sorry I missed that. I'll make sure I do better in the future.
Be better.
Be better, yes. As Black Superman, aka Falcon, told me, be better. I've got to do better. What's happening, brother?
Not much. I'm enjoying my coffee. I'm complaining about the heat while wearing a robe because I've only been up for about 40 minutes.
That's fair enough. So a bit of an interesting show you had last night.
Yeah. Lots of yelling. Good times.
Yeah, well, it was definitely something. So you're gonna be doing many more shows before the end of the year, or?
No. we're gonna be taking a break until the end of the year and go from there. Maybe change things up. Maybe do something new. Who knows? It was definitely a fun one.
Definitely looking forward to it.
Thank you.
So, how's things down in your state? I know my states and Queensland are a little bit skew. How's things down your neck of the woods?
Adelaide is Adelaide. Make what you will of that. Nothing happens. Nothing happens in Adelaide. Every now and then you have I remember being 17 years old, 18, and seeing a march for Guy Fawkes Day, and it was a police escort, which I thought kind of defeated the whole point of that whole movement. That's Adelaide for you. You know, don't take it too seriously, but it's a meme. You know that meme of whenever a musician comes to Australia, they do the Australian tour, which doesn't include Adelaide.
Well, they're probably just afraid of all the serial killers that are down that way.
Yeah. We got one or two of them, I hear.
Definitely.
I think statistically, I would have had to have walked past a serial killer.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Unless you're one yourself that we don't know of, then yeah, you've definitely probably interacted with them.
Yeah, maybe.
So
too much.
I noticed that you've been playing a little bit of an online game, and you've got to a very high rank.
I am Onyx rank in Halo Infinite, which is the highest rank you can possibly get. I'm a savage at Halo. I play it not as much as I thought I would have, but I was sick for about a week. I was pretty sick. Do you remember the flu?
I remember that used to be a thing, yeah. Before we killed it. Yeah.
Yeah. I reckon I had the common flu for about a week. It was very nostalgic, but yeah, now I've been playing quite a bit and I'm having a lot of fun on Halo Infinite. I've definitely got my criticisms of it, especially all the monetization bullshit. But as far as gameplay goes, it's great. It's great, and I'm fucking dominating bitches in it.
Well, that's the main thing. So, what? No corporate sponsorship yet? What's going on?
No corporate sponsors. No one's rang me up for a photo shoot. I don't know what's going on. I reckon my application got lost in the mail. I'll send another one.
Most definitely. So, you're going to be doing more Twitch stuff now because with you taking a break from the full Aussie and all that.
Yep.
Is that going to be now your focus?
I'll probably put the same amount of focus into that as I normally have been, which has been like early morning streams. They've been pretty fun. Oh, Krista's here. Hi, Krista. Mwah! Yeah, playing. I am also the highest ranked Fire Emblem Free Houses streamer for the last 3 or 4 in a row. So I'm letting all that go to my head. I'm having a lot of fun with
most
that as well.
definitely. I make sure every time that you're on. I mean, just within our small little fellowship, you got you as the leader of that. You got Jay as the lawn mowing king. So I mean, what else can't we do?
Exactly. Jay can be the lawnmower king, and I'm the leader of Hunger Games for children.
Yeah, I never really understood much about that game. I watched you play it, and then I don't know, and then you're changing people, and then it looks like this guy's a real beta male, but he's killing everyone. So it definitely.
I have a
looks
femboy on a
interesting.
horse.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Yeah.
He's very feminine, and he's on a horse. It's quite the contradiction.
Absolutely. With your channel, how many subs are you up to now on your YouTube channel?
5,477.
That's insane because I think when I first come across you was I think you're in the low 2000s, I think.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but it was just because I was just searching for Aussie YouTubers, and your one was halfway down the page.
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah, so that was pretty cool. Do you have a lot of interaction with other Australian YouTubers outside of our little sphere?
Not really. No, actually, there's not many of us.
That's
well,
true.
if they are, they're all hiding from me.
Well, I mean, that makes sense. Adelaide, so
yeah. And I haven't found a single Australian female channel that I've actually interacted with.
Yeah, there are a couple that I know of, but no. I mean, the only other one that I know that's quite popular is How to Cook That, Anne Reid, and she's in like 5 million subs or something ridiculous.
Well, there is Talisha, but that's a ASMR Twitch streamer that Lyndon has the hots for. So I thought I'd leave her alone. Bro code.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, he does like his ASMR artists, as he calls them.
Yeah, he's probably a serial killer.
He can't be. He's not from Adelaide.
Oh, well, I'm sure he's visited at some stage.
Absolutely. All right, I got some what they call our little segment called burning questions. So I'll just we'll fire off a couple of these and see how you go. All right, this is the first question.
Mm-hmm.
If Cinderella's shoe fits perfectly, then why did it fall off when she ran away?
Do you want the politically correct answer or the honest truth?
Both.
Okay, 1, women don't know how to walk properly. It's a chromosome thing. And 2, she was seeking attention. She knew that if she lost a shoe, she'd be able to, like when a girl stays over and she leaves like something in your house as an excuse to come back.
Yeah, a toothbrush, pair of jeans, small child, the usual.
Yeah, sister, whatever. Yeah, she was just looking for an excuse, so she figured she'd leave the shoe behind.
Fair enough. All right, question number 2. Would you dress up as Captain Marvel to be with her for a night?
Someone watched the stream last night. The answer is no. No. God almighty, no.
Not even as the male Captain Marvel? Oh.
Okay, maybe.
Opportunity missed. There it is, Bree. I mean, that was a fun conversation last night, especially the yelling for about an hour. That's the part that I enjoyed the most.
The hour of yelling is always good.
Yes, if anyone hasn't seen it, I'll put the link in the description below, so definitely go out and check out the Full Aussie last night.
And let me know who you think was right in the argument.
Yes, we'll do a poll. Who was right? Yes. Good to see Rhino creating 300 new accounts just to win.
I wouldn't put it past him.
All right, next question. Who would you cast as Master Chief in a Halo movie?
Oh, fuck. Well, you should never see his face. So, fuck, that's a good question. Oh my God, I've never thought of that. And, I've always been terrible at fan castings. But goddamn, let me think about that for a second. in a movie, so I
Yeah,
can
in a-
kind of go a bit.
yeah, a movie franchise, anything.
I can kind of go a bit bigger budget. Master Chief. Well, you never see his face, and you could always get like the actual voice actor. So I don't know. Maybe you could get like Keanu Reeves or something, and you can just only ever see him from the back and shave his head.
That is actually an interesting one. I wouldn't mind seeing Keanu. That's for sure. All right. Next one. Is the first moon landing considered the first televised alien invasion?
Oh, well, considering I, the Prince of Earth, am from the Moon Kingdom, yes, it was absolutely a declaration of war and an act of treachery that will not be forgotten.
Are you going to get the Sailor Squad or whatever they're called? I don't watch the show or read the comics, so
I
don't
can
know.
tell, yes.
Yeah, the
Sailor
what is this,
Guardians.
some kind of Sailor Squad. I think there's a line from
Sailor Squad. No, there's sometimes Suicide Squad. The Sailor Guardians, and yes, absolutely. We've had enough of your fucking Neil Armstrong bullshit.
All right, next question. Did we invent math or did we just discover it?
Fuck. Math we invented. We would have had to invent math as an answer to some of our problems, I guess. And then someone along the line decided to add letters to it because they thought they were being fancy, but really it just fucked it up for everyone.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I can see that one.
Yeah.
All right. Next one. Who is the worst reality or TV personality? I'm going to specifically put this to Australian. Who do you think
Reality
is the
star.
worst reality or TV personality?
Oh, fuck me. I hate Tracy Grimshaw.
That's a really good answer. I heard of someone who liked Tracy Grimshaw, but I think that was in fact Tracy Grimshaw, so I'm not too sure if that really
I'm
counts.
not even convinced that's true.
Yeah.
I reckon she looks in the mirror and goes, oh, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, at least she's got eyes.
Yeah, nah, Tracy can fuck off. You know who made Tracy famous, in my opinion, was Corey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
The
she'd
guy
be
that had the
nothing without
party?
Corey.
Yeah.
Yeah, the party guy, yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, fuck Tracy Grimshaw. If you're ever watching this, fuck you, Tracy.
Please subscribe. All right, next question. What would the title of your biography be called?
Balls deep.
Balls Deep, the Lethal Lightning story. except if you're forced to wear a Captain Marvel outfit.
Yes, then it's balls off.
Balls off. Which Halo game is the worst and why?
Halo 5 can fucking suck a dick and die in the deepest depths of hell. It's storytelling abomination and character assassination across the board. It's worse than Star Wars had a Last Jedi and Halo had a Halo 5, and it's even worse. You're muted.
I never played Halo 5, so I have no idea.
It's a mainline Halo game, and Master Chief's only playable in 3 levels. Get the fuck out. That's stupid.
That doesn't make any sense. Even
No,
I know
it
that.
doesn't. It was awful. It was, and the advertising. Oh my god, the marketing! What a load of shit the marketing was. The marketing was all like, "There's going to be this huge confrontation between Locke and Chief," and it goes for about 2 minutes. It was trash, man. It was trash. And Cortana, the way they did Cortana dirty, that might go down as like the worst thing Halo's ever done. It was bad. It was really fucking bad.
All right, next question. Pineapple on pizza, yay or nay?
Yay. I am
Good
a
lad.
team. Yay.
You hear that? You heard it
Anchovies,
first,
olives,
internet.
a lot. Sorry?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All right.
I mean, it doesn't go with everything. You can't put it on like pepperoni, but you know.
That's true. Yeah, it needs to have a nice balance. That's
Yep.
for sure. So, all right, last one. What's the ultimate reality TV crossover that hasn't happened? It can be from any genre, anything.
Big Brother meets Top Gear.
Oh, where they line the contestants up and they just run them over.
See how many the stick can hit
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
in a short period of time.
Yeah, I'd watch that.
Trust
Most
me, man, you make
definitely.
$1 million.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So, what are the plans for the rest of the week when it comes to your internet streaming wise?
Well, the week's just starting. Because it's Sunday here, so for us, the week's just starting. I think the overall plan is videos on my main channel as I go throughout the week, videos on the Gaming with Geeks channel. And I think I might do a live stream in a day or two for the new Demon Slayer season because they're starting the district arc. So that could be pretty fun to talk about that for a bit. And then Twitch streams throughout the week. I'll probably be doing them early in the morning as well. And Halo ranked streams.
Will that
Yeah,
be on
those
the
are pretty
Gaming with Geeks or on your own personal?
That'd be on mine. They'd be on mine probably. When it's ranked, I take it a bit more seriously. I'm more like dialed into the game, and then I'll pop and have a look at the chat, and we'll make jokes about inappropriate things. And then I'll get straight back to getting huge, fat, juicy wins.
That's the way to do it. So, how did you become a part of the Geeks and Gamer Network?
Oh, okay. That's rewinding the clock a bit. So I'd had my channel for a while by that stage, and I was just talking my mind about shit that I saw that was going on. With mostly with video games and with TV shows and comics and shit like that. So pretty much exactly the same as I am now. And then Ryan actually recommended me. And then I spoke with Jeremy on my break at work, and he said, "Hey, do you reckon you can make a video for the Geeks and Gamers channel?" And I made 2 and sent them to him. And he said, "Yeah, these are good. I'll put both of them on." And we went from there. And then he realized, he was like, "Oh my God, I got to get this guy before someone else does, because this guy's just dripping with fucking perfection."
Well, I'd get that checked out if you're dripping too much. That could be leaked
And where
somewhere.
you're dripping from as well.
Yeah, well, exactly. You don't end up being too swampy.
Ooh,
Sorry, Jay. No offense.
Yeah, well, Florida. Isn't Florida basically a swamp anyway?
I have no idea. I know they have swamps and alligators. I saw that
See,
on
at one
CSI.
stage I thought it was just a giant beach, and then I heard it was also a swamp where they have alligators that are hooked on methamphetamine.
Oh, okay.
You haven't heard of the alligators hooked on methamphetamines?
No, go on. Do tell.
Well,
I've
apparently a whole bunch of people in Florida, like when cops would raid them, and they had to flush down their meth, and the alligators ended up with, like, if you flush your toilet or whatever, it all leads to the alligators. So they were all flushing their meth, so the cops wouldn't get them, and all the alligators were off their face on meth.
That is
And they had to put out
insane.
like a public statement going, "Hey, please stop flushing your meth. The alligators are, I don't know if they were ODing or anything, but these alligators are all cracked out of their head."
That's insane. That would be so awesome to see. I mean, from a distance. Anyway.
Yeah, a meth gator.
A meth gator. You wouldn't see that on Transformers, that's for sure.
Oh, never say never. Hasbro can get desperate.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
A meth gator.
A meth gator. Maybe we need Jay to go for a walk through the swamps and record it for us.
Could you
Big-
imagine seeing a crocodile, like one of our crocodiles, hooked on meth?
But, no, I mean, Jesus Christ, they're strong enough and big enough as it is. What's the last thing you want is something that's bloody, 30 foot chasing you?
That hasn't slept in 4 days? I reckon it would forget how to swim and
munchies.
drown.
Yeah, I just wouldn't actually. Now I just want to see. Now I want to see that.
Could you
All
imagine
right.
when its teeth start to fall out? And it's all
Oh.
scabby and shit?
It can't scratch itself. It's so itchy.
But yeah, meth gators.
Meth gators. That is insane. I'm
The
gonna have a
fuck
word
is
to. I'm gonna have a
that?
word to Jeremy and that. They never mentioned this once. That's definitely one reason I got to go down to Florida now.
I'm just here for the meth gators.
I'm just here for the meth gators. Yeah.
Oh boy.
So
But yeah. that's
how
right.
long's your full Aussie podcast been going for, and how did that all go about starting?
It started. Let me rewind. It started. Okay, yeah. So I was driving home from work one night, and Rhino rang me, and I didn't really know him very well at the time, and I thought it was a bit weird that he rang me. but I answered it, and he said that he had the idea of starting to do like a bunch of Australians together and do a stream, and he wanted to call it the Australian Council, and I said that's a fucking stupid name. But
You have to be standing around holding shovels if you want to be the council.
yeah, not doing much and having one guy do it all. You know, it's a 6-man job to
Yeah, 5
watch that whole-
supervisors. Yeah.
And the first stream we did, we had Dash on Dashstar. He's another Australian channel, big channel as well. He was like one of the first people to do a video saying Last Jedi sucks ass. He's always been very big in Star Wars. He now has Dark Lord Dash, which is all about like Oblivion lore and shit like that. He's like my online idol is Dash, and he came on. So it was me, him, Ryan O'Linden, and the whole stream was the start of the toilet paper panic buying. So we had a whole stream talking about that, which was fucking amazing. And that would have been, when was that? Start of 2020?
Yeah, I want to say probably, yeah, not right at the beginning, but
February,
early
March?
2020. Yeah, something around there, I think.
Because it
'Cause
was
I remember there was
just as COVID was about to hit.
Yeah, there was the whole thing. Instead of Valentine's Day, you don't buy them flowers, buy them a roll of toilet paper. It's worth more.
Yeah. So me, him, Dashstar. Yeah, that was amazing. And Rhino.
Yeah, because you have a really unique friendship. You seem to it's like you've known each other for like forever.
The trick is just to yell at each other constantly.
Yeah, well, I mean, I tried doing that, but then they told me to get off the bus and stop yelling at old people, and I'm doing it all in the wrong places.
Yeah. Yelling at old people on buses, that should be more of like a Wednesday thing, not a Saturday night, Sunday morning thing. That could definitely get you in a bit of trouble.
Time zones are difficult, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, fair enough. But yeah, it all started because of toilet paper shortages. And we were like telling our stories of going to like Woolies and going like, look at these fucking idiots. We're watching like the Channel 9 like news clips of it going, wow, these people are going full crazy. And you got to remember, this is just before COVID like actually hit. So it was still kind of at that stage of like, we're not fully there. You know, it hasn't completely tipped over yet, but it's right on the edge. And then it was like 2 weeks later, it was like, oh,
it's gone.
Yeah, and it all started. It all started jobs from, in the space of an hour, and I was one of them. Fucking assholes.
Yeah, no, I know what it's like living in a post-COVID economy when you can't work anymore. It's definitely not fun.
Oh, it was fucking hectic for me, especially considering I was just moving as well, like moving to where I am now, and I was having like dramas with like banks and everything, man, and it was all just like, oh, fuck off, man. On top of that, you know, toilet paper people are going crazy. Strange times, man.
Indeed. So, I wanted to ask you, when it comes to your gaming, are you going to specifically stick to the Halo sort of series and the because I mean you've got two diametrically opposed things that you play a lot. Is there something that's coming out that you're really looking forward to?
The Halo campaign, which comes out in a few days, is probably like the last game I'm actually looking forward to this year. But I'm really into Halo from like a lore and story point of view, and I got to see how this continues the story, how it plays out, if it crashes and burns, or if it just it's at the stage where it can go either way. It can either be really, really good or it could be really, really shit. And the new Call of Duty Warzone map as well. I like Warzone. I've taken a bit of a break from it. One, because Halo's come out, and two, I fucking hate the current Warzone map, Verdansk. It's just filled with hackers. But when this new one comes out, I'll be playing that quite a bit as well. So that should be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can't be any worse than Vanguard Zombies, that's for sure.
No, nothing as worse as Vanguard Zombies.
God, that was hilarious when I was watching the stream and you were yelling at them.
This is so shit.
And then all of a sudden they're just standing there. Then they kill you. It's just like,
it was terrible. It's a terrible. Oh man! But you know what? it's odd because Vanguard probably has like the best Call of Duty multiplayer in a long time.
Yeah, I used to be big back in the day playing like Quake 3. Quake 3 was like my jam. And then before that, the only other game that I ever played competitively was Worms 3.
Worms
Armageddon.
free.
Yeah.
Did you disable Holy Grenade?
No, that was all a part of because I ended up going down to Sydney and playing in the .NET championships.
No shit.
Yeah, and I got third. At that stage, it was 25 Bitcoin, and that was worth about $8. And so someone offered me $20 or something like that. So I gave it to them.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah,
those,
yeah. You don't want to talk about that too much.
Yeah, it's one of those fun stories. I mean, I was more annoyed that I didn't get second because second was $25, and yeah, got to play overseas. But then all the updates come up where they could do it online versus just over network, and yeah, so it was it was good. Like I mean that's my claim to fame when it comes to games. I've never been ranked in anything higher than that. Maybe on League of Legends I play a little bit of that, but yeah, I'm nowhere near as good as. I'm never going to get a sponsorship.
I don't know, man. If Worms makes a comeback,
I wish it did.
Yeah. And what about Lemmings? Do you ever play much Lemmings? I used to play. When I played Worms, I played a lot of Lemmings as well. They used to drive me insane as a kid.
Yeah, I played it back when it would come out, and shit, it was at 90. It was on Windows 95. Was the first one that I played it on.
I wonder if you can buy Lemmings on Steam.
I got to assume so.
Well, I'm gonna have a quick look while we're talking, because it might be one of those games that's like really, really cheap, and I'd love to play Lemmings. Be funny as fuck. But yeah, Worms and Lemmings. When I was playing the other one. They were like my two back and forth at the time. I didn't even know there was a competitive Worms scene. That's funny.
Yeah. Through Battle.net or .net Battle. I can't even remember what it was.
Battle.net.
I think it was called Battle.net was the.
That's what Warzone runs through.
Yeah, it could be. I'll have to look it up. I've still got my little trophy somewhere in the garage for it. So. But yeah, so.
Oh my god, there is. Wait, hold on. Oh, this looks like the new and improved Lemmings. I don't know about this.
You need the old one that you need DOS to run.
Yeah. I'll look at that later.
So, how did you get involved with getting Step on board for Full Aussie?
We wanted to add a woman, and she was there pretty often. And then the option came up, and we're like, "Hey, we can get like an American to have a completely other world point of view, perspective, and a female point of view as well." And we asked her, and she was more than happy to jump on. And it's been great. She's been amazing. She's really cool.
Yeah,
she's really cool.
She's good value, that's for sure.
Yeah,
there you go. You can tick your diversity checkbox. So there you go.
Yes. I have. Yes, a brown woman on the team to help balance things out. Which is ironic because she copped a bit of heat as well. But it was
for being on the show, or
I won't go into too much detail, but we had a guest once. That was all well and good, and then a few days after the stream, they saw something that Steph said, and they really didn't like it. And they kind of wanted me to, pull her in a little bit. And I was like, nah, I'm not doing that. It was interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, they obviously don't know you. If someone says, "Oh, you've got to do this," you'd be like, "Oh no, that's definitely not happening now."
No. Yeah, pretty much. I'm like, nope. Oh, well, it is what it is. It was worth it. Good lols.
So, from an outsider's perspective, what is it about Sailor Moon that you're really into? Because I've
I
watched the one
think-
that you and Lady G and that do it, and I still don't get it.
Yeah, me and me and Lady Greymaster, once a month we review a volume of the Sailor Moon manga, which is pretty different to the anime. And I guess what I like about Sailor Moon is, at the risk of sounding wimpy, I think it's one of the greatest love stories ever told. And it's just like a really well written story. And I think the stigma, it's because the anime is so different to the manga that people kind of look at it and be like, oh, isn't that like a bit, a bit,
A bit,
yeah. And then I'm like, dude, the manga's actually like dark and fucked up, man. Like people being nuked and gassed and strangled and killed and shit like that.
Okay, strangulation. Now I get why you're into it. That now it's making sense.
Or autoerotification, or however you pronounce it. Yeah. I mean, like, there's a part in Volume 2 where the character that I am right now, this picture here, he gets stabbed by Sailor Moon, and then she turns the sword around and stabs herself. But yeah, that definitely wasn't in the anime.
No,
And
because
there's a lot more blood and shit in it. Like, it's a bit more fucked up in the manga.
Yeah. Okay. That you've almost sold me. Almost. I'll have to watch your next one. When he's
Japanese school uniforms.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah,
There
fair
we go.
enough.
Sold him.
There we go.
I got him.
Yep. So yeah, when's your next stream? In a couple of weeks, isn't it?
Because of Christmas and New Year coming up, we're doing it a little bit earlier. We're going to be doing it on the 19th in Australia and the 18th in America. We're going to be doing Volume 4, and we kind of roasted Volume 3. We didn't like it, so we'll see how this one goes.
Not enough double stabbings and strangulation, I take it.
Too much stabbings, not enough strangles.
Oh.
It fucked up the whole ratio.
Yeah, typical weekend then.
Yeah. It's completely out of balance.
All right, so here's the part where he's going to take a couple of seconds just to say g'day to everyone in the chat. So
yeah, shout out everybody being here.
So we have Jamay, we have Tim Talks, we have the lovely Christinova, we have Mozza. He's only sworn about 4 times, so he must be feeling sick at the moment. Captain Trek, Jade Shadow, and lots of Mozza. Yep, I see what you're doing. Yep. We got Subhuman 84. It's a good year, that one. We got Keely Chow. Who else we got? We had Mad the Magnificent, and yeah, he's doing a show all about the OC, going through and watching it from start to finish. It's
the OC, the
Orange County show, with
the older one, which has Willa Holland in it. I believe Willa Holland comes in season 2, and I love Willa Holland. I love her. I want to marry that woman.
Well, I mean, just get famous enough to be able to do it.
Yes.
So we also have someone else I just missed. Brightest Day. How you going, buddy? We have Happy Dinosaur 8000. Didn't know there was that many of them.
Yeah. There's a whole clan of them.
Yeah, Frank the Bunny. Is it Joachim Stark? I don't know if that's the correct way. Joachim?
I pronounce it Joachim.
Oh, Joachim.
Yeah.
Joachim Stank, is it? Joachim Stark. So is there anything that you want to plug, or anything that's coming up you want to let people know about?
Nothing big, just same old, the in and out daily grind, videos on my channel, streams, add videos and streams over on Gaming with Geeks. It's all good times. And lots of lols on Twitch, making fun of femboys on horses and supporting women with big boobs in video games and in real life.
It's a very strange thing to do. So because you didn't get a chance to do Tards in Cars last night, are you going to try and get one of those out before the end of the year? Just a little segment, or?
I haven't actually thought about that.
because
I was surprised at how many people thought, "What the fuck? Where was Tards in Cars?" I saw a few comments saying that.
How
There's
did
a
you
comment
convince
on the
Jeremy
stream.
to go on that? And did he have an issue with being the first face on Tards in Cars?
Oh, he didn't know about it for the longest time.
It just goes to show he watches your videos then.
Yeah, I know. He didn't know about it for the longest time, and then I showed him the intro, and he laughed his face off. Lyndon did a fantastic job on that.
Oh yeah, I love it. I think it's great. It's definitely everyone's favorite segment on there.
Yeah,
I just
Yeah.
wish Lyndon would stop interfering with all the votes and the ballots.
yeah, we find them all in the back of a Hummer.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think that's a cool idea. You know, even if it's to still keep a little bit of the content out there and getting more people back into watching it again. Is that coming back next year? Do you know that
Retards
for
in
sure?
Cars?
Yeah.
I don't know yet. I mean, end of the year is always hectic as it is. I think we're just going to get through the end of the year first and see what happens. But yes, Retards in Cars is definitely a fan favorite. There's a comment on the VOD of the live stream that literally says, ... no retards in cars. I am disappointed.
Yeah.
Email in a timely manner. I know that was funny because we were already kind of doing that for a bit. And then Rhino had the suggestion of like, well, you know, they're always in cars, you know, maybe we can make a thing around that. It's a whole segment dedicated to them. And I was like, what, you mean like the retards in cars? And then he was like, yes. And I'm like, he said, that's the perfect name.
Yeah, I love that intro because I just don't know what that last chick was saying when she's like, "Don't look at me that way." I'm like,
yeah, I remember that. She was one of the first retards in a car we ever talked about. She didn't say anything. She just kind of sat there and just freaked out. And it's ironic that I'm banned off Twitter. Well, not banned, but suspended for calling Seth Rogen a retard. Something about that word. I've noticed that in Australia, the word retard really isn't that offensive. But
no, well, we have a lot of words like that.
Yeah. Like minder? Do you guys know? You wouldn't guys use the word minder over there.
Minder?
Well, if you call someone a minder here, you're calling them a retard.
Oh, okay. A minder. Oh, well,
Yeah.
I've got something else to. Then again, I mean, user in the most southern part of the country, and who knows what's going on down there.
Yeah, you know, little Nicky, where he's like the deep south.
Yeah.
This is the deep south.
Oh,
I mean, like only like the South Pole is. South Pole is probably about as more south than you can get than where I am.
Oh, I mean, not unless you include like Tasmania, but I don't even think that really exists. I think the flat earthers were right about that.
Yeah. I'm yet to see definitive proof that Tasmania is real.
That's true.
Trust the science.
Except when you don't.
Yes,
that's the best time not to. Yeah.
Trust the science, unless you're making a Santa Claus show with Sandy Silverman.
Oh man,
what's her name? Sarah Silverman? I can't remember.
Yeah, Sarah Silver person. She has to change her name because it's not inclusive enough.
Yeah, Sarah Sylvan Peoples. Yep.
Silver people. Oh, but then again, that sounds a bit racist.
People of silver.
Yeah. Any big plans over Chrissy New Year's? You gonna travel the world?
No, I don't know what I'm doing on Christmas yet. I think the plan on Christmas is to catch up with a few friends. Might have them come over here and have a few drinks, I guess. And then on New Year's, in my experience, the trick's not to, you're not meant to plan New Year's parties. You're kind of supposed to just go with the flow and see whatever happens.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, having friends over, I've heard of that concept, but it's a foreign thing here in New South Wales. Friends over. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I'm sure Gladys is always looking for some company these days.
Yeah, well, I don't even know what she's doing. I mean, I saw a picture of her working at Macca's.
Yeah, she seemed pretty happy.
Yeah. Or less bitchy. I can't tell.
Well, it's the most I'd seen her smile ever.
That's true.
Ever.
I'm sure she smiled when she got a boyfriend that $2.5 million for that piece of land. Allegedly.
Don't Google it because there is clearly no definitive proof, and she totally wasn't fired because of it.
She didn't perjure herself one bit.
What are you doing for Christmas?
Well, gonna wake up, do a bunch of stuff, and then probably go back to sleep. I reckon.
Yeah.
Nothing major. I'll go over and see me nan and pop. That's probably it. And hopefully get to see me parents. But apart from that, no, not much. Couple of drinks, barbecue.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Pretty
not
much
bad.
it, yeah.
Sounds all right.
Yeah, well, everything will be closed up here anyway. So
Yeah. A New South Wales Christmas.
well, everything's closed, and you need 40 vaccinations just to get a hamburger.
The world's gone nuts.
Yeah, it has. It truly has. But it could be worse. We could be in Queensland. No one wants that.
You could be in Victoria. Ugh.
So Lieutenant City had a family in Tasmania. Ooh.
Oh yeah. Oh. I assume he doesn't get the joke.
Yeah. That's why you can never trust a Tasmanian virgin. If she's not good enough for her family, she's not good enough for ours.
Oh, I love Tasmania jokes, man. They're so fucking funny. It's always the same punchline, and it's always great.
It's like, ha, you're inbred, but you find creative ways of saying it.
Yeah. It's like, what show is it? I can't remember what show. It might be like it wasn't Fat Pizza, but it was another show like that where the he doesn't realize what he's saying. He's saying like, oh, me and my cousin, we're heading down to Tasmania for the weekend. And everyone's looking at him like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I think I know which one you're talking about. It's, oh god, yeah, same mob that basically do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So he says they get it. They hate it. Well, stop doing it.
Tell him it's time to stop.
It's time to stop. You've got to do better.
Yeah.
It's all in good fun, buddy. It's all in good fun. All right. Well, we can't.
It was the Romans.
We'll do the Romans. I think it's correctly. When in Rome, do the Romans. All of them. In the back, just like Caesar. He was right. Yes. Was he right? Yeah. Either way. Yes. All right. Well, we've come to the end of the show. So what's your next stream that you're doing so all the good people can jump on and watch? Anything today?
Oh, today, no, I don't normally do much on Sundays. I think the next one might be maybe when Demon Slayer drops, but we'll see. Kind of playing it by ear at this stage.
Awesome.
When's yours?
My next one is in about 3-4 minutes, probably. If
really?
Jump on, yeah. I usually do the Saturday dump with Sporking.
Yep.
So yeah, I jump on and do that, but I'm not too sure what time he started and everything. So I'll jump on and say g'day, and I'm their tokenized character on that one. So yeah, I think it's time to share it all around. So
yeah.
So, alrighty, well, I want to thank everyone for being in the chat, and join us next week where we're going to have another special guest. Don't know if they'll be as special as a prince of all the earth, but maybe a duke or something. So we'll try to do it until next time.
You say who it is next week?
No, because I haven't locked it in. I've got a choice between two, but one of the next two people will be George the Giant Slayer.
Yep.
So until then, have a good one.
Yeah, take care, everyone.
Thanks for watching. Make sure to hit the like button and bell icon. Welcome to Behind the Mic with Mr. Grant Gregory.
That's right, YouTube. It's me, Mr. Grant Gregory, the guy with one pair of glasses and one shirt. And this is a new episode of Behind the Mic. This has been we've had a bit of a break since we've had our last one, but this is a person I've been really interested in talking to. And let's bring him on. Oh my God, is that Wild Nick Weiser I see? I want to welcome the heavy metal loving, pizza smashing, toxic male whose fans are just as loyal as Slayers are. 32 Flavors and Nick Weiser. How you doing, buddy?
I'm great, Mr. Grant Gregory. It is a pleasure to be doing this. How are you doing down there in Australia?
It's not worth complaining about. I'm just happy to have you on stream with me. What's been happening in your neck of the woods?
Oh boy, I mean, it's been busy, but busy is good. Like earlier this morning, I did a one on one Sir Talks a lot. Then I did one not so long ago that 70s rock fan. I got Toxic Tuesday tomorrow night doing Demolition Man, and I've got Yelling at Park Cars tonight. And of course, a few days ago, sorry, I did a Nerdrotic coffee review, and I got my next food review coming up as well. Yeah, just staying busy on the YouTube world, and of course the regular outside of life. No, sorry, outside of YouTube stuff as well. But it's been good, man. All things have been coming up Millhouse.
It's the way to do it. How many channels do you think you've been on in the last, say, 48 hours?
Not many, honestly. I didn't do anything yesterday. Me and my girlfriend hung out yesterday, so I'd say by the time today concludes, there'll be 4 different channels I'll be on.
Well, you got to spread yourself far and wide, as they say.
Oh,
So everyone will know the name
always.
32.
That's right,
Um,
man.
Yeah, speaking of 32, how did you come up with that name? Where did the origin of 32 flavors in Nick Weiser come from?
I don't know if you got one of these down in Australia, but there's this ice cream joint called Baskin Robbins, and their whole slogan is 31 flavors. And I'm like, oh hey, I'll do one more flavor. So I'm just trying to outdo Baskin Robbins. So I did 32 flavors instead of 31 flavors. That's where that came from.
Yeah, well, it's definitely a name that is synonymous with you now, especially with the way in which it has been. It's been memed throughout, the different channels and everything. Some of the ones that come up with are being quite creative, and I know you've touched on this previously, but for those who don't know, how was it that you became a part of this our little corner of YouTube?
Well, that starts off when I originally discovered Young Rippa, Eric July. I saw his videos, it blew my mind. I was watching his stuff for several months on then. And then one day he had Nerdrotic on a For Canon's Sake podcast. And I remember, Gary did his usual, I used to work on a Comic Cop speech, which is basically his equivalent of I'm vegan. That's his I'm vegan statement. So I remember then Gary's like, yeah, I look forward to having you on Friday Night Tights this Friday. And I'm thinking, oh, what's that? What's Friday Night Tights? I should check that out because Ripa's gonna be a guest. And I was liking what I heard from Gary. So I figured why not see what's going on? And then before I know it, I put on Friday Night Tights. And it was like I unlocked like a Pandora's box because I learned about Comics Division, Heel versus Babyface, Geeks and Gamers. It blew my mind. Odin's movie blog. I was just like, all these voices I've never heard of. And it blew my mind. I couldn't believe it. And at that point in time in my life, I had already been wanting to think of doing something on my own. I wasn't sure if it was gonna be like journalism, if it was gonna be reviews on music or a food critic. But right when I was watching Friday Night Tights, it kind of clicked there. Okay, that's what I want to do. I want to start a YouTube channel. That's what I want to do. And I was, think about a name for a few months. I want to do something that sounds good. And right when the unknown virus of unknown origins popped up in the world and the government response would happen, I thought to myself, okay, I need to get started on this. It's now or never. Because if I don't start on this now, I'm never going to get started because this is like the perfect time in life to get this going. So I knew I needed to come up with a name. And when I saw the 31 flavors, I thought 32. And Nick Weiser is a nickname that has carried with me since high school because let's just say I was a bad influence in high school for obvious reasons. That's all in the namesake. So that's when I got the channel going. I did a video going to a place called Jollibee, which is an Asian-based fast food joint. I did that. And then after I did that video, I did a part 2 there. And I was doing videos, 1 or 2 videos a week for 3-4 months on end. And I kept hearing during the Friday Night Tight streams, the chat. I'm like, where is this chat coming from? And I looked at my phone and I saw this button said live chat. And I clicked on it. And once again, I'm like, holy crap, who are all these people? I'm like, look at the comments. I see Eric K. I saw a bunch of the name. I'm like, I guess I'll just write something. And so I just slowly was writing things in there, slowly trying to just interact with people any way I could awkwardly. And then I remember the following Friday Night Tights. I just decided, you know what? I want to get on a live stream and I don't know anyone. I'm just gonna try to put myself out there in the chat, hope that someone responds. And I wrote in on a chat, if someone's got a live stream that they're looking for panelists, hey, please get in touch with me. And then this guy used to be on here on YouTube named Jake D. He wrote back. He said, hey, I have a channel. Why don't you get in touch with me on my email? And I got in touch. He had a Sunday evening panel called Howling About Entertainment. And I went on there, had a great time. I met Pauly Latino Slant. And then I did a member stream from Nerdrotic. And that was even like weirder because I was like on a private panel with Gary and all these people who I didn't know. I'm like, I what am I gonna say? And I just go and say things and break the ice. And I remember I was talking to Pauly Latino Slant and we hit it off. We were talking about doing X-Files because we were doing this X-Flix thing for a while. So you invited me to be a guest. And that took off. And then I met Clobbering Times as well. He gave me a shot too. We were reviewing Wonder Woman 1984. And then there's this channel, Real Review 3000 with Mr. Chris Knight. He was doing a roundtable for The Mandalorian Season 2. And I didn't even know him, but I just kind of like randomly said to him in like on a comment, like, hey, I know you don't know me, but if you got room to be on a panel, I'd like to be on.
I think that's where I first saw you. If I'm not mistaken, was that the one that Comics Division was on as well?
He was, and I didn't know that was going to be that way at that time. I was just kind of like, okay, cool. I'm going to be on this Star Wars stream with people I don't know. I knew I needed to get myself out there. I knew I needed to expose myself to new faces any way I could. And I get ready, I hop on the StreamYard link, and then I get right outside. I look, and I'm like, oh my God, in my head, like I turn off my camera, I'm like, holy crap, I'm on the same panel as Comics Division. What the fuck is going on? And now, of course, I turn my camera back on so he doesn't see me like geeking out. And I'm like, okay, just roll with it. And everything was cool. Those 8 straight weeks of reviewing The Mandalorian. And then the season finale happened. And yeah, that was the end of the stream. I thought, that was cool. That was a great 8 weeks on and off hangout. And then that was a great experience. I was very thankful for that. And then all of a sudden, Comics actually messaged me. Is like, hey, I need to get you on a stream. I'm thinking in my head like, whoa, we just got the Mandalorian stream that we're done with for good. And I get a message saying, hey, he says I need to get you. I'm like, yeah, no, what's good. So of course we organized some dates, and I originally appeared as a guest on Yelling. It was fun. It was a blast. After that, I thanked him like, hey, dude, it was awesome being on there. Then he shot me again a link later, and then he shot it again. I'm like, I just kind of kept showing up, and then it kind of be like, hey, if you want to stay here, and I've been there since. And yeah, it's been a ride since. I've met so many people, of course, in the chat and amongst the panel. Like, of course, I've had other opportunities, Sparking News Podcast, Lorena Creel, Yeti Cast, Culture Casino, author Stephen Walton. So I've been, getting my way around the rounds and trying to get myself out to new people. And it's been a journey, man. And I've been loving every moment of it. There's been tough times around it, but it's been fun. It's been a blast, and I can't wait to see where the journey goes next. And that's really where the Nick Weiser origin story happened and developed, and still in some ways developing.
Yeah, except now the way in which people look at you is you're now the person that goes, oh my God, I'm in a stream with Nick Weiser. I remember the first time I got on a stream with you, I'm like, dude, that's Nick Weiser. And I was trying to tell my missus, and she's like, which one's that one? I said, that's the dude that drunk everyone under the table at Vegas. And she went, oh, okay, that one. Yeah. Because I swear there was a video, someone panned past, there was like 5 drinks in front of you, 3 seconds went past, they panned back, and they were all empty. I swear I saw. But I mean, like, speaking of the shows and everything you do, you've got your show Toxic Tuesday, which is not going to lie, definitely one of my favorites.
Thank you.
You're at nearly up to 30 episodes with that.
Yeah.
What would you say has been the most requested film that people have been asking for since Day Dot?
Oh God, obviously Demolition Man has been one of them. That was a huge one. Con Air has been requested a lot, and eventually somewhere in time we will get to Con Air. God, God, I had to really think about. There's so many that's been requested, and it all started off really as an accident of sorts, really, because originally, like, when you're a lot of channels within our little circle, our inner circle, there's kind of a similarity of the similar news topics, and I kind of needed to break away from it on my own channel because I was originally doing a thing called 32 Flavors of Entertainment, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I should highlight some like old school toxic male action movies. That'd be fun. And then a few weeks happened. I'm like, this is great. I should do more. And then more became more. And then I'm like, no, I'll do it for the summer. Then the summer happened. I'm like, okay, I'm on to something. And before I know it, not only did I had a name. I also started having panels. I would just throw on whoever I could get last minute to show up with me. Now I have a panel. I've got Mad Mardigan. I've got Dustin. I got 70s. I got Mark D with a C. And it's crazy.
Now you're getting so many requests. Every time you post something on Twitter, it's like, I'll be on.
Yeah,
Like,
now we got all these people requesting it. It's crazy because at one point in time I was fighting to get people on Toxic Tuesday. It was a struggle. But yeah, once again, falling back on your original question, there's so many movies. Predator was highly requested. Die Hard, of course, is requested. There's so many that have been requested. And of course, there are people who are just getting in now recent, especially with the recent exposure, thanks to Tom Connors from Midnight's Edge After Dark. And I'm like, oh, we already did that one. And of course, Lethal Weapon's a big one people like talking about. There's so many of them. Cobra, of course, Sylvester Stallone. We got so many to come, and the ride's not even started. And tomorrow night we're gonna raise the bar, and you're coming. I'm excited to have you on. It's been a while. I've been wanting to get you on. I will admit,
I did. Every time there was a request, I did put in Demolition Man, and I thought I had it until Mad Mardigan picked me at the last minute a couple of times with his choices.
Oh, with the fortification.
Yeah. Speaking of choices, has your favorite toxic movie been done yet on Toxic Tuesday? And if so, what is it?
Man, my favorite toxic movie. That's tough. I mean, obviously one of my favorite ones is The Running Man, which we did do.
Nothing like seeing some governor versus governor action on that, you know.
Cobra is a huge one. We did Cobra. There's still ones I've been wanting. I'm just like absolutely dying to. Once Upon a Time in Mexico and El Mariachi. We did do a Desperado one, so we did do a middle one. Oh, I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, there's so many good ones. I've never really thought too much about the order of which ones I like the most. It's become so like entrenched in my life, being around all this like badassery, whether it was mafia movies or straight gun, free for ride action movies. I couldn't really pinpoint one. I really couldn't. I already said Predator. There's so many to do. Obviously, Roadhouse is a great one we did. Like, there's still a lot of Kurt Russell ones I've been wanting to do as well. There'll be some more Steven Seagal down the line, some Chuck Norris, even some Clint Eastwood we will do as well. So the road is long and far, and many flicks to come. I couldn't just nail it down to one. I really couldn't.
Has there been a standout moment or a moment that you just that thought, man, I just wish that didn't happen? What have been the highs and lows of Toxic Tuesday?
Highs and lows of Toxic Tuesday. At the time I would have said the lows of getting the copyright claims because they would like remove my videos. But at first I was really annoyed, and then I'm like, you know what? Why am I being annoyed by this? I should fight these, and I did. And now I am 3 copyright claims down with 1 to go. So even if I lose on this 4th one, I got the other 3. That's 75%, and I'd still call that an absolute win. There are streams where because I'm up all day. I'm being dad. I'm being a boyfriend. I'm being a worker, and I'm also being a YouTuber. So I'm a man of many titles.
I understand.
There are some streams. Yeah, there are some streams where I feel like I could have had more input, but luckily I got a panel sometimes to balance that out to help carry it. Because by the time I do Toxic Tuesday, I've already been up for 16, 17, 18 hours. It varies in between. So when I do that stream, I always make sure I have an extra coffee or something just to make sure I give whoever's listening in the chat, I give them that last bit of my all, because I still want to make sure they're going to get a great show. And just because I've already been up for 18 hours doesn't mean I still got some fuel left in me. So I make sure I do my absolute best to deliver. But I'd say earlier on, some of the first streams, we were definitely rusty with how we presented the order of things. We were definitely but luckily we've perfected that since. It's gotten a lot better. The flow has gotten better. Guys have gotten better a lot better about letting each other talk as well. So a lot of those lows we have worked on, and it seems like it's worked for the air guys too, because they learned about it as well. One mistake was probably what movie was? Oh, Tombstone, where we had 10 people on. I needed to learn how to work around 10 people, and
it's a tough ask. I've been on panels with 10 people, and especially with someone who, when a lot of other people talking, I just prefer to listen and just chime in every now and then. It's so hard. No, I understand.
It's so hard, yeah. And I learned, and that was a my mistake thing, and I learned from that. Now my thing is, obviously that's going to be that way tomorrow for Demolition Man, but it helps that some of the guys who are now frequent panelists on Toxic, they now know better. They've gained some experience. So now it's gonna be the people who are gonna bring on tomorrow, like you, Yeti Cast. We're gonna make it appear like we gotta let each other speak. If I'm gonna make sure we have this huge panel tomorrow night, everyone's gonna get their say. We're gonna make sure it's fun, and this time I'm ready for a 10-man panel. I'm ready, and it's gonna be fantastic.
Absolutely awesome. All right, we come to the part of the show which is the 10 hot questions. I'll ask you 10 questions. An image will come up on the screen, and you've got to give me the first answer that comes into your head. Try and answer it as quick as possible. These are just nice and fun. Nothing too serious. Are you ready, Mr. 32?
Ready.
Who would win in a fight, Arnold Schwarzenegger from Predator or Stallone from Demolition Man?
Arnold from Predator.
All right, question number 2. Who is the most heavy metal DC character?
Ooh.
And a preface to that, why is it Lobo?
Oh, I was going to say Lobo, Hawkman, or even Aquaman. Aquaman in third, Hawkman in second, Lobo first. Lobo, I mean, he's from the planet Zar or Nar or whatever you want to call it, and he's got the hair, he's got the cigar, he's got the facial hair, he's got the muscles, he's got the bike.
He did. Let's just say he did. Now he's a little softer around the edges, we'll say.
Yeah, someone soyed him up, but that shit doesn't exist in my life. But yeah, Lobo, Hawkman, and then Aquaman. I mean, obviously Aquaman has had long hair and a beard on and off at points, and the guy who plays him in movies is an actual fan of Slayer. Jason Momoa is an actual Slayer fan. He's been at the shows. And then Hawkman, I mean, the dude's flies, has wings, carries metal in the form of a mace in his hand and beats people with that. So that's where I stand.
If you're going to carry something, make it out of nth metal, I say.
Yeah, nth metal, man. And Hawkman has that, Carter Hall or Katar Hall in some instances. But yeah, those would be my most heavy metal DC characters. Then maybe Nightwing and then Batman.
All very good choices. All right, this is a personal question from me. I requested it myself, so I really need to know the answer to this. Why cut pizza into squares?
Easier to eat, quicker to eat, and move on to the next slice. Repeat.
I never understood it because you get little tiny ones that are just a tiny piece of crust as well. Is that how you prefer to eat your pizza?
I have no preference. I want to eat pizza. That's all.
All right.
That's it. Yeah.
All right. Next question. Name the metal album, if you could create one, about your life. What would that be called?
Oh, God. Oh. Fuck.
Good choice. Fuck. I like that choice. Yeah. 32 flavors of fuck.
Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, I mean, I couldn't tell you a title. I mean, maybe I'll take one that already exists just for conversation's sake. Probably Rain and Blood from Slayer, because that is an anthem, obviously, in itself. And two, like, my whole just is to win, and my whole just is to reign and be on top. And, well, I'll reign in blood to the end.
Awesome. All right, next question. Most passionate fans, are they metal fans or comic fans?
Ooh. I've been to metal festivals, across the nation. Like I've gone to metal destination festivals. I've gone to comic conventions. Maybe I'm glad to go with metal because, and the reason why, like I said, this is tough because there's some super, super dedicated comic book fans. But metal, there's this guy who carved Slayer into this side of his arm. He carved Slayer on his arm. And you want to talk about some really, maybe you could say that's demented, but I'd never seen that type of passion in my life. And that was for
My
Slayer.
mate got a Fear Factory tattoo across his forehead when he was 15.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. So I guess metal fans, and that's saying a lot because comic fans are very dedicated. Very.
Speaking of comics, next question relates to that. Dan Slott's Spider-Man or Jeff Johns' Green Lantern? Which is the better run? I think I already know your answer.
Oh my god. This is a good joke. I gotta give it to you, Grant. This is a really...
I aim to please.
Green Lantern, Jeff Johns. Oh.
I think it was worth it just for the laugh.
Okay.
All right, next one. Who would you cast as Scott Free, aka Mr. Miracle, in a film?
If he were younger, I would have said Pierce Brosnan. Nowadays, God, I'm trying to think who would I cast nowadays besides Pierce Brosnan. Shite. Tom Cruise, actually. I know he's crazy, but he's Mr. Miracle, Scott Free is an escape artist. Tom Cruise, he'll
learn all the escapes.
He'll do all of the escapes. And even at his old age, he wants to do all those things. So, I'd say, Pierce Brosnan or Tom Cruise.
Well, you get Tom Cruise, he can just run straight off Apocalypse. It'll be great because he loves to run in his films.
Fantastic.
Yeah. What is the best flavored pizza you have ever tasted?
Oh, you ready? Half garlic, half jalapeno. And I have to emphasize on why it has to be half, because garlic is a topping that not only is amazing, but its drawback is it doesn't work well with other toppings. Anytime you have like pepperoni garlic or sausage and garlic or bacon garlic, for some reason the garlic always gets strained out by its other topping. When you have garlic on its own merits, it is everything. And jalapeno on its own merits is everything. I do love pepperoni. I do love sausage. I do love bacon. But you can cross those toppings over and it's all good. But there's something about when you do freaking jalapeno and garlic, and the rest is just history.
I'm definitely willing to try it. I'm not a huge jalapeno fan, but jalapeno as we call them over here. I'm a huge jalapeno fan. But no, I'm definitely keen to try that. All right, this one's going to be near and dear to your heart. This question: what is your favorite toy / figure / statue / fully articulated thing?
Since I am lacking in the owning of Doth statue, actually, I lied. I have one. I have a Harambe statue, which, appropriately enough, I'm wearing a Harambe shirt right here.
I'm not going to get me dick out for Harambe today, so.
My Harambe statue is definitely. I also have a little quickie mart of Apu. That's definitely one of my favorite things I own. And then I have a J. Jonah Jameson figure I love as well. So that's a big one for me. And then my Beta Ray Bill as well. And then
I didn't know you had a Beta Ray Bill. Nice.
Oh yeah, and I got a Mysterio. Oh, my ventriloquist from Batman the Animated Series. I love the ventriloquist. I'm a big fan of that character. The idea of a guy with a Scarface puppet, old boomer. I always thought that was a really eerie, cool concept. Like, is the guy just that crazy, or is the doll actually alive?
That
So those always a great
always
concept.
creep me out.
See what I mean? It's such a
Yeah.
dark concept. I love it. So yeah, I love
Who's the
that
puppet
figure.
master?
Yeah, right. Who is the puppet? Is it the puppet or the man who holds him? I don't know.
All right, and your lucky last one. What is the best or worst flavor of Nick Weiser you've ever heard from the plethora of super chats,
Oh
i.e.,
my
mainly
God.
Toxic Man Flu? But yeah, we can go with whoever.
Anything I'm gonna say the worst is a lot. There's anything that involves Kamala Harris, anything that involves Nancy Pelosi, anything that involves Joe Biden. Like all those things involving them are very downright vomit inducing. No, the best flavor. It's when Donald Trump had too many Nick Weisers for dinner.
Nice. All right, and that's the 10 hot questions. All right, so we'll get back to what we were talking about before. You're pretty well into music. What are you currently listening to at the moment? What's your current jam?
All right. I've been listening to a lot of Suffocation lately. Very old school, legendary death metal band. They don't focus on speed as much as per se Cannibal Corpse or Morbid Angel. They focus more on this thing called breakdowns, or in some people call it beatdowns, or it's like jun, 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 jun. So it's more of like, it's not super speed. It's definitely more like gorillas marching and like beating you down type of thing. And been listening to a lot of Suffocation. I've also been listening to a lot of Saxon because there's a new Saxon album on the way as well. And I actually do like a lot of movie soundtracks as well. God, what was the name? From the first Spider-Man Sam Raimi movie. Danny Elfman. Danny Elfman.
Oh, you mean the
Danny Elfman. Yeah. That's a great soundtrack. I do actually like a lot of movie soundtracks. So as far as movies go, that's been a reoccurring listen to. And yeah, movie soundtracks, and obviously, yeah, Suffocation's been very dominantly, and Saxon has been one as well.
You've established you have somewhat of an eclectic taste in music. The question that I want to know is, do you still listen to The Art of the Flesh?
Yeah. Where'd you find about Art of the Flesh?
I mean, you're Nick Weiser. I have to know.
I didn't see that coming. No, they're a local band that's from my area. And they had split up, around 7 or 8 years ago. Then they got back together right before the whole government response to the unknown virus of unknown origins happened. And they had done one reunion, which I went to, and it was great. And I was good friends with their guitar player, Scott, at one point in time as well. Obviously, nothing bad has happened. He just, he's got a life. He's busy. He's married. He's got a lot going on. So, yeah, that's a very great local band from my area. They've had a few opportunities of getting signed, but they just never took it. They just enjoyed staying local. Great band. Alaka's a great album. They had an EP, Redemption EP, that came out, I think, a year or two later. That was great too.
Awesome. Because I know you like a lot of the smaller bands, and you're also big into metal. What do you define the difference between, say, a really good local band compared to something that you would see with a 10,000 person concert? How do you differentiate within yourself the quality of the music and what it means to you?
Well, oh boy, that's a really good question. How do I define that? Well, when you're at a 10,000 venue, that's more of like there's more of a production involved, and that's more of like, usually there's a bit more theater involved. Not like bad theater, but like good theater, like sometimes pyro, bells and whistles, video screen, bit of a different atmosphere. Whereas the shows where it's a smaller band, whether it's a small underground signed band or a small local band unsigned, that's a bit more of a up close and personal experience. You're packed like sardines with 50 to 100 people, and you're just all stage diving all over each other, and sometimes the singer screaming in your face. You get that up close and personal, intimate experience. Whereas like on the big grand stage, once again, it's cool to have that big fireworks and pyro experience. That's for the great theater spectacle, but for the small intimate saying, I love that personal setting because it's just a bunch of like diehard people, not people who just know like a single or just like the song that was on the radio. Those are the people who know the album front to back in those small, sweaty venues. So that would be my biggest takeaway as far as how I differentiate the greatness. And I've seen a lot of my favorite shows have been seeing bands in small venues. Like most of my shows, I've been around 500 something shows. Most of them have been around the small venues. Like I'd see a band like Carcass, see a band like Bolt Thrower. I'd see those bands and Macabre, and they would be at these sold out settings where it's really tiny venue with a bunch of rabid fans. Cannibal Corpse, of course, Napalm Death, Dying Fetus. A lot of great bands I've seen under those intimate settings. Goat Horror, the Black Dahlia Murder. Yeah, a lot of great ones.
Nice. Got a question for you. Did you ever get that Hour of Penance shirt, especially the Italian death metal one?
How do you know these things? I had Our Penance shirt that kind of looked like The Godfather, and I must have wore that. Oh, I must have wore that in an old video. Maybe that's what. I got that from when the Sedition album came out, when they were doing out the Sedition, because they're from Italy, and they also have another band like them called Flesh God Apocalypse. And yeah, I remember I got that shirt. I accidentally got two of them because I originally had ordered it and it came in like right away, even if it came from Italy. I was very blown away, happy, successful. I'm like, this is awesome. But then another one came a week later. And I'm like, oh, I should reach out to the band about this. I'm like, hey guys, I think you shipped me one too many shirts. There's nothing wrong with them either or, but you sent me too many. Let me ship this back. Like, oh no, just keep it. Just give it to someone. I'm like, oh, awesome. So there it was.
And did you end up giving that second one away?
I did. A buddy of mine named Tom Hain. He used to be in a hard rock band called In This Moment. Very different band from Hour of Penance, but Tom was into a lot of death metal, and I knew he was into Hour of Penance, so I gave that shirt to Tom.
Nice. All right, I want to take a trip back in time to say 2013. You know, young babyface. He's getting ready. You're getting ready for the Maryland's Death Fest.
Yeah.
You're all excited. You're ready to go. You go there. You have the time of your life. The question that I want to know is, what does the memory of say an event like a 7-day event like that? How does that still live within your memory? And second to that, do you feel that the youth of today are going to be missing out on such memories because of the way in which the world is?
Oh, okay. First part, what do I feel like? Say that again about that first part.
Yeah, how does the memory sit now? You know, nearly a decade later, of that week
okay.
worth of
Yeah.
metal.
Okay, so I've done Maryland Death Fest 4 times, 2013, 2014, 2015, and 2018. Those are weekends that I will always cherish for the rest of my being. One, you get to meet a bunch of dedicated fans from across the world. I've met actually people from Australia, New Zealand, Switzerland, France, Mexico. I have a bunch of buddies from Mexico City that come out from there. They come out to MDF. They're all huge. Like, it's just the dedication there is incomparable. Like, you don't go to Maryland Death Fest by accident. If you're there, you were there for a reason. You knew exactly who you were to see. That's not a show you run into by accident. You knew who you're going to see at Maryland Death Fest. This is for the most diehard of the diehard. This is for the people who have like 1,000 CDs in their catalog that they all physically own. Like, I'm that guy. Like, I own like a bunch of albums. I'm still on the hunt. I can go to those vendor booths at Maryland Death Fest and I'll find them. Friends of mine who I only see once a year, I see at Maryland Death Fest because they come from different parts of the world. I reunite with them, get super drunk and shitty in every part of the city, and it's just an all-around merry, great time. So I have that distinct memory of Maryland Death Fest year in, year out. And what future generations could possibly miss, I mean, if everything stays the way it does in the world, we're going to miss a lot just off that, because they're not going to have what it's like to bond with people from other parts of the world for a similar passion. And that alone is a huge thing. especially something that has crossed over generations into generations. I mean, metal's 80s, 90s, 2010s, 2000s, of course, I skipped one, now 2020s. You also like it's nice because it's like even it's one of those festivals where you can even get along with the security guards. You don't hear about that at shows and festivals ever. It's such a family vibe, even though it's amongst the darkest and most senile of metal bands. That environment is so unique and unto itself. It's one of those things you have to experience it to believe it, and you won't get that with per se even Ozfest. Even like obviously I've been to Ozfest. But you could that's a bit more casual because a lot of people know who Ozzy Osbourne is, even if they don't listen to his music. They know who he is. But a lot of people there go there kind of once again, this dates back to the singles thing. They know the single, they go there for Crazy Train. They're not there to hear an entire album. They're not there for that experience for, hey, where's the deep cuts? You can get that with a Maryland Death Fest when you see a band like Venom or Godflesh or Ghoul or Bloodbath or Down, even the Melvins, Isan from Emperor. There's so many legendary ones. Tankard, Black Breath, Immolation. Like there's so many great bands. Sacrifice, Razor. Over the years, it's just nonstop highlight after highlight. Especially since what makes MDF so much more unique in itself is that they get a lot of bands that don't play the States often or don't play America ever, or bands from countries like Finland or Iceland, and they can't afford to come to America. Somehow they find ways to get them to come to country. Or sometimes they even brought bands back together who were extinct, like Sacrifice, Nocturnus, Autopsy, Exhumed. So they resurrect bands on top of it, and some of those bands end up staying together after, which is a big bonus because then before you know it, you got another album from that band who was once dead. So MDF literally brings
just answered my
people
next question.
together.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. But yeah, no, like I mean, we had a similar thing. We had a big day out here, but which was more of a mixture sort of thing. And bands that wouldn't play in Australia or couldn't get there, they would go specifically to the festival. And I know when I was much younger and much more able to tolerate a crowd, I would love to. I'd love those sort of things. And yeah, it's a weird juxtaposition. Now you've got these young people that are coming up into the prime of their lives, who would normally be going out and doing all that and making those memories in this sort of time, and they've been stuck at home for 2 years within certain parts of the world. I mean,
yeah, no, and then I hope that somewhere in their life they can balance that out and get the most out of it, because those memories are a high. They are an endless high, and as someone who's been to literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of shows, I would know, and it's a feeling that I never got sick of. Like the week before everything was shut down, I saw Autopsy live in Chicago at Reggie's Rock Club, sold out venue, and I was very lucky because not only was that a show the week before everything happened, but by chance they happened to record that show, so they end up releasing it as a live album later that year. So in case I don't ever go back to shows, I can say I have a live professional recording of the last show.
And if you were loud enough, you're on the album technically, so even better.
Oh, I know, right? Nah.
All right, so to switch gears a little bit, I heard a rumor. Is it true that you dressed up as a gorilla at Trader Joe's?
Yes. Yes. Yes, it's true.
What was the story behind that?
I was just wanting to wear the gorilla suit, and the rest happened. I wore a suit, and I don't regret it. And it was just like I was feeling ambitious. That's all I wanted. I was feeling ambitious, and
there's
so I
nothing
went
wrong
for
with
it.
ambition.
No,
whether you're in a gorilla suit or whether you're writing an album or doing anything, ambition is the key.
Yeah, no, it totally is.
All right, so Nick, as a man who loves food, whether you're eating chicken skewers at TJ's or finally having another one of those desired pizzas at Sal's, what are some of the foods that gets Nick Weiser excited, gets him giddy?
Pizza, always pizza. Like I can have it 2, 3, 4 times a day, and I still get equally excited each and every time and time again. Especially if it's from like a local joint, and I can just like yes, more Sal's, more Napoli's, more Tufano's. It never gets old.
What is for you a no-no as a topping for pizza, or is there one?
Anchovies.
You're anti-anchovies.
Yes. Anchovies is the root of all evil in the world. And I know that some of these rock fan likes his anchovies, and we can't all be perfect, but it's still the root of all evil on pizza, especially.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit impartial to a few anchovies on my pizza. I love the hyper salty taste of it. Oh, you got to balance it with something sweet though, like pineapple.
See, I'm not necessarily. I don't hate pineapple on pizza, but I don't necessarily love it either. It's just kind of like there for me. For me, I see anchovies as how we always say like, oh, the news is trying to distract us from this. I feel like pineapple is just the distraction from the conversation we should really be having, which is anchovies. Pineapple is just the distraction.
Is there a local style or a local type of pizza to your area that is famous for, or people come to have?
Well, I'll say one place that's distinct. I don't know how many like normies from out of town go to it, but the people in the town know about Tufano's. They have this 60 slice stadium pizza. It's a rectangle shaped pizza. Of course, it's square cut, but 60 slices, and it never gets old having a stadium. I used to work there many years ago, and I got a stadium every single week that I worked there. Sometimes almost every day that I got pizza there. I never got sick of having pizza. You've heard the whole like urban legend of, oh, I never have the food from the place I worked at all the time, which it makes sense. Well, I worked at Tufano's for a year and a half to 2 years, and I had the pizza there every single week, sometimes every single day. I don't regret a bit of it. Now I would do it all over again if I could.
You're also known as someone who likes things a little bit on the spicier side. Has there been a sauce or a packet of chips or something that's just that's the 32 flavors nick limit? What, and if so, what was that?
The sriracha roasted garlic barbecue sauce from Trader Joe's is the sauce for that because it's got a little bit of sweets. The sweet. It's got a little bit of the tang. It's got a little bit of the spice. It's very well balanced, and it packs some heat. But at times you're like, ooh, like that's sweet. Like it's just the all around barbecue sauce.
Yeah, I had some of the ghost pepper chips, and they let's just say that they hurt as much coming up as they did going down. Yeah.
Oh,
It was one of
funny.
those ones that was they called it a roulette thing. So you'd get 3 or 4 chips in there that were just normal flavored, and one of them was the ghost pepper.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd be eating away and think, oh, these aren't too bad. They're a little, little bit spicy, and the next thing you know, you have one, and then you're sweating everywhere. Do you like the hot chips?
I
Or
do.
potato chips, I should say. You gotta
Yeah,
say
I
it the right way.
do. I do like my fair share of hot chips. Like they're not the be all end all, but they're amazing. I've had some amazing ones. I've had some sriracha flavored ones. I've had ghost pepper, of course. I had God, I'm trying to think of what's the spiciest one. I had to think too in depth about that. Nothing comes to mind right away. I think more salsas. I've had some really crazy like scorpion pepper salsas. Whew. Scorpion is wow. It's as lethal as the name. It's very lethal.
Yeah, something called scorpion. I've had a scorpion. It was a tomato based in fried and fermented in scorpion chili and everything, and it was the hottest thing that I ever had. It just, once it went down, it got hotter, and that was the worst part.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got your comic book show as well that you do. Your comic book shop talk. What inspired you to do that one? Because that one predates your Toxic Tuesdays.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about that is different to your other shows?
Okay, well, Toxic Tuesday is obviously very, very, very toxic panel. It's very loud. We're on channel 11. It's very like beastly men, just like everyone's just like all excited and in the mood of toxicity. Whereas the comic shop talk, it's more of a laid back. It's kind of like almost like AM radio, like Midnight's Edge in the morning equivalent. Very, very chill stream. Very chill stream. Also, it's a place where we can just sit back, relax. Kind of like the guys hanging out like in the afternoon, just enjoying a few beverages. Just just relaxing. There's no big intensity like Toxic Tuesday. This is just all, it's a chill stream. It's like it's like, hey, it's Friday. We made it through the week together. Let's get together and just have a little small talk.
Yeah, no, I love the show, and I used to think I knew a fair bit about comics until being on a panel with Clobby, and having him on there.
Yeah,
He's
right. That man.
that man has a depth of knowledge that surpasses me. I used to be known as the comic book lad, and he makes me feel like the comic book toddler when I talk to him.
Oh, that's funny. Cloudbridge, great guy, great channel, by the way, obviously. And it's a pleasure having a guy like that of that magnitude on every week. The fact I get to have Cloudbridge, like, I remember just listening to his channel, just being a fan, but now I get to have him on with me every Friday night. So that's like, it's totally like the dream coming to life. It never gets old.
What comic books, if any, are you looking forward to in the next, say, 6 months?
I am looking forward to the new White Knight series from Sean Gordon Murphy. That is the one that is going to be based on Terry McGinnis, the Batman Beyond Terry McGinnis. I'm looking forward to that from SGM. I'm looking forward to Inglorious Rex from Shane Davis as well, from the Comicsgate side of things. I backed that right when it went out, and I cannot wait for that to come out. That seemed like a really cool concept, so I can't wait for that to arrive. And I'm ready for Berserker to get issues 7 through 12 out.
Yeah, Berserker is definitely something that I'm looking forward to as well. I definitely think it's one of those comics that seem to come out of nowhere, and especially being something that you had to be backed initially, and then it became this whole new thing. The whole story is just it's enjoyable, and it's I don't know how else to describe it. It's a breath of fresh air, and it's really weird to say that with a comic that's like that, but that's the way that I feel. Is there any other ones that you're looking forward to?
Yeah, The Last Ronin concludes next month, February 16th, number 5. I
God.
cannot wait to see how the rest.
How long have we been
We're
waiting
gonna
for
do a
this?
panel for that. It's gonna
I
be
know.
huge. We're gonna definitely do a panel for that. I can't wait for that. I'm excited for that. Scotty Young is also bringing back I Hate Fairyland. That was an Image book he wrote half a decade ago.
Oh, okay,
Except,
nice.
he's not gonna be doing the writing and the art. He's just doing the writing this time around. So I'm actually really looking for. I loved I Hate Fairyland. That was a 20-issue series I really enjoyed. Really fun, really goofy. So I can't wait for that to come back. And God, what else? I had to really, really turn my thinking cap on. Oh, Godlike from John Malin. That looks fun as well. Godlike looks great. That looks like almost like a fourth world Jack Kirby New Gods type of story going on, but in the independent realm as well. And I just finished Ninja Blast from Fatal J. I'm hoping he can get a follow-up done because I will gladly back that and read that as well.
Absolutely. He does some amazing work.
Yeah. So really happy about that. It's a nice medium to be in where there's all these great comics coming on. And of course, I'm looking forward to more big book collections. I want a story that maybe collects like the Inhumans, maybe a story that can collect something on like Thanos, some old school Starlin era Thanos. So I'm looking forward to see what else is going to come out. Like as far as the big books go, I would definitely like maybe some more collected editions of Spider-Man, some Doctor Strange. I know there's a big book collection coming out of Ed Brubaker's Daredevil run. And we're in a really great time in our lives to not only just have them, like it's great to finally have alternatives, and I can't wait for what the Rippaverse will look like as well. I'm very curious and anxious to see what that's like, because we do need alternatives, but as Eric says, we can't just be an alternative. We need to be a good one. And he seems like and I think one of the weak links right now of like the Indiegogo movement is the frequency. And that's the one thing that companies like Marvel and DC, like people can hate their stuff all they want, but the problem is, or the advantage in their cases, they still have the ability to put these things out frequently. So when we can get to that level, that we could be at least somewhat frequent, then if we could hit like an Image Comics level, whereas even that would be healthy, because I'm like, okay, these guys are to watch out for what you're doing. And now I feel like if we can at least get to an image level of consistency, and I know there's obviously some image books that are out there that have never come out again that should have come out, but more of them are getting done and more frequently. And I feel like if we have that and aspire to that, we can definitely be a long-standing contender against them. We don't need to reach 1 or 2. We just need to stay the course and keep them in check is what we need to do.
Yeah, like you said, what we need to do is we need to be within this sphere. We need to be like Slayer. Work your way up, have your loyal fans, play to your fans, and you will grow. You don't necessarily need to be the biggest straight off the bat. Take your time to get there, and that's the way to keep your audience.
Yes.
Anyone can blow up, and I mean, look at it just like a YouTube video. Someone has a video that gets 15 million things. They get 100,000, 200,000 subscribers instantly, but they've got nothing else on their channel. Where people like you and what you've been working for, especially if you continue down the route that you did with your Hawkeye thing. I still think that's probably by far my favorite of your videos.
Well, thank you.
Apart from your shorts usually always make me laugh. So
good.
But yeah, I think that's a perfect niche for you because it combines everything that you're passionate about. And because I mean, Hawkeye was a guy that I was never really into, and the way in which you were describing different runs and how much of a badass he really is, I'm just like, okay, now I've got to go get some Hawkeye stuff.
All it takes is the right writer, man.
Absolutely, the right writer with the right story, because you can have great writers that just do terrible stories. And who knows if they adopt some of the good stories to Hawkeye, in a future project, who knows, maybe the value of those comics and getting more eyeballs on that. I mean, look what Spider-Man did for bloody One More Day. I mean, that was selling for thousands of dollars. It was considered the worst bloody comic around, and it was going on eBay for $1,000.
Oh yeah, I can't believe it as a thing.
I mean, of all the things that they picked to do a story on, and they picked that one. But I gotta say, they couldn't have made it any worse than what it was.
Oh, I know, right?
I mean, unless they brought Ben back and made him a bad guy.
That would have been bad.
Yeah, man. The 3 rules of comics, they're all broken now. All the ones that are dead have all come back. So
unreal.
But that's the sword that we live by. We love this medium so much, whether it's music, whether it's food, whatever it is. We love it to the point where when something doesn't go right, it hurts us deeply. It disappoints us.
Yeah.
And that's passion. And you, my friend, have plenty of passion. So, Mr. 32 Flavors Nick Weiser, tell everyone at home what it is that you have going on in the next couple of weeks, and what can people look forward to on your channel in the year 2022.
In the year 2022, I'm going to get monetized. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to get monetized. That is my mission statement. I don't know how quick it's going to happen, how long it's going to happen, but I'm going to make sure I do it while still sticking to my roots. My listeners, my subscribers, my friends, I'm going to still be true to who I am, what I say, and what I do. I'll maintain all principles, all filled with toxicity, of course. That is what's going to happen. I got a review coming out on this cereal as well, the Wendy's Frosty cereal. I just did one on the Nerdrotic coffee recently as well. And I've got Yelling at Park Cars, as always, with Comics Division. I got the Comic Shop Talk as well on Friday nights. Toxic Tuesday. This week we're doing Demolition Man. And I've got a Mickey Mouse rant video coming on the way because Mickey's not happy that he didn't get that Spider-Man money. So Mickey's got something to say about that. So keep your eyes and ears open for that. And, of course, more shorts to keep up the comedy going. And, Mr. Grant, this has been a pleasure. Thank you. And thank you for being accommodating under all the crazy circumstances of life. I appreciate it. And I hope to be on a panel with you very shortly.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Can you just let the people know how far away are you from monetization sub-wise?
I am at 825. Around 800. Around 236 subscribers. So I'm around 236 to monetization, and I'm beyond 4,000 on hours. I'm overqualified. I'm like
it's overqualified.
I'm
now,
overqualified on hours. Yeah, I'm overqualified.
We'll have a description up on the screen here, and we'll have the description below. So definitely go over there and go much love. He also has a place where you can donate a little bit of money for that little bit of extra slice of pizza, because my man, he loves his pizza. So from me, from Nick, we want to thank everyone for being a part of it, and we wish you all the best in the future. And good night.
Good night.
Thanks for watching. Make sure to hit the like button and bell icon. Welcome to Behind the Mic with Mr. Grant Gregory.
With special guest, Steph from my nerdy home.
G'day YouTube, it's me, Mr. Grant Gregory, the guy with one pair of glasses and one shirt only. This is Behind the Mic. We're up to episode 5, I think. I don't know. These are just going so quick now. I've got a really, really important guest, someone who I've been on the panel with a couple of times, and someone who I know is one of the most fun, caring human beings on the planet. Without any further delay, let's bring this person in. Steph, how you doing?
Hi. I'm doing good. I've missed streaming with you on the full Aussie.
Yeah, it's been a while, but fingers crossed we can work something out in the future again. Only time will tell.
Yeah.
So, what have you been up to let's just say the last week or so? Anything
last
exciting
week.
happened?
I mean, celebrated Ryan's 100K today. I've been streaming a lot of Animal Crossing. It's like my new love right now. Is Animal Crossing. So I'm discovering a lot of new things on that game. I know it's been out for like a year and I've owned it for like a year, but I've never unwrapped the game and put it in and played it. And I'm finally doing that and I'm falling in love with it. I'm getting stuff put on my channel again, which is really exciting for me. And I've been streaming a lot more with other people and, trying to just kind of get back into the YouTube thing. Because once I started my Twitch, I kind of neglected YouTube. And so I'm trying to get back into doing more stuff on YouTube.
Well, I know that your Twitch has definitely taken off. As you know, you've got one of your littlest fans in my daughter that every time that you're on, she just points to the computer and just sits there. She won't sit there and watch anything else, but she'll sit there for an hour straight and just watch you and then point. And every time you go past the dog, she's like, "Oh, it's a dog! It's a dog!" So yeah, you've definitely got a lifelong fan with that. If you keep doing Animal Crossing,
yeah, I'll
that's
keep
for
doing
sure.
Animal Crossing for sure. Like, there's so much you can do in this game. It's so great. I love it.
So with your Twitch, you're well, it's safe to say you're on the more wholesome side of Twitch. How are you finding Twitch in comparison to being?
I like it a bit more than YouTube, just because of like all of the things that you can do on Twitch. It's more interactive, so it's a lot more fun, and I can like make stuff just pop up on my screen. It has when people subscribe, when people follow. I try and make it really fun because I love memes, so I'll just kind of like put. I do memes of like Jay and Ryan, so like they're a bunch of my alerts are Jay and Ryan. Like I think my raid alert is Jay eating pizza.
Yeah, Jay
And he
definitely
gets
seems to be a
upset and he's like,
popular
"Why
one.
am I an alert?" I was like, "I love that eating pizza." Like I just took like a tiny 2-second clip of him eating pizza. I turned it into a GIF and like I love it. It's my favorite thing ever. But it's more interactive. I am when I'm playing my game, it's a lot more laid back. It's less structured and I can just chill and talk to the chat. I'm in no well, I want to say it's like, oh man, it's not so much it's not wholesome. Animal Crossing is wholesome, but I mean, I won't censor myself and not cuss or anything like that because I have a foul mouth. But yeah, it's kind of
I
wholesome.
mean, I can attest to that, and a good sense of humor to go with it, so it makes it all the more enjoyable.
Yeah. It is a lot of fun. I prefer Twitch. Like once I started doing Twitch and I got learning it, putting a lot more into it and making it like more customizable and personal to me and the things that I love on Twitch, that it's a lot more fun. Like I love seeing all of my alerts that I clipped out and like just threw up on Twitch. I love that. I love making emotes. So like I make I've made some for Lethal, myself, for Ryan, for Lyndon. I don't even know if Lyndon's put them up yet, but I made some emotes for those are some of the fun things that I love doing on Twitch because it's so interactive. And a bunch of the emotes that I'll make, And I can make them so quick. Like I was streaming one time and Will came into the chat and he's like, "Where's my turtle soup?" Because I told him that I have a turtle soup emote on on YouTube, but I don't have one on Twitch. And so like I can make them so quick now. I just kind of stopped playing and really quickly just updated my Twitch to add that emote, and it does it so quick. So I really love it. I love Twitch.
Yeah, and between that and your nice fun channel points with like your
Yeah,
morphin
my
time and you wear a hat and all that, yeah, it's definitely a nice yeah, it's nice and fun and interactive, and I think that's
yeah.
why your following is definitely growing quite well at the moment. So that's a good thing. We'll switch it back over to some YouTube. So from your days when you were like Steph MKO Beauty to now
Yeah.
to My Nerdy Home, what's the journey like going from quote unquote the beauty world or a beauty channel to much more of a nerdy channel?
So I started my beauty channel because I discovered makeup like really late. Like super late. Pretty much like maybe a year before I started my beauty channel was when I discovered makeup. And it's not like I just discovered it like I didn't know it was there. It's that I didn't really wear it. I didn't wear makeup a lot. And it's just like when I started watching the beauty YouTube channels, I was just like, "Oh, that's really pretty. I wonder, how." I would like just watch reviews and then I would try and like do my eyeshadow the way they did. And then I just got a lot better with it. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to try and run a channel. And it was more of like the discovery of makeup. And I was like falling in love with it. And I started collecting the makeup because as you can tell, I collect a lot of stuff. So once I started with makeup, I started collecting a lot of makeup. And so I was like, well, I don't want it just for myself. I'm going to start a channel. And it was more of like a discovery of stuff and finding out like different products that I like and different products that I don't. It's not like it was something that my heart was into it. I absolutely loved makeup, but it was more of like I'm discovering something new type of thing. And that's what kind of motivated me to start my channel. But I switched it over to like my nerdy home because I started watching a lot of the pop culture channels after and I stopped actually no I stopped doing makeup videos like probably a year before I switched it over to my nerdy home. So like that's why my channel wasn't monetized because if you don't do videos, if you're not active on your YouTube channel for like I think a year or a certain amount of time, you lose your monetization. So I was monetized before for my beauty channel, but I stopped doing it. I stopped doing it because it was like, oh, I've gotten as much as I want to out of this. Like I'm done discovering, and it's not something that I absolutely love, so I'm not going to keep going with it. But I switched it over after The Last Jedi came out, and I was like, what is this abomination? This is trash. So I started looking for reviews of The Last Jedi, and I watched a lot of Jeremy Johns, Chris Stuckman, and Flickpick. I used to watch them all the time. And now I only watch Jeremy Johns. I'll watch Flickpick every now and then. But when I was watching their reviews, Mahler like popped up and I watched his video and I was just like, oh my okay, I'm not the only one. Like I found Mahler and I just listened to his video over and over and over. I could listen to his one review where he has like the rotting watermelon. It was like his initial thing on The Last Jedi. It was the rotting watermelon. And I listened to it so many times. But from there I found EFAP. And from EFAP I found Jeremy, I found Drinker. And then from Jeremy is when I found like Jay. From Jay, that's when I found the Dark Council. And I think on the Dark Council, they had Ryan on there one time. So that I found Ryan. And then from then on, I just kept discovering like different people from different streams. So that's how I found like everybody was from Mahler's video. And then I was watching Yellow Flash and I was just kind of like, you know what? I'm just going to restart my channel, maybe, put a couple of videos up and I'll try and do this just because, it's not like makeup. This is something that like I absolutely loved. And I was like, I can talk about this too. I don't have to just, watch everybody else. Let me get my thoughts out there. So I started making a couple of videos because this is like kind of where it's like a hidden passion for me. Yeah. Yeah. I've always been nerdy. I've always been a tomboy. I don't know. I loved it. I grew up with two brothers. So all of everything that's like they would watch on TV, I would watch too. and we got along so well because I mean I loved Batman the animated series. I loved watching Power Rangers. I loved watching a lot of things that they did. So you know, that's when I like fell in love with Batman, was watching Batman the animated series, when I fell in love with the Joker. And then at my grandma's house I discovered a bunch of like the Batman live movies, like Batman 89, Batman Returns, at my grandma's house, because my grandma raised me. So then at my grandma's house, that's when I discovered Star Wars. And I would hang out a lot with my cousin at my cousin's house, and her dad is a huge Star Wars fan, and like we would talk all the time about Star Wars, and we actually put together like this family fan made like reenactment
That would have been awesome to
of
see.
one of the prequels. I know, and I have no idea where that movie is at. Like he filmed it all. Like he was so excited. We were talking, and we got like all of my little cousins to get, you know, involved in it, and my older cousins got involved in it, and I was in it obviously, but like we got together, we made like this family fan film of the Clone Wars, I believe. It was Attack of the Clones. But
And
yeah,
I
we
can
all
guarantee it's better than anything that Kathleen Kennedy's brought out.
we got together. I don't know where that film is though. Like me and my cousins, we still talk about it like at family gatherings, and my uncle's like, I have no idea where that film's at. But yeah, I've always been into stuff like that. I think there was maybe like two guys in my class that I would talk about it, and they're both named Michael, which is really funny because we all sat together in like alphabetical order by last name, and so one of them sat in front of me, the other one sat beside me, and we would just chat about, you know, Batman, Power Rangers, whatever would come up. They were reading comic books and I wasn't reading comic books. So they kind of like showed me comic books, and that's when I discovered comic books. So yeah.
That's
I
absolutely
haven't
awesome. I mean,
yeah.
you've clearly got a passion about it. I mentioned one thing, and I can see the excitement in your face about it. And you know, I think it's something that is definitely needed more for the, you know, quote unquote creators in Hollywood to have that, you know, that passion. We need to get you into Hollywood so you can start making some good Star Wars.
It's definitely missing in Hollywood right now. In Hollywood, they're putting, you know, their agenda first, the message before the product, and that's what's wrong with all of the movies that are coming out now. Especially when it comes to superhero movies, because they think their target audience are like tweens. And what are tweens into right now? They're into TikTok. What's TikTok known for? Oh, well, it's known for, you know, libs of TikTok, like those cringe videos, my pronouns, my new name, my I whatever I identify as. So like I feel like that's their target audience, and so they're giving them what they want to see, but what they don't get is that like that target audience, those kids that they're pandering to, their attention span is tiny.
Yeah,
It's
and they don't want to
they're
pay for it.
so used
They'd rather sit down and watch an hour's worth of 10-second clips on TikTok than go to the cinemas and do something.
Yeah. Yeah, they have such a short attention span now. Like they get the gratification from a small TikTok clip. They're not going to sit down and watch a full movie, and even when they do, it's not like they're going to watch it over and over and over again and, you know, buy the merchandise. No, you have like a set fan base, and it, I don't want to say that like you can't invite new people, but your set fan base, like let's say with the Marvel crowd has, you know, gone from Iron Man to now. That's a long gap. That's a huge gap in years. So, you know, whether they started watching it when they were, I don't know, 9, or when they started watching it when they were like 20, that's a long time. And they're getting older. It's kind of like Harry Potter, right? We grew up
Yeah.
Harry Potter. The audience for Harry Potter was getting older, and it was J.K. Rowling wrote it that way. She's like, they're not always going to be lighthearted movies. My intention for them is to get dark and more mature. And that's what she did. She planned it out that way, which is good. It's
Yeah,
good. It's
and
like,
also it helps because she matured as a writer as well. So she was able to do more in the later books. If you look at the comparison of the first books, and
yeah.
like, yeah, especially with the MCU and that, like, you've got people and kids who were like year one in in kindergarten, like when Iron Man came out, who are now have graduated from high school. So
Mhm.
this has been in, you know, in their public eye the entire time. That's what they should have been focusing on. But yeah, they get a little bit lost, a little bit
Yeah,
distracted.
they're really lost right now. It's like they've lost the audience that they want, or that they've lost the audience that they need, because that's the audience that's going to pay them money for their product, and they're trying to gain a new audience. But by gaining that new audience, you shouldn't have to kick out the old audience, which is what they're doing, which is why the directors and the actors, go after the fans. They attack the fans. Oh, it's not out yet. Or, oh my gosh, these fans are so toxic. Oh, poor me, they're bullying me. And it's just like, no, I
Passionate
would think
doesn't
that,
equal
like, as
toxic.
as a director, as an actor who's taking on, comic books, comic book movies, superhero movies, movies that have fan base, animes, even live action animes, right? They're taking that off. That property has a set fan base. It has a fan base already. So already you're making something with a built-in audience. Why on earth would
Should be a
you
no-brainer.
not want to make something for that built-in audience and continue on from there? Make something so that that audience will come back again for the next movie or for a repeat screening of that movie. And they're not doing that now. Unfortunately, they're pandering to the wrong audience, like the TikTok crowd, and that crowd gets satisfaction from like a short TikTok video. They're not going to go and see your movie, and that's why a lot of these movies are failing. Like, even I went and watched Birds of Prey and Captain Marvel because I had to take my niece to them, but even I went to go see those movies and they were awful. They were awful. It's just like, are you kidding me? With Harry Potter, you grow your property with your fan base, and it's like Marvel stopped doing that, and like they reset it, and they're like, okay, we're gonna do women now. And it's just like, why? You don't need to do that. I don't understand.
I
You
mean,
can
if
just
they wanted to do it,
incorporate them.
they
That's
had the
perfectly
chance.
fine.
Yeah, years ago. All right. Anyway, there was one question that I did want to definitely ask you before we go into the hot questions. Will we see a resurgence of your second channel, Nerdy Talk?
Nerdy Talk. Yes, I do have plans for Nerdy Talk. It's not going to be what it was before. What made me start that channel was my channel not being monetized. So I was like, you know what? I'm just giving up on this channel. I reached everything that I needed to reach. In fact, I was like over watch time. I was over the sub count, and YouTube wasn't monetizing me. And it was just like, it happened that I reached those milestones when the pandemic started. So, people weren't there in the offices. And then they finally came back, and I was just like, okay, well, it's going to take a little bit longer. All right. Okay, it's going to take a little longer than 2 months. Okay, 3 months. Okay, 4 months. Okay, 5 months. Okay, 6 months. And I'm seeing everybody like getting monetized or getting their channel memberships. And I'm kind of like stuck. So I originally thought, all right, I'm just going to let this channel go. Like, I'll just start all over. I can do it. I can rebuild another channel. So that's why I originally started that channel. And what I'm thinking of doing now, because I haven't posted on that channel since YouTube finally monetized me like a year later. But I was thinking of like taking some of my gaming streams on Twitch, editing them down, and uploading them to my second channel. So kind of making that channel like a
That's a great idea. I mean,
gameplay
it'll
channel.
also drive content over to your Twitch if they want to see the full videos as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So
it's
that's what I'm
awesome.
thinking of doing.
All right, this is the part of the segment where it's my favorite part. It's the 10 hot questions. We ask our special guest 10 questions, and they've got to answer it with the first thing that comes to their mind each time. So a little display will come up on the screen. I'll read the question, and then as soon as you have your answer, you let me know. And if you want to go into an explanation, feel free to as well.
Okay.
All right, question number 1. Who is the best OG Power Ranger?
Tommy.
Yeah, I
Baby
think that's
Tommy.
the smartest choice. Yeah.
Yeah, Tommy.
And why? Because he's Tommy.
Because he's Tommy. He's the best one. He has the best suits. He has his own Zord. He has like his special. He has, when he was the Green Ranger, he has the
He has the
dagger,
flute.
which is amazing. And then when he was the White Ranger, he has Saba. So yeah, it's definitely Tommy. And the dude is like a legit martial artist, which is even better. And he stayed with the property for so long. I'm pretty sure he's still with it, but I'm
I
like,
think he's almost been every color.
yeah,
Presenting Tommy, the new Pink Ranger.
right.
All right, question number 2. What is your favorite comic book character?
It's Batman. Yeah.
After hearing you talking, I was just like, I'm pretty sure I already know what the second one's going to be. So
It's Batman. It's always been Batman ever since I discovered the animated series. It's always been Batman. always.
Oh, but you're not a white male. How can you like Batman? I thought you had to be.
I
Never mind.
know, right?
Yeah.
And I don't identify with him either. That's crazy. It's a man. He doesn't look like me, but he's my favorite comic book character.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
Question 3. Next franchise to be destroyed by wokeism.
It's gonna be, I mean, it's already everywhere, right? I mean, I would say anime, but because it's failing. Like Cowboy Bebop, they tried it, they failed it. They tried it.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, it's anime. They're trying to destroy anime right now.
I'm trying
I
to
can-
forget that actually existed. It was bad enough when I was forced to watch Death Note.
Yeah, they're trying to get into anime. Anime fans are hardcore. Was never into anime before like middle of last year. Lethal Lightning is the one who introduced me to anime, made me watch anime.
Yeah,
And
you don't want to talk bad about Sailor Moon in front of him. It is not fun.
oh no, 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 no. But yeah, they're coming after anime. Anime. They're
Enemy.
coming after anime, and they're complaining about the big boobies in anime. It's like, have you never watched an anime before? Even I know and I don't watch it. Even I know there's big boobies and beautiful female forms in anime. They're
Nothing
trying their
wrong with
hand. They're trying it. But
appreciating that.
yeah, they're trying it, but I don't know if they're gonna be successful there.
All right, next one. Ooh. What movie would you do a watch party with Ryan that would make him rage?
Uh,
I was surprised he didn't freak out when it come to Grease 2.
I know, right? West Side Story.
Or the new one.
The new one, yeah.
Ooh.
The new one.
Ooh.
West Side Story.
I only saw 15 minutes
It would
of
make
that.
me rage too because I love the classic West Side Story. It's one of my favorite classic movies. I love that one. I was really upset when they're redoing it and then what they did to it.
Yeah,
But
it was worse than a bastardization of the property.
oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, if I wanted to do a watch party for that, he would be pissed the whole time.
I'm definitely watching that. Question 5. What would your superhero name be?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I can't even think of
The
anything.
nerdy one. The nerdy Avenger.
I have no idea.
Captain Red Glasses. I don't know. I'm just throwing
I
names
know.
at
I
you.
have no clue. I don't even. I've never even thought of that.
How about Super Steph?
Super stuff. Sure. I've never thought of that. Like if I were a superhero, what would I call myself? I don't know. I've never thought of that.
Oh well, next time I do an interview, you better have an answer.
Okay.
All right, question 7 or 6, I think it is. What's your favorite hat / cap that you wear during your
Ooh.
streams?
I have a ton of hats. A ton. I keep my Mario Kart hat here for when I do my Twitch streams. And since like I did my mountain of hats that one time, people want me to do mountain of hats. So I took these down from up there. I keep my hats in my closet like way at the top shelf. I literally need a ladder to get to them. But my favorite hat is actually something that I got at the end of last year. Oh man, can I pick 2? I have 2.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. I'll do my top 3. I'll do my top 3 because they're right here. I brought them all down, the ones that like I really love.
Yeah, welcome to Steph's top 20 favorite hats.
Yeah, my top 20. I probably could have a top 20 hat. This one's my favorite one. It has all the Jokers on it. I love this hat. It has all of the Jokers on it, except for Heath Ledger. He's not on here. I mean, not Heath Ledger. Jared Leto. Jared Leto's Joker is not on here. He's not represented on the Joker cap, but this is my favorite cap.
No, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I love this cap. My next one after that one would be my little Slytherin one.
So I take it your house Slytherin.
I've been
then.
waiting so long to wear this. It's finally cold enough for me to, take it out and put it on. But Gina Carano got me this and like a matching scarf and bag to go with it. And when I got it in the mail, I was just like so stoked. But I'm a Slytherin. Hail Slytherin.
Yeah, I did the online test, and apparently I'm Slytherin too.
Yeah. There's more of us out there than you think. So that's my second one. My last favorite hat has got to be this one. Ryan had a bunch. I don't want to say a bunch. He had like a handful of caps made with his logo. They were like handmade. He ordered a few and he got me a purple one and a pink one. So
Oh, nice.
yeah, so this is really cool. I love it. But he gave it to me for, all the times that I helped him and everything. So this is one of my favorite caps. I love that it's pink too.
Yeah,
Really cute.
no, it really works.
Yeah. So he gave me a pink one and a purple one. So, yeah.
That is awesome. All right, next question. If you could, would you upload your consciousness into Animal Crossing and play forever?
Oh my God. Yes. Yes, I would. You have no idea how obsessed I am with this game. It's on right now. I have it on right now. That's what, because I was like, let me lower the volume. It was, people could hear the Animal Crossing music on the last stream that I was on. It's on right now. Yes, I would play forever.
It's like I can be a producer and play at the same time. I can do that.
I love this game so much. It is too cute. The little villagers that I have on my island are adorable. On my last Twitch stream, I have this little squirrel villager, and like whenever you talk to her, she gets so excited, but her eyes like go that way. Like she's so derpy. She's so derpy looking. And I ended my Twitch stream and I was just like walking around my island because I was finishing up some stuff that I was doing. And she's like sitting underneath some trees, like eating a lollipop, looking all derpy. And I was like, all right, I have to record this because, like I said, I'm gonna edit
Yeah,
down some footage and re-upload it.
I think you did a clip on your channel with that one. I was looking at earlier because you had a couple of little clips, but yeah, that's quite funny.
So she's so cute. Yeah, totally. I would upload. Yes, I would play it forever. Upload my conscious to Animal Crossing. Yeah, I would.
All right, who is the scariest serial killer that you've ever done any sort of research or
on?
videos on?
Oh shit. Oh man, the Night Stalker.
Yeah, that's a good choice.
The Night Stalker.
Do you still do your
My Tuesday True Crimes?
Yeah.
I haven't done them in a while. I don't know if it must take, I can sit down and I can watch tons of videos and documentaries about serial killers and true crime. I mean, I listen to a bunch of podcasts on it, but actually like sitting down myself, writing out a script and retelling the story on my True Crime Tuesday, it's just a whole different thing, when you're retelling the story, and it's kind of like you're living it. I don't know, but it's really weird retelling the
You
story.
have a unique way of doing it. Instead of just doing it like you'll say something and then you'll give your own personal opinion with it. I think the one that I really liked was a female who was a serial killer. She took a picture of the guy just before she stabbed him in the shower. I think he was Amish or something.
Yeah.
That one.
That was
That
actually
one.
that was an accident. Yeah, that she did that. That was an accident. That was an accident. They don't
Well,
think
the
that she
camera,
meant.
not the stabbing.
Yeah, not the stabbing, the camera.
Yeah.
They don't think that she meant to actually take that photo.
All right, next one. What's the worst makeup product you ever tried?
Ooh.
I know you had some that was burnt your face or really irritated your face one time.
You really watched those videos?
Yeah, of course. Hey, your step, I've got to know. So
It's not a makeup product, it was a skincare product. And it was, shoot, what is the brand? I can't remember. What is the brand? Oh my God. It's like this really expensive brand of skincare. And when I say expensive, I mean like expensive for me. It's like $50 for like a face cream. But
I would also consider that expensive.
yeah, people were like, "Oh my God, it's the best thing ever. It's the best thing. It's anti-aging." And I'm aside from makeup, I'm very much into skincare. I feel like, your face is the first thing that people see. It's the thing that people remember. So like I don't like to like go out and party a lot. I won't stay up too late. I don't drink a lot because, it ages you. So, and I always wash my face and, do all of that stuff. So, my mom taught me that. She was just like, always take care of your face. Because that's the thing that people will see is your face. So I still can't remember what the name is, but it was this face product and it was like two products. It was a serum and a face cream, and it just irritated my skin to all hell. It was so bad. It burned. The texture on my skin got like really lumpy. My cheeks were inflamed. And I was like, how does anybody recommend this? It's terrible. I
It'll
wish I
burn the
could
age
remember
right
the
off your
brand.
face.
I wish I could remember the brand, but I can't. But apparently though, I wish I could remember the brand, but I can't. But apparently that particular brand had a bunch of fake reviews, and they, to give themselves like more stars, like they had their staff go in there and write fake reviews, which is why it was so highly recommended, and they got caught doing that. It was like this big scandal, and I can't remember the brand, but yeah, that's what happened. And
It's in my
I got
it's
caught
in my watch history. I'll look later. All right, and last but not least, who is the funniest person that you've ever streamed with?
It's got to be Jay. It's gotta be Jay.
Sometimes I think he's so unintentionally funny, it
He's
makes it even funnier.
unintentionally funny. I think like he's unintentionally but consciously funny. Like he'll say stuff and you'll laugh at it, and he like, it's like he knows but he still says it. And sometimes he doesn't intend to be funny, but it's just funny. Like,
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. He'll say something and then he'll realize that he said something funny, and then he'll do that laugh that just starts out of nowhere, and then yeah, it's great.
and I think that's why I feel like he's one of the funniest people, because his laugh is so contagious. You can't help but laugh with him. Even if whatever he said isn't funny, you can't help but laugh. There's times when he'll when he'll text me and all he'll say is "Steph" with like a bunch of exclamation points, and I'll know that he found something really funny. And and he'll send me whatever it is that he found funny, and he's just like, I can't stop laughing. And it's funny because I can hear him laughing, so it makes me laugh with him. But yeah, I
That's
think he's
awesome.
really funny.
Well, those were the 10 hot questions. So now we'll just go back to just having a bit of a chat and that. You've been on this YouTube sphere for a while. Could you describe your initial reaction when you got that first big shout out by Swoozy?
Oh, by Swoozy. Holy shit. By Swoozy. That was really awesome. I couldn't believe that. That was dope. And he started following me on Twitter after that too. And he hasn't unfollowed me since. So like, I know he follows a lot of people, but that was still really pretty cool. But I used to watch a lot of Swoozy. I liked his videos on his like being a former employee of Disney and his little story times that he did. And I was obsessed with watching those. I would watch them over and over and over. And it was literally that kind of a night. Like I would just dove into his channel, and I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna need some concealer after watching this, because it's like 5 a.m. and I have to be up in 3 hours. So yeah, that was really cool. And to see like
Yeah, to see your name
tweet,
at the bottom.
yeah,
Yeah.
the tweet a lot, that tweet at the bottom of his video at the end was pretty cool. I was like, oh my god, that's me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's always good when you get a shout out by someone that you watch. You're just like, oh wait, they know me.
I know. It's like, oh my god, that's me. Well, because like he had followed me on Twitter, and I was like, what the heck? Well, that's kind of cool. All right. And then I saw the video, and I was like, "Oh my god, that's me. That's why." Okay. Now it makes sense.
It makes it, yeah, the wheels start turning like, aha. All right, so I know you're somewhat of quote unquote like foodie. You like your food. Can I ask you a question in regards to Cajun food? Why is Razoo's Cafe one stop that you have to always go to?
Dude, I love that place. Oh my god. All right, so we finally got an IKEA here, but the only other IKEA that I used to go to was in Austin. And every time I went to Austin, I had to go to Razoo's. That place is so good. Like their jambalaya is delicious. They have gator that's so good. That's the first time I've tried gator, and every time I'm there, I have to eat the gator that's there. The just being there is really cool. I like the atmosphere at Razoo's. So yeah, their food is delicious. I love that place.
I can tell it's bringing a smile to your face. Yeah, being someone who's had a history with customer service and dealing with customers, whether it's a person that's looking for an item that's standing literally right in front of them or asking you a
Yeah.
dumb question, what has been either the funniest or weirdest reaction that you've had to deal with a customer?
Oh, I know that automatically. So I used to work at Academy, and like in the shoe section at Academy. I did retail, like that's it. That's all I did was retail. And at one point I switched over to like pharmacy or whatever, but I did retail for a long time. And we were closing the store, like it was already past closing time, but there was this family there, that was still getting shoes, and it was just like the mom, the dad, and 2 kids. And they had like, we have to make sure everything is perfect, or we have to like go do it again. Like they won't clear our area and clear us to leave until it's like immaculate. And for it to be immaculate, like all the boxes have to be perfect and aligned, and by shoe size too. So you have to make sure that they're all by shoe size. So they were trying the shoes on their one kid, but the other one kept going up and down the aisle and pushing in the boxes. And like you could tell the mom was really frustrated because it was already closing time. Like the managers were turning off the lights to tell them, like, leave. And this one guy that was there, this one other coworker, he was like, "Hey, so do we get to leave or what?" And I was like, "Well, we'll leave. We just have this other person there. So just go in that aisle." Because I was in charge of them. I was in charge of that section. I was like, "Just go in that aisle and make sure nothing's messed up." And all I heard was, "What? What?" And I was just like, "Holy shit." Because I had already started walking away and I was going down another aisle, and the mom like just came running after me, and she started yelling at me saying how rude I was to tell someone to go and clean up their mess. And I was just like, "I'm sorry, but we need to make sure that every single aisle looks like this one, and that one doesn't. So they're just doing their job." And she was just
That's the
like, "I'm gonna."
weird. Yeah.
Yeah, I could tell like she was frustrated already because it was closing time, but her other kid was making a mess, and so I had to go tell my employee to go and clean up after them. Like, otherwise we can't leave. So she just got really mad, really offended that I would have someone go and clean up after them. It was like the weirdest thing ever, and I was just like, I have no idea where that came from. Like, she's taking out her frustrations on me. So, okay. I was
Yeah.
just like, "Come back,
How,
go and clean." Like,
yeah, how dare you clean up after my kids make a mess?
yeah,
I'm
that was the weirdest thing.
sorry.
And that has always stuck with me because it just came out of nowhere, and she freaked me out because I was already walking away, and like she came like running after me. "What? What?" And I was like, "Ah." Yeah.
Well, all right. We'll change subjects on something a little bit more, a little bit less weird. So, did you ever get a chance to meet Sean Pertwee or Corey Michael Smith at the Alamo City Comic Con?
I did. I did. I met Corey Michael Smith.
You happen to be somewhat of a big fan of Corey's?
Yeah. I liked his version of the Riddler.
Yeah.
On Gotham. The show itself, it was pretty good, but then it like went downhill. But I always liked his iteration of the Riddler. And when he went to Alamo City Comic Con, he was saying that like he didn't look at anybody else live portrayal of the Riddler, or not even like any of the animated movies, or he went straight to the comics, which is probably why I like his version of the Riddler so much, because he tailored it after what he was reading in the comics. So that was really cool. I didn't particularly like Jim Carrey's Riddler, so I was looking forward to his version, and I really enjoyed it. I got to take a photo with him, and then I got to take a photo with like the cast as well, because there were more people there from that show. And I got like a little signed autograph, and I actually got them to do a little shout out to my significant other at the time who was overseas. Like they said hi to him, so that was pretty
That's
cool.
pretty cool.
Yeah, and when I got the autograph, he asked me like, "So where are they stationed?" We talked just a little bit because he had a little bit of a line, but he was asking me about how the photo came out, and then he asked me like where they were stationed or whatever. So yeah, yeah, it
Yeah.
gave me
Well, it seems that you're a big fan. Speaking of fans, are you still a Spurs fan, or have
no,
you given up?
no. I was I'm not a sports person. I used to be. I used to follow it. I used to be a sports fan. I used to follow the Spurs. I used to follow wrestling. I used to follow it a lot, but I don't anymore. I don't.
Yeah. Now I just watch sports to catch up on
Work, I couldn't
everything.
keep up with it.
Yeah. That makes sense. So you've had you got a relationship with, as we mentioned earlier, the full Aussie crew. Did you expect to have such a like a tight knit friendship with these guys and everything just to fit in perfectly?
No. I didn't expect it. I love those guys. Lyndon, Lethal, Rhino, I love them. We talk on me and Lethal talk almost every single day. He sends me like voice messages and everything, and he's so funny. I love him. I talk to Lyndon every once in a while. Me and Rhino catch up. We just talk. When me and Rhino talk on the phone, we can talk for hours. We'll talk for hours on the phone about everything and anything. And I didn't expect them to, yeah, I didn't expect to be so close with them, but it just happened, and I love having them in my life, and I can't wait to meet them in person. I know Lyndon's coming whenever in October or something, like when the meetup happens, so I'm looking forward to meeting him. And then like I want to meet everybody else. I keep telling Rhino that he needs to move, get out of Australia.
So, apart from Animal Crossing, I know you're definitely an animal lover. I was wondering, what's your best memory of Carl?
Carl, oh, my sweet boy. Oh man. Carl is my bulldog. He's my little fat bulldog, and he passed away, but I miss my Carl. I miss him so much. God, my favorite memories are just like laying down on the ground, like snuggled up to him while he was sleeping, because he snored so loud. He snored so loud. You like I would have to, again, it was when I was living with somebody, but we would have to like close the door so we wouldn't hear him. He was so loud, and it bothered my ex. So so he couldn't sleep with Carl. But yeah, that's my favorite thing. I didn't mind it. He snored so loud, and it was so funny. There were times when like when he would snore, that when he would blow it out, and it'd be like, it was so cute. Oh man. Yeah, I loved him. I love him so much. He was a full breed, and I remember he had like, I would take him to the vet because every now and then, like, his paws would get red, and he would be licking them all the time, and he'd be scratching a lot. And they're like, yeah, bulldogs, they tend to get, because of their roles, they get. So I remember I would have to like put medication on him and just lotion him up and put Vaseline on him. And yeah, it was just like his little pampered little paws, and make sure that he wasn't doing anything wrong. Whenever I had to get him a special bowl. It was like a special bowl that had like bumps in it, because when he would eat so fast. And it's not like he was starving, because I would give him lots and lots of food. He would just eat it so fast, and he would end up throwing it up. So I had to get him
It's
this.
quite a common thing with them as well, especially because a lot of them, I know they suffer from like the cleft palates and all that sort of stuff
Yeah.
internally as well. And yeah,
Yeah. And like, well, and he would know like when it was like time for breakfast, time for lunch, time for dinner. He knew the times of his feeding. Like he knew it was feeding time. And so he'll start drooling around feeding time, because he knew it was feeding time. And so like I would constantly every week have to clean the wall, because he would just be sitting there drooling, waiting for me to like pour his food, just drooling up against the wall. It's so funny. I was like, why are you leaning on my wall? And I have to clean it. It's so funny.
anything to get the food quicker.
Yeah, but I had to get him like a special bowl. He was such a high maintenance dog, but I loved him so much. I loved him so much.
Exactly. All right. Well, I want to thank you very much for taking the time out of your day to have an interview with me. Is there anything that's going on? Anything that you want to promote or plug coming up in the next couple of weeks? And what does 2022 hold for My Nerdy Home?
Ooh, yes, I do want to promote John Bartolo's Getter, as well as the John Bartolo Highlights Instagram. I run both of those accounts. I'm also in charge of like some stuff on his YouTube channel as well. But for 2022, I want to continue to help a lot of people. That's how I, that's how I got this. I don't want to call it a gig, but like this side project with John Bartolo. I would constantly ask him if he needs help. Do you need any help with anything? Because he's got the whole podcast thing down, because he's huge on the podcast side, but he's just getting into YouTube. So I would constantly ask him, just like I help, everybody else, ask him if he needs any help. So that's how I got, this little job with him. But yeah, I want to continue to help, continue to grow, continue to build, not just on my own, but with everybody around me. and just celebrate everyone, when they reach their milestones. I think you're muted.
Try that again. But yeah, so from me and from Seth, thanks to everyone who was watching, and we'll tune in next week. And who knows what we'll have on? All I know is that it should be a fun one.
Thanks for watching. Make sure to hit the like button and bell icon.
Oh my god, oh my god. That's something. Yeah, you've really gone back and done your research. I wasn't expecting this.
Welcome to Behind the Mic with Mr. Grant Gregory.
With special guest, Superman if he wasn't afraid of green rocks, from the Legion of Memers.
G'day YouTube, it's me, Mr. Grant Gregory, here back again with an awesome, super fun, and maybe even a little bit informative guest this evening. Someone who doesn't really do one-on-one interviews, so I was pretty lucky to be able to snag him, as you saw from the intro. It's No Green Rocks. How you doing, my friend?
I'm good. I'm happy to be here. I get to hang out with you again. I love hanging out with you on stream, man. So this is going to be some fun.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because we booked this about, I'm going to say, about 7 or 8 times, and yeah, from mostly my fault. Apart from no, they were all my fault that we couldn't get them done. But yeah, doesn't matter. Good things come to those who wait, and yeah, I mean I'm super happy. How's your week been, man? What's been happening?
Good, man. Between the day job and the Legion, things have been keeping me busy, and I love it that way. I love everything we've been doing. So, the more work, the better sometimes.
So yeah, because for those who don't know, you're the head, the leader, the creator of Legion of Memers. For those who are uninitiated in that, what exactly is the Legion of Memers?
That's actually a very good question. Funny enough, I originally started it out of frustration that I couldn't find any assets that I needed in order to make some banger memes. And so I kept watching people like Perry Chan, Lofty Pixels, and they became kind of an inspiration to me. I reached out to Lofty and I was like, hey, man, how do you do this? I want to learn how. So he took a bit of time with me and he taught me how to do a little bit of the face replacement stuff. And from there, I just went, okay, I got to get a community going. I got to figure it out. And what happened after that was something I couldn't even dream of happening. It's blown up everywhere. They're almost on every single fellowship live stream, and they're always throwing out things making people laugh. And the Legion of Memers is here to bring a bit of comedy to the darkness of the world, in my opinion.
And when did this all start? What's the origin date? Is there a particular point that you can look back in time and go, this is the point that the Legion became the Legion?
I want to say about 6 months ago, I got a few of us together and I was like, hey guys, let's create a place like the old school comic book writers' rooms where we can help each other out and give each other ideas and talk about each other with our ideas and then elevate them to the next level. You, as a matter of fact, Grant, are a part of the Legion, and you've seen the pieces of the puzzles clicking together. Like, oh, I have this. Oh, do you mind if I upgrade that? And then it just climbs up to like a different level. And it's something we really, really enjoy. Personally, for me, it doesn't feel like work. It feels like just hanging out with people and just bringing more fun to things.
So it's called the Legion of Me. Why not the conglomeration or the Empire of Me? What made you settle on Legion?
Oh, see, I'm not very good at naming anything. I am notoriously bad at naming things. And I don't remember what the original name was, but I kind of let the group come up with their own name, which is what I like to do. I don't like to be on people's necks saying you can't do this or you can't do that. We all have common sense. So we try and keep it within that kind of realm of common sense. And the name popped up. You'll have to excuse me, whoever was in the Legion at the time. I forgot who did it because it just blew up after that. And Commander Phil, who helped me out a lot in the beginning, and he's still in the Legion doing a lot of work. He was like, "Hey man, we should probably make a hashtag for this." So I was like, you know what? If we're going to make a hashtag, I got to make a video. So I spent like a week and a half working on the first Legion of Memers video. And I will share it with you, and you will see the progression from where we were to where we are today. And it just blows my mind.
Sort of like a memology, how it started to how's it's going.
Yeah. I mean, memology is fantastic. I mean, I couldn't compare myself to him. There's no like like I love memology, but I love the Legion, but I don't think we're anywhere close to that level yet.
Well, that's the thing. I actually had the privilege of doing an interview with memology, and he started off very, very, very similar. Just started doing things because he wanted to do it. There was a passion behind it, and it grows. And we can definitely see that's where the Legions are going. So why did you choose memes? Why not say say for instance doing like rap videos? Can you rap? I mean,
No,
I don't know these things.
no.
So what is it
I am
about
not a
memes?
50 shekel in my neighborhood.
No
Why
MC
memes?
Schmarter, nothing.
That's gonna stick, huh?
Oh, that is, yeah. That's a new Wednesday law, and yeah, you'll be able to find out on every dump every Wednesday. So hump, sorry, dump's my
Every
one, hump's
midweek
your one.
hump.
So yeah, what was it about memes in specifically that you wanted to focus on?
So originally, I was actually very frustrated with the way the world was going, and I didn't know it. I'm not an artist by any means, like not even a little bit. And the baby steps I took were from doing the pictures. And the first time one of the memes were played on Friday Night Tights, I got such a rush and such happiness from seeing their reaction. It didn't really have so much to do with me. It was about them and the reaction of the people, in the comments. It made me happy to see that I could bring that kind of laughter and kind of joy to people. And yeah, some of them, they can go a little overboard sometimes, but the fact that it makes them laugh even harder makes it so much better to me. And the reason why it's memes and not any other form of entertainment, it's because I had the tools and the frustration to be able to say, screw it, I'm going to do this. I'm going to enjoy it. If people don't want to enjoy it, that's also okay. But I enjoy it. So this is what I'm going to stick with.
That's great. I agree. I love the short format of memes that allows people to be able to convey something really quickly.
So like if a picture speaks 1,000 words,
yeah,
then a meme speaks an
a
infinite number.
1,000 and whatever word you put above it is. I think it's a new form of like bite-sized comedy,
Exactly.
So I've got a question for you in regards to that. You're saying that you enjoy the reaction that you get. All right. The question is, would you prefer to have a meme that is really good and only a small group of people absolutely love, or a meme that you're not as proud of that goes viral?
No, I'd rather have the people I made it for enjoy it. That's the whole point. I make it for people who I made it. Like, for example, we've put your face on, I don't know how many memes now, but you enjoy it. And that's the part that is the satisfying part. The person you made it for, it can be the simplest, easiest meme. And people will be like, I love how simple it is. This is hilarious. And that is what matters, at least to me.
So when it comes to the memes that you do personally, do you tend to put in a lot of time in it, or are they really quick off the cuff sort of things?
Well, I mean, so most people have seen me grow from when I originally came into the scene with super chats to Tim Pool, and the progression from there. So I originally started just doing pictures because that's all I knew how to do. And then when I reached out to Lofty, I was like, how do I do this? And he took the time to show me step by step what to do. Now, I found quicker and easier ways to do it, which made things so much more fun for me because you could literally somebody says something on the screen and I'm like, "Oh, I know that." And then I go in, I take care of it really quick. I throw it up there and within 4 or 5 minutes it's already there. Sometimes the memes can take a long time. For example, a lot of the video edits I do, you have to go find the scene. You have to do the asset. Then you have to move each face frame by frame by frame by frame by frame. It's a long process, but it's worth it because, again, at the end of the day, you made it for somebody and that somebody enjoyed what it was. And the people who are, supporting the Legion and everything that we do enjoy it as well, which just takes, this the satisfaction we feel or I feel to like a whole nother level. And the support has been amazing. So every time I put something out, people enjoy it. I'm like, you know what? I gotta go on the next stream. I gotta do like it's like when it's stuck in my brain, I gotta get it out. Because if I don't get it out, it is going to stay there and it is gonna bug me for God knows how long.
Hey, as a fellow member, I completely understand. Do you find the frustrating when you've got a meme out so quick, but it takes them so long to actually show it on screen or anything like that? How do you combat with like, yes, I was, not only was it first, it was funny, but then it doesn't get shown.
Sure, it can be frustrating that you put so much effort into something. Because sometimes, like if you check out the Friday Night Tights threads, we come in force. We're like, we got everything, and we throw it in there, and we're so excited. And then sometimes it doesn't get shown, and it's very, very, very good. But at the end of the day, it's not about being prideful. It's about being prideful in the work that we do and the work I do. It's not, for example, let's say somebody in the Legion gets their meme shown and my meme isn't shown. It's not like, hey, screw you, man. I'm jealous of you now. No, it's congratulations, man. I'm so happy that your work is being noticed. And that's the thing I like about what we've created. It's about bringing each other up. Like I said before, it's like the comic book writers room. It's where we help each other and we bring each other up. And that's what I don't care if my work gets shown all the time or everywhere. I care that people enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. With your memes that you've been working on recently, is there one in particular that you're really proud of, whether it was because of the effort that you put behind the scenes or the speed or the actual content itself? Is there one that if someone says, all right, I've never seen any, show me your best meme? Do you have one of those ones?
I don't have a best one. I mean, there was one that I got on Friday Night Tights. I don't know if you've ever seen from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where they're beating up the kids.
Bits and pieces, yeah.
So like there's a scene where like they're beating up kids, and Friday Night Tights was talking about Ray Skywalker. So I put Ray Skywalker's head on the kids, and I think it was Nerdrotic, or it was Ryan's head and D-Day Cobra's head, and I was like, all right, screw it, and I threw it out there. Next morning, I woke up to some of the most feedback I've ever gotten on one meme, and some of the most insulting comments I've ever seen in my life. My mom saw the thread and she's like, honey, are you okay? Like, should I be worried? I'm like, Ma, it was literally something I put together. It was just an accident. I don't know why people are going crazy over it. There's never like ill intent behind anything.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing that I always love about the memes. It's like you can show a meme of someone getting hit. You're not advocating for violence. You're taking a scenario and putting it on there. And I think with those ones, the more poorly edited they are,
yeah,
for whatever reason, they seem to just take off.
It makes me enjoy what the Legion is doing more when everybody is enjoying what the Legion does, you know?
Yeah, and
I mean, I never could have imagined. It was like the first day I did this, I was like, "Hey, I just want to get everybody together and like help each other out." And then, we got shout outs like Jeremy in the beginning was like, "Yo, I like what you guys are doing. Keep up the good work." I'm like, "Wait a minute, if Jeremy believes, this is something, maybe I should, work a little harder." And now I'm always working, but it's not a complaint. It's actually something that makes me full,
Yeah, exactly. And I think that shows because everyone has that little passion project, and then it goes really great, and then it fizzles out. But you seem to be doing a steady incline, and then a big one, and then a steady one, then a big one. It's just like it's week to week. I've heard your name being brought up in streams and things that are outside the fellowship. So it's like it's really cool to start to see that. I'm like, wait a minute, this is yeah.
It's funny you brought up like what do you like what's your most like favorite meme that you've done, or what are you most proud of? My last one.
That is always that was the answer I was kind of looking for. Whatever your last one is.
Like it's true though. It's like whichever one I made previously is the one that I love the most.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we come to the part of the show where I do the 10 hot questions. So how this works is I'll ask you 10 questions, and you've got to give me your first opinion, first thought. Don't give it too much thought. This is just an off the cuff sort of response. Some of these will be related to you, some of these won't. Some of these will be just really weird, obscure, out there questions.
Okay.
Are you ready, sir?
Let's do it.
Question 1. Favorite bad movie of all time?
Movie 43.
That's your favorite? Wow, that is a bad movie. I mean, that fits the criteria of the second part of it, but that one hurt a little here.
I mean, it was such a bad film, but it was so funny as well, just so outrageously funny that I'm like, okay, this makes zero sense, but it's so inappropriately funny. I just can't help myself.
Well, everyone's entitled to their wrong opinion. All right, next one.
Who would you cast as next Superman?
Does myself count?
If that's who you want to cast.
Honestly, I think Henry Cavill fits perfectly for the role if they just gave him the freedom to be Superman.
Yeah, the funny thing about it is this is a question that I had sorted the other day, and then we found out 2 hours ago that he's back for his own movie now.
So rewind time. We'll put it there.
Yeah. What would your movie autobiography be called?
Oh. The story of a harami. Call me a harami kabacha. Just call me a devil child.
Who would play you?
Oh. Are you talking about modern day?
Yeah, let's just say, for instance, who would play...
Zac Efron got to play me.
Zac Efron? Yeah.
He's probably my height, too.
He makes a very good serial killer. I'll give him that.
Well, I got to give myself some fake muscles,
It's your story. You can be as fictional as you want about
it. What the hell are candy corns?
It's almost like a piece of wax.
So, do you eat them?
Yeah, I eat them by the handful.
Okay, because I've noticed that people who I've spoken to either absolutely love them, can't get enough of them, or absolutely hate them.
Well, I mean, for me, it's kind of a novelty because, Halloween's not really my holiday, so I get to kind of partake in that kind of stuff, so I enjoy it.
Is the moon landing considered as the first alien invasion?
I mean, technically, yes. Since humans were not on the moon first, it would be an alien invasion.
All right, and part 2 of that. Would you still consider it an invasion even if there is no inhabitants on that?
Yes.
Nice. Love different answers. Yeah, everyone has a different answer. So,
I mean, simple. When you're conquering a territory, it's still an invasion of some kind.
If you're trying to fail and you do, did you in fact succeed?
Yeah, if you were purposely aiming towards failure, then you would have succeeded in that failure.
All right, I can accept that.
What was the best advice you have gotten from your father or mother?
My pops would always tell me never shit where you eat.
Yep, that's a good one. Especially if he meant it literally, like in a literal sense. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean I think everybody's father has told them that at some point, and if not, your dad needs to tell you that ASAP.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
What's the one thing in the world that makes No Green Rocks smile?
Seeing other people laugh.
Yeah, nice and simple. I like it.
I mean, yeah, it's not the most complicated answer, but I do enjoy bringing joy to other people.
And that's what the Legion of Memes is all about. I take it.
Yeah, it seems to be the foundation.
All right, so that was the 10 questions. You did really well with those. I definitely think we got a little bit more of an insight into how your mind works and how quickly it works. So, but then apparently you also like candy corns, which I don't know is a good or a bad thing yet because I haven't tried any.
I mean, if you were to ask me, like, here's some candy corn, here's some other candy, I'd probably take the other candy. But if you're having candy corn in the bag right there, I'll nosh on it, not a problem.
Even if it's something like an Almond Joy.
I don't really. Almond Joy have coconut in it, right?
I don't know. I've never had one. I don't.
Yeah,
I
if
don't think
Almond
they're
Joy
big
has
over here.
coconut in it, I'll eat the corn candy before the Almond Joy. I don't like coconut.
Fair enough. All right, so let's take it back a little bit. You're not originally from America. You're from Israel. Is that correct?
Yes and no. I grew up in the States till I was about 16. My family was super religious. So I didn't really like hang out with people. I didn't go out. I wasn't like super sociable or anything. And then we moved to Israel when I was 16. I graduated high school and we moved over there. And for some reason, I just blossomed. And I was pretty much the person that I feel was my best self. I mean, I it was the first time I got to like go out and hang out with people. I would go to bars with my friends. Ended up getting girlfriends. Ended up having like a lot of fun. So much to the point where I actually got kicked out of yeshiva because they checked out my MySpace and saw that I had a girlfriend. To be fair, I was coming back at 2 a.m. in the morning and missing morning prayers. But yeah, it was honestly like that's when my life started because I mean it wasn't really being the child that I was. I didn't get to like hang out with people and have that much fun. All my best friends are from there, people I consider my brothers. It's just that's where I am from at the end of the day.
So whether it's playing Cards Against Humanity with your friends, or as you said, finding your true and stuff, what is it that you miss the most about those times back in Israel?
I miss Thursday nights because Thursday nights are like people's from the bar and they'll all hang out with each other and then they'll come back drunk at 2 a.m. Hang out at the person's house and then all head home. Thursday nights back then, we would all hop on a bus, drive to Jerusalem, and go to, I guess, like the heart of Jerusalem, Ben Yehuda Street, and there's a place called Crack Square, which all the bars are at. It's kind of a sketchy area, but it's really a lot of fun. Sit down, have hookahs, talk to chicks, and and just drink and have fun.
He said hookahs, people. Hookahs, not hookers. Just to
hookah.
There was a hard H in there.
Water pipe is what you guys.
Yeah. A big long one. Was it the one that was it multiple pipe ones that you could all share?
No. We always had. It was always like one. Okay, so like when my dad was sick, we used to smoke so much of the hookah that I became like an expert at making them. So like I would go to the bar and be like, this is shit. And then I'd be like, I'm not having this. 20 shekel, what's that, like $5? I'm not paying for this. But like just being around my friend, the camaraderie that we had with each other was just, I mean, I don't know if I could ever have that in the States, but watching, it actually came back to Friday Night Tights for me because when I moved back, I was kind of lonely because all my friends were over there, and then I found Friday Night Tights, and I was like, wow, these people are funny. These people make me laugh. I mean, yeah, they complain about things, but they complain about things like that. There's actually something to complain about, and they laugh, they tell each other jokes, they goof around on stream, and it makes me feel as if my Thursday nights are like Friday afternoons with everybody here.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, and I think that's the point of it. Like, and the weird thing that you'll find is that as time goes on, people will be looking forward to your memes like you are to that, and you build up that sort of community. And you're saying it's different. So, what I want to know is how different has life been for you compared to, say, when you were in? I want to see if I can remember this correctly. Bet Shemesh.
Oh, Bet Shemesh, Ramat Bet Shemesh.
Yeah, Ramat Bet Shemesh,
It's,
compared to where you're currently living, which I won't say in case no one knows.
It's very different. Back home, I ran a bagel shop, a place called Holy Bagel. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of it. It's a little pun on words there. We'll see if people will get that one. But it was like a small town, and I'd wake up in the morning, go to work. Work was like 5 minutes away. I didn't have to drive. And, I knew everybody. There was like a dentist office upstairs, and kids would come down and they'd be crying and upset. And I'm like, I got you. I'm going to make you a great hot chocolate. And then I'd get something called mikupelet, which is like Israeli chocolate that's like super brittle.
I was going to say, is that the real crumbly one?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And I'd make some of the best hot chocolate. I'd bring smiles to people's faces when they came like in the morning. Everybody's like, I want my coffee. I'll give me bagel. And I'm like, hey man, how you doing? I know the way you want your food. But so like everybody in the community knew who I was, and they knew my face and they knew my name. And that's kind of what I miss about being there. It was like a small town compared to like being where I am, which is kind of a small town as well. But over there, I was more sociable with everybody.
You've been doing memes for many people and for different groups and everything. And you've had some good interactions when it comes to them reciprocating things. Tell me about the message that Krigler sent to your mum that brought her tears of happiness.
You really went back to find that one. Wow, that's a long time ago. I don't even remember.
You're no Green Rocks. I've got to know these things.
Oh wow. That's like he gave a shout out to my mom on stream, and basically my mom watched him from his days on Tim Pool, and he was always just super, I don't know, he was a normal guy. He was a nice person. And I don't even remember exactly what was said. I just remember how like my mom kind of like was just like her face lit up, and like she was like when people are genuinely happy, you can kind of see like their face kind of go up, and you can see like tears like about to come out just of like the happiness. Like that was the reaction.
I can even tell you're smiling underneath the mask.
Yeah,
you smile with your eyes.
Well, Adam, I've been a big supporter of Adam for a long time, and to get to meet him and to get to meet all these people, like people I've watched for a while, and they're so open, and when I'm like, hey man, you want to come on midweek hump? He's like, yeah, let's do it. And I'm like, Mom, I got him on. Oh my God.
I made it. I did it.
That's why I always say like, bye mom and hi mom at a lot of the streams. Cause like she's my biggest supporter.
Well, hello.
and to be fair, I could have been doing this like a long time ago, but I was like, nobody wants to hear me. Nobody cares. And my brother's like, are you stupid? Get your butt online. And I took the lead.
So he was the one in the family that has the brains. Got it.
Yes, he is. however smart you think I am, he is times multiple magnitudes.
So I'm gonna show you a quote, and I want you to tell me why it's important to you, or if it is.
You mean, wow, you actually, if not me, then who? If not now, then when? That's something. Yeah, you've really gone back and done your research. I wasn't expecting this. If not me, then who? If not now, then when? Kind of goes back to my frustrations with myself, and how my life was. I was, after my dad died, I went through like a very, very deep depression, and it took me a very, very long time to get out of. And I found I was getting to the point where I was just frustrated with myself. I wanted to be better. I wanted to be stronger. I wanted to be something. So, I think when I came back to the States, I reached out to Buzz, I think it was BuzzFeed or something like that, because I was like, guys, I'm good with people. Hit me up. I'll watch your stuff. And they're like, well, we appreciate you reaching out, but we aren't in the habit of just hiring fans. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, guys. I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. So I was like, screw it. I'll do it myself. And, if not me, then who? If not now, then when? Is just something, it's kind of like a mantra in my head that I repeat when I'm like, I don't know if I can do this.
That is awesome to hear, man. Like, I've got to say, I like that quote, because how you described it, I completely took a different meaning to it. So I love the way in which that you've internalized that. And
well, that's the thing about Hebrew, you got what do they say? You got 12 Jews in the room. You got 13 different opinions.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so we'll bring it back to a little bit more fun. I know you've got an Xbox, and sort of, did you ever end up getting that PlayStation 5 that you were after?
I never got a PlayStation 5. No, dude. I'm not very good at gaming. I enjoy hanging out with people. So like, if I'm gonna play a game, I want to play it with other people, because I'm boring.
What are some of your favorite drinks, and why is it Kirin Ibachi? I always say Ibachi. Oh God.
You're talking about the Japanese beer.
Yes.
Why is it the Japanese beer? Well, through COVID, or through the virus of unknown origin, right? My brother was like, "Hey, there's nothing to watch anymore. Everything sucks." I'm like, "Yeah, this is not fun at all." So he was like, "Hey, do you want to watch some Dragon Ball Z?" And I'm like, "There's no way I'm watching that show. It takes too damn long." He's like, "Wait, you never heard about Super?" I was like, "Excuse me?" And he went and started showing me the Japanese stuff. And I just got like super into the culture. And then, but it's a beer I like to hang out with my brother with. Personally, I like Trappist beer. It's fantastic. I lived in Holland for about
Never
3
had it.
months.
So.
I'll send you a picture of it. It's just, I became such a beer snob when I was living in Holland. It was just so. I love just beer and whiskey, scotch.
Oh yeah. Is it true that you were afraid to watch the series Black Mirror?
Oh yeah, dude. That stuff good. I do not like scary. I don't like scary because I don't like that feeling I get when I'm scared. It's just simple as that. And then there was one episode that I did see of Black Mirror. I think it was like the social media one where like her life was being like torn apart because of social media, and she was getting like downloaded or anything.
Nosedive. Yeah, I think that's
And
that one with.
I was like, this is horrible. Who is watching this to relax? This is horrendous. Seeing somebody's life get turned upside down like this. Who gets entertainment from this? You guys probably watch the Kardashians, for heaven's sake. This is horrible.
So would you be more inclined to watching, say, something like a classic Twilight Zone versus something like that?
Yes, absolutely. I actually I have the DVDs of the classic Twilight Zone somewhere. I think my dad burned them before he passed.
Do you have a favorite episode?
Oh. The one where everybody has pig faces and she had a normal face was very good.
Yeah, in the hospital. I can't think of her name, but yeah, that's right up there.
And then the one where like he's like the last person on the planet and
Yeah.
he loses his glasses so he can't even read. The pain I felt from that was just excruciating.
Oh yeah, like I mean, that's what I love that old school style one. That then when they redid it, not the new one, but the previous
The black and white one.
Yeah, I love the black and white one.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal, and also was the first time I saw William Shatner in anything that wasn't Star Trek.
Well, we had something here on cable called TV Land, which used to play like the all like the old shows. And my dad, like we'd watch some, I don't know, something on Nickelodeon or whatever, and then it hit like 8 o'clock, and then like a whole bunch of TV Land shows would come on, like if you Leave It to Beaver, Beverly Hillbillies, all those kind of shows. And my dad was like, I grew up on this. And I was like, oh, you grew up in it? Here, let me enjoy it with you. And like it kind of just it you know, it's a good time together.
So with all the TV series and everything that you've watched, is there something that you're looking forward to in the future? Any TV series? Because I know we've been getting some dogpiled garbage on, but what is it that excites you for your entertainment?
Well, the House of Dragons series I just finished, and I thought that was just fantastic. I was like, I need more. Somebody needs to give me more of these right now. I mean, I've watched
You're only gonna wait 18 months,
right? A lot can happen in 8 months, guys. Hurry the hell up.
Oh,
but you know, just when my dad was sick, like pretty much all he could do was like watch shows. So like we'd be back home on the porch smoking the water pipe and watching, you know, all these different shows. So, you know, I'm not really looking forward to anything, but I'm looking forward to enjoying something.
and that's always something worth looking towards. You know, the hope of the hope that there's going to be something good. Eye of the Beholder. Sorry, I just remember the episode name. Sorry.
Exactly. That was the one with the pig face.
Yeah. Sorry, I was racking my brains with it. I was literally almost going to go over to the bookcase and see if I've got that DVD there. So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. It just came to me. This has been going out on a limb. I don't know much about this, but whatever happened to the if_Superman Twitter account?
Oh, well, you know, I felt like people calling me Superman all the time was a bit much. And Superman, if he wasn't scared of green rocks, or in the old days, wasn't afraid of green rocks, because that shows you've done a lot of research, because most people don't call me that. You've been, you know some stuff, man. But basically, I was like, I can't have people keep saying this all the time. Like, this is ridiculous. So I figured no green rocks was a bit better than the if_Superman, because I had no idea what the hell I was doing when I first got on.
I wanted to know the origin story of the name.
Oh, well, it's all thanks to my brother, funny enough. I was watching Tim Pool and I saw people talking in his chat and him bringing stuff up. I was like, I'm not going to say anything if my name isn't good. He's like, you got to come up with something. I'm like, I don't know. He's like, Superman? I'm like, I can't call myself Superman. What if I say something stupid? So he was like, well, you know, what's your weakness? I was like, kryptonite. So Superman, if he wasn't scared of green rocks or afraid of green rocks, originated from there. And, you know, I think it was probably the best name, because when it first was brought up and read, people laughed. And that's exactly what I wanted to, like, I didn't realize it's what I wanted to happen, but when it did, I knew I was instantly hooked.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Well, as soon as I heard the name, I never forgot it. That was the next time I saw it in chat, I automatically knew who it was, because it sticks with it. So
you ever see people like see it in chat and they're like, oh, I'm not going to read this whole thing. And then they actually read the whole thing. And then they're like, oh, I am going to read this whole thing.
Yeah,
always
that
cracks
one. I
me
was
up.
one of them.
This cracks me up. I love it.
Do you watch any documentaries?
I used to watch a lot back home, just on the History Channel, everything like that. So documentaries, not so much. Like absurd documentaries, like Ancient Aliens, is something I just like sitting down. Yeah, just like sitting down, just like mindlessly watching. Like I used to watch a lot of like the old biblical, documentaries they had on National Geographic and everything. I'd be like, oh yeah, I've been there. Oh yeah, I've been there. Oh yeah, I've been there. And I was like, they're not covering it properly. Whatever, I'm done.
So is it true that the only reason why you watched the documentary Crossfire is because it had Jack Murphy in it?
Maybe I don't remember it. I did watch a lot of Jack Murphy for a while, and then he went straight up cuck crazy.
Oh,
And I was like,
what happened?
I don't know, shove a dildo up your ass, you'll see what happens. But like
I'll
this
be back
guy's
in a minute.
I mean, the way his reaction on Sydney was just for somebody who preaches to be like, hey, you got to be a man, you got to be, proper on all fronts and everything like that. And just
come on, he said heartfelt. I mean that's got to count.
You're right. I was like, and then like when I called him out on it, he just blocked me. And I was like, all right, dude, like don't try and pretend to be somebody you're not. Like I do my best to be as genuine as I can. If somebody finds something out about my past, not that there's anything to find out, but like if there was, I'd be like, listen, you asked me about it multiple times. It's all good, but I really don't want to talk about it. Instead of just going off on somebody who was literally reading something that somebody else said. I'd be like, you almost got, like, you can do things. You can say no in a way where people can absorb it better.
So I know that with everything that you're doing, you've been a pretty busy guy. But by the time this comes out, you would have already started your own show. Can you tell the people about the new live stream that the Legion of Memes are doing? What can they expect from that, and just give us a little bit of information?
Well, hopefully you can expect over 1,000 subs at some point. But basically what we're doing is we're getting together every week, and I'm doing my best because a lot of this stuff falls on my head. So sometimes I don't have time to do everything, but I really like taking the compilation of what happened on Friday Night Tights and people's memes. Even if it's not the Legion of Memers, I want people to be able to be like, hey, this is the video I'm in, guys. Check it out. And hear them laughing and hear the enjoyment from them. So I kind of like putting a compilation video together after Friday Night Tights and then playing it on the show, and having people enjoy it and seeing themselves on there. That always makes me happy. And I'm still figuring it out. Everybody in the YouTube community is like, when everybody asks them for advice, they're like, just start, just do it, and you'll figure it out from there. So we talk about pop culture, we talk about making memes. There's some advice on how to do what we do, because I'm not wealthy in the least. As a matter of fact, I'm very poor, but not as poor as some people, not as rich as others.
But you're Jewish. How does that work?
Right? I'm Mizrahi. What are you gonna do? But basically, I wanted to show the world that you don't have to have money to create. And Shad, when he was on Friday Night Tights, he was like, you guys have a phone? Use your phone. Very easy. You can make it from there. I was like, that's not bad advice. I got to listen. So, I want to help people create more, because the more people we have creating, the better content we'll have out there. Just like the memes, right? You can have somebody sitting on their couch not knowing what they're doing, but 2 days later put out the best freaking thing you've ever seen. And you're just like, yes, yes. That's why I get so excited when people are like, hey, I saw your stuff, man. You inspired me to do this. I'm like, good, show me. I want to see more. Show me what you can do.
And then when individual people are getting their own names as well that are within it, like someone's just like, oh, this is going to be a Phil one. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, this is a Green Rocks one. We know what it's going to be. Or people are also starting to develop their own little like subset, certain things, which is great.
I mean, I love the fact, like, fine, you can have the same movie scene, but you can have a whole bunch of different people making it differently, and it's funnier each time. Like, I love it. I really love it.
Well, I can definitely see the passion. This comes to the point where it's the end of the show. Can you let the people know what can they expect from you, from the Legion of Memers, for the rest of the year?
Ooh, the rest of the year, I'm trying to get things going with the Legion, and I'm doing my best to make it as successful as possible, while also keeping the fun in it. So you can expect a hell of a lot more memes. You can expect me and the other Legion members to get better at what we do and knock it out of the park each and every time. And hopefully someday I'll be able to make it to a meetup, and I'll be able to, hang out with all you guys, give you guys high fives, hugs. I don't care. I just want to hang out and be around you guys. I'm working on a whole bunch of stuff. Greg, you're helping. You're actually doing most of the work in the background for something very, very special, which won't only help the Legion out, but it will also help everybody else out. And that's kind of what I want to create, something that makes life easier for everybody to enjoy and be happy.
Couldn't have said it better myself. So, on behalf of Mr. Grant Gregory, Superman _ if Superman. No, we can't go with that one. We'll just go with no Greg. Thank you very much for watching this. Any comments or questions are all welcome, and have a good one.
Thanks for watching. Make sure to hit the like button and bell icon. Welcome to Behind the Mic with Mr. Grant Gregory.
With special guest, the handsome tall man himself, Drunk 3PO.
G'day everyone, it's Mr. Grant Gregory. That's right, the guy with the one pair of glasses and one shirt. Except nope, today's a different day. Today's a Valentine's Day. I even dressed up. I wore my best flannel for the internet's most sexy man, everyone's favorite person. Let's bring him on.
Where did you get that picture of me from the beginning?
I could not help myself. I was watching your stream this morning, and I paused it to go somewhere. And when I came back, I went, I've got to use that thumbnail. So.
I don't know where all that handsome man stuff started. It started as a meme. I think I said it one time as a joke on a live stream because some troll was messing with me, and I'm like, I'm the handsomest man on you, and it just like stuck. It just like, I'm like, dear God, it's just kind of like, it's like a joke because I was like destroying this guy.
Art sometimes imitates life and vice versa. So
it's so funny. How are you, man?
Man?
You good?
Yeah, I'm good, man. And yourself? You've been on a bit of a podcasting tour, it seems, as of late. Every time I turn YouTube on, you're on a stream.
I like to do it in bunches, It's like, let me take a deep breath. And like a lot of people ask me to be on their channels, and it's just like, let me just take like 3 days and, shorten my life expectancy and just constantly go. And then, next week, I probably won't even hear from me. I'll probably just disappear into madness. And then when I come back, we'll start all over again. So, but thank you for having me on, man. Thank you for the invite.
It's an absolute pleasure. We've been on a few streams before, Full Aussie a couple of times and a couple other things, but I think this is our first proper one-on-one conversation. So thank you for taking time out of your busy day. I know what it's like being a young player in Florida. So I don't.
Man, I go to theme parks for a living. It's a little different.
Well, I mean, you still get recognized, so that's the main thing. Yeah. Speaking of like your podcast and everything, you've got your one going at the moment. It's been quite successful. You're up to what, 12, 13 episodes now of that?
15, 16.
15, 16.
Surprised
okay.
at that. So yeah, it's I always did interviews before on my channel. I have old interviews with like just certain Gary and Jerry, the regular people, and I enjoyed it. I quit doing it for a little while, and a lot of people were just saying, "Hey, I subscribed because you I really liked listening to people you had on." So I was like, you know, if I'm gonna do this thing again, like I'm gonna do it right, like Spotify, like everything. Like I'm gonna do it right. I'm still kind of learning my way because I really am taking this one a little. I don't know if it's like more serious, but just more professional maybe. So I'm trying to make sure, you know, it's working out. But they change every week because there was like when I first started, I was like not gonna read the chat. It's just recording, even though it's live, and then it's over, and then we're gonna have this because I want people that listen on Spotify to hear like a podcast. But then there was one or two that just went off the rails, and the comments were like more of this. So it's like people just generally want to be around something that's fun.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
so I was like, yeah, you know what? I'll just read the super chats and pull out some chat questions, you know, and different things, and interact with the chat a little bit more, and just do that and throw that up on Spotify. And people, no one's complained. No one's been like, I can't see what's going on here, because I think we do a good job in, you know, explaining if there's something going on. So, but it's a learning process because I want to make sure at the end of the day, people are informed, they're entertained, and they're encouraged. They're motivated and encouraged. Like that's the whole rebellion movement, the welcome to rebellion, shaking off your fears and pursuing your passion. Like what are you afraid
you're living
of?
proof of
You
that,
know?
man. Like
Yeah.
your interview with Marsden was great. I remember being a part of that chat, and I'm like, oh my god, this is cool, and then not realizing that was actually like a podcast versus a live stream sort of thing. And then it was afterwards I went back and I was listening to your ones that you had Cage Fight Inman on there. That was so cool. Like
Yeah.
from completely different worlds. Was that the point of the podcast, is to not so much get outside of our little sphere, but expand it a bit more?
Yes. I wanted to have, I guess you'd say, famous and non-famous people, but mostly people that are breaking away from the norm and living something that they love doing. So, you know, like Steve Inman broke away from stuff, and now he's like making his own. I think I'm gonna have him back on real soon because he's like developing his own movies and writing and directing his own movies. And then I had like Dreaming Tabitha on. She is not as popular as far as a YouTuber goes, but she's an artist and a painter and sculptor and all those things, and she's doing something that makes her happy for, you know, with her life. So it's like I wanted to have a broad spectrum of people that people knew and people don't know, you know, that maybe that they can find interesting, hopefully just to motivate themselves to say, oh, because, you know, it could get to that point where it's like, oh, Jay only has like big people on, you know. It's like, no, I got all walks of life. I want all walks of life. So you can't listen to the podcast and go,
sorry,
okay, he's got people that I don't even know that's got such a small following, yet they're still doing it. You know, so they're still doing it, and that
was the point I was going to make. I didn't know who Roberta Blake was, so so that was
honestly
cool.
Roberta Blake is one of the biggest stars I've had on there. It's just that he's not known in this circle, like.
And that was
I mean,
cool.
This guy speaks in front of like thousands of people to help people with their, you know, YouTube and social media efforts. Like that's what he does. So I didn't know he was a fan of my channel. I saw him in one of the chats one day and I was like, holy crap. I knew him because I watched him when I first started YouTube, and, you know, I just used some of his tips. So when I saw him in the chat, I immediately went to him and was like, hey, you want to be on the podcast? So it was great. So
yeah,
you
man,
know,
it was a great podcast. It was ridiculously insightful.
Yeah, I have Melanie Mack on now. Everybody wants to have her on. You see how I'm a trendsetter, man.
You're a
see how that
trendsetter,
works.
so I mean, one day if you want to test that trend, you're gonna have me on and see if your channel goes down.
Hey,
I mean,
man.
it's a good experiment.
Why not? You know, why not? Why not?
Well, most people know you through your connection with geeks and gamers, but not a lot of people.
They most know me through Gina Carano.
Well,
but yeah, no, geeks and gamers.
That's what I'm saying.
That's my
Yeah,
home base. That's my
yeah,
home
your
base.
home base. How did that connection start, and what was it about them that was such a good fit for you?
So the name Drunk 3PO started as a joke. If I'd known it would get this popular, I might have named myself something else. But here we are, and people seem to think it, it is what it is. And I was part of a group that just talked Star Wars on a Friday night in front of like 5 people. We did a live stream, some friends, and 5 people would sit in the chat, no big deal. And it was great. And we all had weird Star Wars names. Some people kept saying, Jay, you should probably start a YouTube channel. And it was like a cool timing because I had just finished coming off the field, which people don't know. I spent a lot of time overseas and working, and I needed like a hobby to kind of have, just something fun. So I started the Drunk 3PO YouTube channel and, had no idea what I was doing and just recorded videos. And the Last Jedi came out and it was like, I hated it. And I spoke out about it. And a person by the name of Peter, and I have no person by the name of Peter Soretta from Slash Film. Slash Film is a website that talks movies and cinema, and they're very, I guess you would say the term, they're very left-leaning progressive types. So they like love The Last Jedi, they love the Lord of the, they love everything that we are like, no man, that's not good. They're changing stuff. So they're like on the opposite side of the coin of geeks and gamers. Put it that way. They're like on the opposite side of the coin. He put out an article about The Last Jedi, and if you didn't agree with him, you were a toxic. He called us all kinds of names. So I did a video on it. I had like 60 subscribers, man. Like, I was just starting, recorded everything from my phone, no big deal. And he decided to come to attack me on Twitter. And he was like making fun of my views, making fun of my channel. And behind a block wall, he blocked me. I couldn't see it. And I was like, wow.
Attacks a little channel and then hides behind a wall.
Yeah. And then so Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers saw that on Twitter and he was like, who is this YouTuber that he's going after? Jeremy sends me a message. He's like, I got you, man. I got your back. We're in this thing together. Right? He's like, we're in this thing together, man. I got your back. I was like, wow, like, okay. Because I knew them from, they had a show called The High Council way back when. That was the show everybody watched and or listened to on Tuesday nights. And he made a video and it did really well and it boosted my channel tremendously. And we just kind of started a conversation from there. And eventually he reached out and was like, you want to be part of the team? And like, he goes, he basically was like, where would you fit in? I said, well, I live right next door to the theme parks. He goes, yeah, let's start. So I started doing news about theme parks on the main Geeks and Gamers channel. And then he was just like, let's just do our own channel with it and see where it goes. Let's just take a chance. Cause he loves the theme parks. And believe me, there's a huge community. As much as certain people like laugh at him a little bit, like laugh at people that go to theme parks, there is a pretty big community that loves all things theme parks. Like they just love it. And I was a little shocked to learn about how deep that community is. Like it's rough out
insane,
there, man.
It's insanely deep. Like my fiance, she got into this guy Adam the Woo, and he used to go around to theme parks and everything like that.
I know Adam.
Yeah, and so when
he's
we
been on park hopping a few times.
Yeah, so when we first got together, that was her sort of thing. That was what she loved to do, and there was so many different people. There's James the blind fellow. I can never remember his last name. There's a whole different group of them.
Now Adam to me is my perfect. If you were to say, Jay, what YouTuber would you like to be like? I'd be like Adam the Woo. That's the one.
Well, I mean,
that's where Jaywalking the Planet, my other channel, is. But I don't get out as much. I mean, the dude just gets in a car and drives and stops.
His daily vlogs, like he
every day, records a little bit,
yeah.
drives, uploads, drives to the next stop, and he just travels all America. And I love him, man. I love it. When I got to meet him, I met him at Disney, and it was so crazy. He was in line, and I just walked up behind him, didn't even know who he was until he started talking. He turned around, he was by himself, and he was just like, "Hi," and I was like, "Hello." He goes, "You in line?" I was like, "Yeah, you in line?" It was so crazy, and I was like, "I know you from somewhere." He goes, "You probably don't," and I'm like, that's just how cool he was. He just turned around to strike up a conversation, and he's like, "Yeah," and then we talked, and then we ended up meeting up the next day, and he just has fun and records videos, man. It's like that's the way to go, man. It's like so simple. He loves it.
Yeah, like his followers, his fans, friends, they call themselves the Woovians.
Yeah.
What are your fans called? Are they the Jaybirds, the Drunkoids? What would they be?
Insane, maybe. No. I don't know. They throw around drunk army, but I'm like, man, you don't want to say that out loud.
I'm a general in the drunk army.
Yeah, exactly. My fans, if I don't even call them that, there is such a fellowship of people that I've met in the few years I've done YouTube, and we have such a close group of people that I don't know what I would do without them. And they're always in my chat. They're always promoting. They're always encouraging. They're sending emails. They're sending this. They're sending. I mean, they have been unbelievable. They don't. I don't deserve them, and I tell them that all the time, like in the Discord and stuff like that. A lot of the YouTube members and Patreon, like we have our own little private chat, and it's just like every day, it's like I don't deserve you guys, because every day they are encouraging and sharing positivity, and like it's quite amazing, this fellowship that we have over there. I can't believe it. Like that, to me, no matter what I've done, no matter who I've interviewed, no matter what it is, those people were probably the greatest thing to happen to me in this journey. So they're pretty special.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it wasn't for people that were in this, I mean, we never would have met. And so I'm
yeah. So it's like
I'm eternally grateful for that.
Exactly. I could never thank them enough.
All right. So this is the part of the show where I like to do my 10 hot questions. So rules are pretty simple. I'll flash up a question on the screen. I'll read it out. You've got to say the first thing that comes into your mind. So whether it's right, whether it's wrong, it doesn't matter. These are all questions that are sort of related to you, but just generalized questions.
Okay.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
All right. Question number 1. Best food to eat at a theme park?
Pretzel.
A pretzel. So the big pretzels, little ones?
All of them.
All of them. Man, I've got to have a pretzel. I've never had a proper pretzel.
Man, I could say popcorn. There's a confetti popcorn, but if I had to generalize all the theme parks, you could always see me getting a pretzel.
I mean, as long as you had a really nice dinosaur container to put it in, that you could
speaking of a really nice dinosaur container, guess who joined me today? The most expensive toy in my home.
So, is it correct? Did you end up getting 2?
I got 2.
So, is the other one going for a little trip on eBay?
Probably.
Yeah, nice.
It will cover both of these and some extra money for dinner later.
So the question I want to know about those.
I only waited 5 seconds for both of them.
Do you? Yeah, I saw your video. Are you gonna touch the popcorn in it, or are you just gonna let it go
I
bad?
took the pot. No, I'll take it out. Can't ship food like that. It's kind of. I mean, you probably could, but they frown upon that kind of stuff. All you need is some little kid to like open it and choke, and it's like, dear God, it's terrible. So
yeah, drunk 3PO killed my kid.
I saw it'd be awful. It'd be awful. So
all right, on a lighter note, we'll go question number 2. Who's your favorite fictional character?
Indiana Jones.
Oh, good choice. I had a feeling it would be something along those lines.
My all-time favorite character. I wanted to be him. So I became a school teacher and I travel the world.
The question is, do you have a hat and whip?
I have a fedora. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a photo of you with a hat, but I haven't seen it with a whip as well, so I wasn't too sure.
The whip. Yeah, that's for late night times.
Oh,
Man.
yeah, sorry, that's join us for Junk Thrift Kill After Dark, only on OnlyFans.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's not a real one either. It's a terrible. I went outside to crack it a few times. It started to break. I was like, one of these days, someone will watch a live stream. Like, I'd really like an authentic whip. Someone will send me one, and I'll try to crack it, and you'll see like a giant like scar like up my face. They'll be like, "What happened to the most handsome man on YouTube?" It's like, I whipped myself in the face. So you know.
At least you can walk around and go, you know how I got these scars?
They used to sell a fake whip at the Indiana Jones experience at Disney. They stopped selling them, and they were like, you buy it, like you would see kids like walking around the park, like slapping their little brother and stuff like that. I mean, I guess it could hurt if you popped them hard enough, but you know, it was just enough. It was a real thick like leather thing. It was just enough to kind of like throw it on a pole, and it would like wrap around and hold a little bit. Nothing that you could swing off of, and it was plastic, but like they stopped selling them. I was like, yeah, I wonder why.
Even hard enough, that'll sting. So, all right. Question 3. The next franchise to be destroyed by wokeism after Lord of the Rings.
Jeez. I know I have to answer them quickly. Indiana Jones.
Oh yeah, that one hurts.
I'm scared to death of what's going to happen.
I don't want to see time travel in that. In this, this is
scared to death. The fourth one was a bad film, but it wasn't a franchise killer. You know.
I mean, at least it still somewhat felt like an Indiana Jones.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some people like it. I'm like, I thought it was a terrible movie. But it wasn't like a agenda driven, like it just was like a bad movie. And you can have bad movies time to time, you know, it happens. It happens.
Bad movies are fun.
Yeah.
All right, next question. What would your movie autobiography be called?
Jaywalking the Planet.
Yeah, as soon as I thought that's gonna be the answer. As soon as I said, I'm like, yeah, it's too good of an answer not to have it.
Yeah, played by Wee Man. Wee Man from the Jackass franchise, the little guy, Wee Man.
Yeah, we'll sign it up now.
I look just like him, man. I'm telling you, I look just like him. People don't. I mean, even though I'm really tall.
I was gonna say there is a bit of a height difference from
height difference, but like if you pull up a face. They're like, dang, he looks like Wee Man. I was like, yeah, he could play me in the bio. I'd be so happy. That would be even cooler. I've been around the world twice, you know, and so that'd be kind of cool to like have Wee Man play me going around the world.
Yeah, it would be awesome. For it. So yeah, definitely gonna make sure I put a note to myself to do a comparison picture right now in the edit.
Mm-hmm. I'll send them to you.
Yeah. All right, what's your best memory from El Salvador?
Bringing Christmas presents to the kids was probably one of the coolest thing. Oh man, there's so many. Also, we took the children one day to a vacation before their orphanage was built. This is the best memory. And we rented out a water park with like water slides. It ain't like anything we've seen. It's like busted up. Like it's literally like a hose on a giant slide going into a pool. But to them, it was incredible. And to see, like, to pick them up in a giant bus and say, everybody get in, not knowing where they're going to a water park, paying the guy $300 to have it all to ourselves for 2 hours, like all to ourselves. And then paying some people, some other people to make food for all of us, like, and not just like a little bowl of rice, like chicken, steak, vegetables, rice, sodas. Like, we wanted them to eat till they threw up. Like, I wanted them to feel what it feels like to be full, where you have to push food away. That's what I wanted them to feel. And we accomplished that. And it was like, at the end of the day, you were kind of like, that was cool. Like, that was like where it's like, you want some more? And they're like, I can't eat anymore. It's like, mission accomplished.
You're like, win.
Yeah, that was so, because they only usually eat 2 meals a day, and one of them is just like like a bowl of rice. So there's nothing else with it. So it's like, if that was me, are you kidding me? I'd be gnawing on this plastic, like 2 hours in. So that was really cool. I'll never forget that ever.
Where does the desire to help people like that, where does that come from?
Growing up, my mom and dad were really religious, and we went to church every day, almost. Sunday night, Monday, Wednesday night youth group, Thursday night choir, Friday night this. I mean, it was a lot. And so I became extremely bitter towards church and the Bible. And I love my mom and dad, and like, we have the best relationship. So hearing this story, like, they, just like, I love them to death. And a lot of things have changed since then. But once I moved out of the house at such a young age, 17, and started my own life's journey, I was just really angry that I felt like my parents, I got left out of so much. My friends were going to the movies, my friends were going to dances, and my parents were like, no, you can't. Like, that's wrong. Like, don't do that. Their views have since changed, but and so I was really angry. So while I was in college, there was a trip that was going to Africa over in Kenya, and they were going to do some water work there. In my mind, I was like, there was some pretty girls going, like, there was, so I was just like, I wanted to go. And I went, and I saw, I was because I actually, let me bring it back. I didn't go right into college after high school. I took some time off to work and things like that. So it was a jumbled mess. Anyway, so I was a little bit older, and then I went, and I was like, this is the first time I ever saw like what poverty really is, where like people and children are not eating, like, at all, like nothing. And it really shook me, because here we were working to build these rain collectors. Basically what it was is a giant bathtub. When it rained, the water went in, and they could clean it for drinking water. And we saw these people that haven't eaten and all this stuff, and then we go back to our hotel, and there's like a giant buffet of food there, literally a 2-hour drive away. And I just remember, like, I couldn't eat anything. Like, I was sick. And I'm like, my mind is like, can we just take all this? Like, who do I have to pay to pick all this food up and just drive it back to that village? Like, can we do that, please? Like, because that's how I was feeling. I was angry and upset and everything. So I wrestled. Going back to the States, I was wrestling with myself. Like, there's like, starvation is real. Like, it's real. Like, it's a real thing that kills a lot of people every day. I think the statistics is 17,000 people die of hunger related issues every day.
That's insane.
And so I was like, finally, I heard somebody say, you want to change the world, you draw a circle on the ground and step in it, and that's who you start with. And I was like, all right, let's go. So I went into training. I was going to finish school to go back over to Africa and work and do what I can. And then all of a sudden, the earthquake hit in Haiti, and they asked in 2010, and they were asking, hey, anybody want to go? I lived in Florida. It was like 2-hour flight. I was like, yeah, I'll go. I ended up, that became my second home for a long, and I just kind of fell into it. It wasn't like it was planned. And basically what happened was, I was getting calls from other organizations saying, hey, you speak English? Hey, we want to bring a team there. Can you help? Yeah, I can help. hey, like, can you pick these people up from the airport? We want to bring doctors in. Yeah, no problem. So it just started that. And then people were saying, hey, you work well internationally. You want to go to like this country? You want to go build a home over here? And it just turned into, so I was being contracted to lead teams all over the world. So that's just, it kind of just happened. But
Anyway.
it took its toll on me, man. Like it took its toll on me. So
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine, like, you know, the heart can only take so much, and you know, especially when all you're trying to do is give, and sometimes it must be just heartbreaking just to get out of bed of a morning with that sort of stuff.
I had to go to counseling, man. Like Cambodia, I think after years of seeing like suffering, like, you know, like serious like hunger related issues, sickness, stuff like that. It just built up. Yeah, I never really had, like, no one ever taught me, or no one ever, you know, talked about the like downtime, like how to detox from like seeing all those images. And maybe detox is the wrong word, but it's just kind of like like dealing with it. Because as soon
Yeah.
as I was done, it's like, all right, let's go to the next one, you know. And it was just like, for some reason I went to Cambodia, and I mean, you can look this up on YouTube. It's just, there's hundreds of kids that live in the garbage there trying to find pieces of plastic for like a bag of rice to eat that day. So it's like they are working to eat that day. They ain't working for no shirt, no shoes, no rent, no nothing. They are working to eat for a bag of rice that day. And to breathe it, and like we drove close to it, and like to breathe that stuff in it's, I mean, it's horrific. And you're just kind of like, I just did something to me. And I was like, well, I came back, and I could tell that something was not, I was off, like, you know, like mentally and everything. It was just like, I wasn't happy. I was angry. I was this. It messed up a lot of relationships in my life. It just was, there was just like a lot of stuff going on I had to work out. So I went to counseling, and no shame, you know, and like worked it out, you know, like was working it out to the point where I fell in love with life again. And I stopped doing all those travels and stuff. And then like the El Salvador project opened up a few, like some years after that. And I was like, I think I can handle that one. You know, like I'm not going to travel all over. This will be more of a volunteer thing, you know, and I'll just do it voluntarily. And so there we are. So it kind of went that way. And so I'm very healthy now, like, but it did, it took its toll. It was rough, man. Ooh, I remember those days. So I just would constantly eat, you know, like try to sleep, and then you take pills to sleep, and then you're tired, so you take stuff to stay awake. And it was just like you were just eating like fast food. It just wasn't. It was very unhealthy. And so I'm very grateful to have moved that part of my life over, but never ashamed to share. Like if you feel like there's something not, like you're off, like find and seek help and talk to people. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about wanting to better yourself ever, you know, ever.
Absolutely. I mean,
So,
and thank you for opening up about that.
oh yeah, I have
And
nothing to
yeah,
hide, like on that, because if it helps people like realize that they're dealing with something, and like, I'm just trying to be a man and keep it in, you know, I'm an alpha male. It's like, come on.
yeah, I have a friend who is an emergency room physician, and very similar to some of the stuff that you were saying. He said to me over the years that, you know, it just, things were just weighing him down. He wasn't upset. He wasn't angry. He was just, the way that he said it, he was just living. He wasn't alive. He was just living, or he was alive. He wasn't living. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like I'm living now, and I'm
that is
very
awesome.
happy.
Well, I mean, you've got the demeanor of someone who is enjoying life, and that excitement and enjoy in life. It's infectious. It's the easiest way to describe it.
Well, everything changed. Like once you start to love life again, And it's almost like I had to like watch the sunset again and just be like, wow. And like go to the beach and watch the waves and just like, man, this is beautiful. And see people start and what really made me like jump for joy was like watching people, everyday people, do extraordinary things that no one will ever know about. You know, like there was when I lived in Fort Lauderdale, there was a guy twice a week made like 100 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and went and fed people on the streets. Some people were like, you shouldn't do that. And he just wanted to feed people. Didn't want to make the papers, didn't want any help, just made sandwiches. And it was just like, he was just happy, just showed up, gave out some sandwiches to people that were hungry, you know, and put it in like, he wrapped them in a way where there wasn't litter. It was like, I forget, it was some kind of like paper thin. Anyway, however he did it, he did it in a way, I guess there was some litter if they threw it on the ground, but he just did it in a way that was just so pure and innocent and happy. And it's just things like that. It's there was a guy that would go to these where I used to go to school. There was a guy that would cut hair, and a lot of the children over in this area are living in where I used to work at school. It was like a heavy poverty area, so they were pretty poor. And he would cut people's hair for free, do it once a month. They would line up and get their hair cut just to save them a couple bucks, you know, and stuff. And he just loved doing it, you know. And it's like seeing that, and that was the whole thing with like the Jaywalking the Planet YouTube channel and the podcast. It's like just talking to people that just are loving life, and why, you know, why are they loving life? And the jaywalking was just me rediscovering like the world and the beauty that this world has, and from everything, you know, going places I've never been before, hiking up a mountain. I've never really done that, and just seeing the view and just sitting there and watching, and the world is as ugly as the world is portrayed on social media. The world is actually a really beautiful place, filled with a lot of amazing, beautiful people. You just got to find them. You just got to find them, man. They're out there. But if you look at like Twitter and stuff, the world is ugly, nasty, horrendous, terrible. And it's like, sometimes you just got to take your phone, turn it off, and just set it down and just take a walk. And
technology detoxes do wonders for the soul. That's for sure.
Got to do it every now and then.
But make sure you don't do it while the show's on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
All right, I'll go to the next question. Why do the Heat suck so much?
The Miami Heat basketball team?
Yeah.
Because we don't have LeBron James anymore. They're actually doing really good this year. And they were actually in the finals 2 years ago. So they're not that bad. They're not winning the finals, but
they're not winning, but yeah, it's in the right direction, I guess.
I think going in the right right direction with the right people. Jimmy Butler, I love.
That's the key.
I'm happy this year. I think we might not win it all, but we're building things like that. So
yeah, I had to add that little dig in there for you. My apologies.
Yeah.
So what's your favorite hat / cap?
The one I'm wearing.
This is the part where you do the plug.
Yeah, the one I'm wearing right now. The
And
one I'm wearing right now. What's that?
Where can people get that hat?
It is actually sold out, but they're coming back in 3 weeks. I think the second week of March, they'll be on 9lineapparel.com. So it's funny. 9line Apparel approached me and they were like, hey, we like the rebellion thing that you got going on. And of course, Gina Carano had a lot to do with that. And so they thought they would make a shirt or a hat and Gina would wear it and promote it. Right. And I told them, I was like, I don't think she's going to do that. Like, I'm not going to ask her to do that either. It's like, that's not my place. And so, and then I think they were like, well, we're stuck with him. So let's do a hat. And they were like, do you think you could sell 20 of them? And I said, what's the record? I said, what's the record? They said, the record's 300. I said, what if I beat the record? And the guy on the phone was like, well, that's always nice to have goals. Like they just played it off.
Oh,
They have like big name signed to Nine Line
yeah.
that couldn't sell 300 hats. And so I said, well, I'm gonna go for the record. And they were like, okay, well, we'll put you down for 40. So they went live. They launched the first day. Okay. We sold 350, around 350, 340. The first 24 hours, they had to take them down because they didn't have enough hat. They do all their work. This is what I love about Nine Line. They make their clothes right there at the factory. So it's made in the USA, stitched in the like all that stuff is right there. So they only had the style of hat that I wanted with the stitching. They only had enough to make about 50. So it was really, we sold 300. They're like, they called me like, now I've got like vice president on the phone. Like, who are you? They're like, who are you? They're like, you just broke the record in 24 hours. And I was like, because there's a lot of people out there that they need a little rebellion in their life, and this is what's helping them get there. And the money was going to a good cause and helping veterans. And so it's a win-win all around. So they're like, well, we had to take them down. And now people are upset with us. They're sending us emails saying they've been wanting the hat. They finally got it relaunched. And it was like, in the thousands. Like they'd never seen anything like it. So now they're like, they stocked up on hats to relaunch it again in the next few weeks. So I was like, well, I don't know if we'll sell the same amount, but it's worth a shot. Like,
That's awesome. And do they ship internationally?
I believe so, but I believe as the world begins to open up a little bit more, they're starting to ship internationally. I don't think they were able to ship to Australia because
no, they weren't able to do it for the first lot.
Yeah, of government stuff, all that stuff going on. So yeah. But I think as the world begins to open up more, like the shipping will be, being taken care of. Because I spoke to Az, like the people in the UK all got theirs without a problem.
Yeah, well, the UK has them. I mean, we're getting our mail in once every 2 weeks internationally, so it's not that fun.
Ah, yes. So there you have it.
Yeah, nice. All right, that's the one I just did. All right, next one.
What's the one thing in the world that always makes Jay smile? Seeing my friends win. Seeing my friends win makes me happy. Makes me happy. I want everyone around me to succeed. I want you to succeed. I want everyone around me to succeed in their dreams. And I could care less if you pass me in subscribers, if YouTube is your goal. I could care less about all that stuff because if you're winning, we're all winning. That's the problem with people today. We don't have enough people around us that will cheer you on when you're winning and they're falling down. But because the mindset is, okay, so this person's winning and I'm not, then I better do something to get myself back up. It's like, no. You don't understand. If my friend is winning, once he gets to like where he's going, he's going to look down and try to pull me up with him. You just have to be surrounded by people like that. Most of the time people look at that, when somebody's winning, they either get mad or jealous or why did it have to happen to that person? Like that kind of mental attitude. It's like, well, then are you really their friend because you were above them at one point?
I never got that thing. Like, I mean, me personally, I'm addicted to success. I want to surround myself with people who are successful, whether it's someone who can draw really good or anything like that, someone who is succeeding and doing that and just creative. It's always been like, so I never understood that the whole step over your friends to get one run off the like I never got it because I mean that's happened to me with people who I've worked with who just stepped over me just to get that one run higher, and they're at the same spot I am now years later, and all it cost us was our friendship, sort of thing. I'm like,
And that
all those years, we could have still been bros and everything like that, just because you wanted one little thing. I never understood that.
But see, the other thing is too, is the world sees it. You know, people watch carefully. They see. So, like, for instance, so Ryan Kinnell just got 100,000 subscribers. There was a point where I had more subs than him, and he roared back. And like, so what do I do? What's not fair, Jeremy? You promote Ryan more than me, and why is he winning? And why? Like, no, come on, give me a break. Ryan busted his butt to get there. Like, he busted his butt. Who am I to like try to pull him down to raise me up? That's what we call the Ryan Johnson movie direction technique. He pulled down Luke Skywalker to build his characters up. It's like, you don't do that. You cheer this on, and people watch, man. They see loud and clear, you know, if I was a crybaby or am I cheering my friends on? Because then what happens is people are like, I want to be part of that group, because all they do is celebrate each other's success. And when one of them is really successful, the others try to pull them up as much as they can to get on their level. And it's just a constant, you know, like, let's win, let's go, let's do this, let's do that. And it's a beautiful thing to see that, to be around people like that. And, you know, to be around. When I hit 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, the first person to celebrate me was Ryan. The first person. He went out of his way. He was like, I was watching, dude. I was refreshing, and you hit it, and I wanted, you know. And it's like, you gotta have people in your life like that, you know. He didn't have to do that. I know he would have been happy for me, but he didn't have to go out of his way. But he did. He went out of his way. He went on his social media, did everything. It was like, congratulations. I wanted to be the first for you, Jay. So it's like, those are the kind of people you want in your life, man. And in Geeks and Gamers, it's like, that's who I've found. Not only do they encourage, they motivate, and they push you. You know, it's like, it's a perfect trifecta. And they easily will look at, you know, like, they can watch a live stream, Jeremy or Ryan or whoever, and they'd be like, man, Jay, either Jay's really tired, or he's hungry, or he's this. And they'll text me sometimes in the middle of the stream, like, you good, bro? Like, you're a little off, like right now. Like, you look like you're about to fall asleep, or you look a little more angry than normal, or you look a little, you know, and I appreciate that. So you have people in your life that you trust and respect their opinions and what they see when it's something that you can't see, you know. It's something. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, we're all human. We're gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna be a little short with people sometimes. I might blow up at somebody because of something that happened. It's just life, man. It's life. We've got to like forgive people sometimes, especially people that we know that had a bad day. We all have bad days. I don't know what's going on in your life at this moment. You don't really know what's going on in mine. You don't know what phone calls I was on today. I don't know what was on in yours. You know, you could have had a horrific phone call. I could be dealing with a personal family matter. I mean, nobody knows. And then when you go online and sometimes some of that stuff bubbles up, you know, it's good to have people around you to call you out that you can respect, that you know they're not just being rude. Like, they're like, I'm saying this because I love you and I want your very best every time you project yourself. So those are the people you got to
and it definitely seems like you found that with Geeks and Gamers, and
I'm finding more people like that every day. It's a beautiful thing to see. It is a beautiful thing to see and have around. So,
all right, just give me a quick second, buddy. Sorry, I just got a message coming. I want to make sure everything's right. Yep. All right, sweet. Put the phone down there. Here we go. All right, so we'll go to our lucky last question, which I can't even remember what it is now. There it is. What would it take to make you a Star Wars fan once more?
Boy, I get asked that all the time.
Okay, actually, I'll rephrase it. Is there something they can do, do you think? Not necessarily what. Yeah.
They can start with an apology to Gina. That would be huge. That would be really huge. They wouldn't have to bring her back necessarily for me to come back and enjoy Star Wars, but it's just an apology from the terrible people. They had me back for Mandalorian season 2. I was like, all right, I see Star Wars for what it is. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm gonna call it out. I'm gonna like this and that. And I was starting to love Star Wars again. And then Pablo Hidalgo makes fun of my friend Star Wars Theory for crying over Luke Skywalker. And I was like, you had all this goodwill with the Luke moment. All right. You had people that hate Disney Star Wars saying more of this. All right. I can dig that. Like, okay. Like, I like that. All right. Whatever. Not everybody, but a lot of people. There was a lot of goodwill. You threw it in the toilet with a single tweet. Then it's like, all right, let's do that. Let's go on. And then they, they fired my friend. And firing her was one thing. Okay, you fired her. It's what they did afterwards that was when people from a company that I've loved, that I've spent thousands of dollars on, came out on their social media to trash and harass this poor woman, calling her every name in the book. Like, I mean, they just wanted her dead and gone, literally. Like, they wanted her erased from existence. And they came out, like, people like that were in the production set, people that weren't right for Lucasfilm, people that write for their blog. And I have it all on videos. We've got a history of them. And a lot of them went back and deleted all their tweets about this. And it just was horrible, and that, to me, when I saw that, I was like, well, I'm really done, because I don't want to support a company that treats people like that. You fired her one. Okay. Yeah, we're no longer going to have her. We're going to move on. Okay. All right. I didn't like that move. What's going on? What's this? What's that? But then to double and triple down, laughing at her, calling her, the names, all the isms, all that stuff. That was a huge eye opener for me. And I was like, once my Disney Plus runs out, because I had it for a year, I'm not going to renew it. And that hurt me, because I'm a big Marvel fan too. Like, I got Thanos Gauntlet back there, and that hurt me. But she's my friend, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like we were like really good friends, and it's like I can't support it. And I ain't mad at anybody who watches it or does this or does that. Like, that's none of that, but it's just a personal decision. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing that they do. They don't think about the consequences of their actions while talking about consequences. It was the most unself-aware scenario that I've ever seen.
Yeah. And what I think happened was, I don't even think they realized the blowback. I think because Gina was like, let's be honest, she wasn't the star. She was on maybe 3 or 4 episodes, wasn't on the whole thing. But they didn't realize the fan base that she had created, or that she already had, from like UFC to everything else that she did. And, to see that, what they did to her, like, I believed Lucasfilm was gonna let her go, have a couple people talk, and let everyone go, oh, okay, she was a bad person, we moved on. The backlash that they got, I think, shocked them to the core. That they changed a lot of things. They shocked them to the core, and I think it still is shocking. I mean, listen, even almost up to this day, you could go on any video on the official Star Wars YouTube channel, and the comment section are still filled with, why did you do this to Gina? Like, why? Like, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that it's still going on, So you can't see the thumbs down anymore. I bet they're happy about that. But every video that, since her firing, you could click on, and like, they were ratioed to death. It was just like 80% downvotes constantly.
If you do a hashtag Gina did nothing wrong, it'll always come
all
up
that
with,
stuff.
it'll always come up
Just
with
like,
comments in YouTube videos.
I don't think they realized. I think they thought they could just let her go and no one would care, because she really wasn't, a big fan on the, that's all.
That's the thing, when you back a strong woman into the corner, she's going to fight back, and as you know.
Yeah.
So there was one other thing I wanted to touch on. As you said that you have a friendship and people have known you through that friendship. But basically, I think your biggest accomplishment hasn't even been mentioned in this interview yet. And my apologies on that. What's it like being the #1 lawnmower simulator on Twitch?
It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome.
There was this,
and
there was a
my
woman called
glorious
Mallory who was
return. My glorious
coming at you.
return. It's going to be glorious. It's going to be glorious. So I haven't played that game in a while, but like that was a big deal because no matter what live stream I go on, no matter where I go, people always mention that. They're like, "There's the #1 lawnmower simulator live streamer," and I was like, "Shh." But you want to know what's crazy? My Twitch would normally get 15 to 20 people. I don't really promote it that much. When I did those lawnmower simulator streams, I had 100+ people watching on a few of them. And now, like, I'm averaging like 50, 60 people to watch, which is it's really cool because my Twitch is nothing special. It's just me in the video game. Like, I don't like, there's so many cool Twitch streamers out there. They got like these cool emojis and things that they do. And
well, you
it's
can't
like,
sell yourself short on your content. That's the main thing. That's something that you
yeah,
taught
well, I
me.
mean, I just don't put the
it's everyone can't be Krista when it comes to that sort of thing.
no,
She's phenomenal
exactly.
at
She's
it,
a
so,
superstar.
Yeah.
She's a superstar.
So yeah, you're talking Twitch. You've had a channel, but drinking in Pandora, like, is that something that you're going to be doing on the regular again?
Yes, that is interesting channel because I told myself I wanted to do a channel about Avatar. I know it's not everyone's favorite film. I love it. And I think with the lack of Star Wars in my life and the lack of Marvel and all these IPs, I just kind of, and yes, I know Disney owns it, but I just dove into like their comics and their books and stuff, and it just filled a void, I guess, that I was missing from like normal sci-fi. So I made that channel, Drinking in Pandora, and I was like, I'm not even going to promote it. I'm just going to see what happens. And I love making content over there. Like, it's like mini movies. Like, I don't show my face. I just like showing clips from the film or photos and articles and just voiceover. It's just a completely different channel. So I'm actually curious to see what's going to become of that, because like two things could happen. When they release the teaser trailer for the next film, that channel could explode, or it could do absolutely nothing. YouTube is YouTube. So
you can never.
I just want to have enough content on there. Like, my goal is to have enough content on there when the teaser trailer finally, it's going to be released soon, like in the next few months. That they're like, if people search Avatar, that channel will turn up. And that's what, it's almost like a science experiment where I'm like, I'm not going to push it on my Twitter. I'll let other people push it all they want. Like, you brought it up, so I talk about it here. Every now and then I'll bring it up, but I'm just curious to see YouTube from a different perspective of where, it's only got 200 subscribers, and I don't push it on any of my social medias. You can go on that channel and literally really not see me so much. So it's just about, and I'm just kind of curious to see what will happen. Honestly, I love making content for that channel. Like, I love it.
Do you think that, depending on how successful the film was, would you end up ever getting a colorway, like little action figure or something like that? Or if they bring it, maybe a plushie? If they do anything like, oh, you already got.
It's right there. See it behind the football?
Yeah. Well, there you go. Answered my question already. So. Yeah, because I'm interested in the film. I quite like the film. I'm not too sure about the whole aspect of bringing Spider into it as the. I don't know how that's going to go. If that's just going to be the whole point of having him there just to be conflict, but I definitely think it's awesome, and I'm looking forward to it. And I enjoy your channel.
You do know that Disney has a whole Pandora world that
I
is
I saw your first video and
amazing.
it looked like, is that where that was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they did Pandora. They call it Pandora. They did an Avatar world there, and it's amazing. Like it is like unbelievable. It is everything you want from the movies, from every like even the ground you walk on, it glows when you walk on it, just like in the films. And then they have like the Star Wars land where you're like, where's the Star Wars?
It's dirt, it's desert and a building.
It's just like it's like, and I love being in Pandora, man. I go there and like it's just everything is so cool there. Like they play the music and they got the creatures and they've got like walkways through Pandora you could just walk through, and it's so cool. And the ride there is probably one of the top 3 rides in all of Florida. The Flight of Passage. Like people wait hours to ride that ride. Like hours. Like they'll go to the park on a busy day, they'll get in line for 5 hours to ride that ride. It's that good.
It's
insane. That good.
I'd love to be able to experience something like that.
Yeah,
I'd never wait 5 hours for a ride, but
it's
I
not
guess
a
we don't
roller
have rides that are
coaster.
that good.
That's all I could say. It's not a roller coaster, but it's whatever they do, you're just like, holy crap! You know, it's like that was beautiful. So it's really cool.
Awesome. All right, before I let you go, there's a couple of things I just want to run past you. I did ask a few people just to give a little quote on you, so I could just, so I could essentially quote them, and just to see how you would respond. These are your fans, your peers. So we have from D-Day Cobra. He said he's tall and handsome, but he sucks at Mario Kart. Is that a true statement?
That's true. That's true, man. I'm terrible at that game. I don't know why. I'm terrible at that game.
From someone who's constantly in the chats, Toxic Man Flu. He said his life story is pretty good. It's like Forrest Gump with a much bigger heart and not as retarded.
Spot on.
And then
Spot
my favorite one, when I'm doing a little bit of research for you, I stumbled across your edition, the Drunk 3PO, in Urban Dictionary.
Oh,
so, yeah. So the most attractive man on the internet, Gina Carano's #1 simp, rising star in the Star Wars community, and then underneath, how to use in a sentence. Drunk 3PO is definitely in love with Carano.
All true. I love Gina. All true. I don't know about a rising star in the Star Wars community, but everything else probably spot on. You know you've made it when you're in the Urban Dictionary. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, well, my name's in there, but it's not for anything I did, and I'm glad on that. So.
Oh man, that's funny.
All right. I want to thank you very much for taking time out of your busy day to come talk to me. It's definitely been an eye-opening experience. Final question: what's coming up that you want to promote, and what's going on for 2022 for Drunk 3PO?
2022, I think we're gonna build a special needs home in Mexico. I'm gonna figure out how to raise about $50,000 this year, and you're gonna see a couple more shirt drops from Nine Line. The podcast is that's like my baby right now. I plan on traveling to my friend McKenna is like got me going to Alaska and a few other crazy places. So that poor channel, Jaywalking the Planet, which I haven't uploaded on in a while, will finally get some more traveling content. And that's pretty much what's gonna happen. Like I plan on traveling more. My ultimate dream is to get like a nice 4-door pickup truck and just drive around America and do the podcast and film like Adam the Woo. Like that's my ultimate dream. I would love to do that. I'd love to take a year or two and just do that and just go.
Jay driving the planet?
Pretty much, yeah. And just go, like stop at places, and like just not be in a rush. If I go to St. Augustine, want to spend a couple days there. If I want to go to Texas, meet people that I know, have some meetups and just see America. I've seen the world, but I haven't really seen all of America. Only some of the major cities. So it'd be really nice to see my country, man. It's my home, and see what's going on there. So
that's a beautiful thing.
Well,
Yeah,
that's what I'm working forward to. And the biggest thing, I have my own little universe, and quite possibly this year, it's the book number 1 is going to be released.
Ooh.
Quite possibly, yeah. It's called the Achromatic series, and it's a 6-book series. The graphic novel's almost finished, and very pleased. It's been taking a long time to get it to this point. I'm very pleased on how it's coming out. So we're gonna see how that goes.
Well, there you go, folks. You have it. You've got so much to look forward to for Drunk 3PO. For Mr. Grant Gregory, for Drunk 3PO, I want to thank everyone for tuning in and have yourselves a good day.
Great day. Great day.
Gregory.
With special guest and upcoming YouTuber, Ryan Roger at Hey, Athe. Or is it Athe? Never mind, with special guest, R-R-A.
G'day, YouTube. It's me, Mr. Grant Gregory, coming to you through the power of the internet. All right, quick word. We had a bit of an issue with the original file. It got corrupted. We only ended up with about 75% of it, so it will be a little bit choppy. And it took quite a while for us to get this back. So this was recorded last year. This might have been the first, second, or maybe even the third time I've recorded this. You'll never know, because apparently I'm a boomer. So I'm joined by a really awesome guest today. He's taken a very different and very unique path to YouTube stardom. Without further ado, I'll bring him on. It's Ryan Roger Athe. Can you help me in the voiceover, guys?
Ryan Roger Athe.
Athe, okay. Because yeah, every time I've looked at it and I've asked other people, and they're like, no, it's Athe. Was it Athe? And yeah, it's hard to tell. So how you doing today, man?
I'm doing very well, as I am a guest of you, Mr. Grant Gregory, one of many prominent creators, such as Gary and Drunk 3PO and others that I can't remember. But it's great to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
Some people would say they are potential stars of the future, even.
Oh, yes, rising stars who made it.
Who made it, yeah. So your channel, from the most part, as of recent, has seen somewhat of a boom. Could you explain in a nutshell what it is that you do on YouTube and why you do it?
Well, I give my thoughts on topics and people that I'm interested in. That's how all of this started, with my thoughts. This is my second run on YouTube from late October 2021 until today. My first run was from September 2020 to January 2021, where I failed, gave up, made a few videos, but then decided it wasn't for me. But my content, Grant, and the viewers, can be divided into three. Blooper. My thoughts, rising stars, and suggestion videos. Don't get many of my thoughts anymore, Grant, because we get so many suggestion videos. So much the better. But yeah, that's my channel in a nutshell. And when fellow creators share my thoughts about them or people they're interested in, that's when we get growth, and that's always good.
What was the path to go? Well, I'm gonna go this. Was it just purely and simply you wanted to get your thoughts out there, or you wanted to get your thoughts out there on specific topics? Was there a one topic that you went, I have to talk about this?
Not really, in all honesty. What started the second run again, believe it or not, Mr. Grant Gregory, was a bus strike in my local area. So that's what started this all up again. And from there, I spoke my mind about things that I wanted to talk about up until early February of 2022, when I gave my thoughts on a creator called Tyrone Magnus, and he shared my thoughts about him, and I went from 79 subscribers all the way to 279 in 2 days. And then I thought, well, this is serious now, so I better create consistent content, and that's how suggestion videos took off and rising stars became a thing.
What was it about that video in particular? Did you get a lot of, what was the response? Was it negative? Was it positive? Was it mixed?
It was overwhelmingly positive. I released the video, didn't get much views in the first few hours, but then Tyrone Magnus saw it, shared it on his community tab, and I got a lot of views and good few subscribers. So it was overwhelmingly positive.
So would you say that the response that you got birthed your love and desire to let other people know about other YouTube creators?
Oh, yes. Yes, without what I call the Magnus spike, because it caused a spike in views and subscribers, Rising Stars would never have existed. And that's why recently in August, since I had such rapid growth, because fellow creators have been sharing my thoughts about either them or things they're interested in, those spikes, Grant, usually lead to innovations. And hopefully this September, I pass 1,000 subscribers and start my own show, of which you are more than welcome to be a guest of.
What does the future hold for your shows? You're talking about you're going to be doing a show. Do you have an end goal or something in mind for the future, or do you see yourself in the next X amount of years continuing to do your thoughts, Rising Stars, etc.,
Yeah.
etc.?
The biggest difficulty I've found for creators is starting, and then the second biggest difficulty is to keep on going. That's why I say keep on going and keep on growing, and you'll go far as a rising star. So I want to keep doing what I'm doing for as long as I can, because once it stops, the momentum goes away and you can't really continue to grow. That's why consistency is so vital.
With all your videos that you've done, has there been one that you've had a backlash or a lot of negative response from?
Yes, yes.
Without naming one in particular.
I can name one in particular, that's fine. My thoughts on the hungry fat chick. It's basically a mukbang YouTuber. I prefer the term content creator. And I didn't like the fact that she was not only eating herself to death, Grant, but encouraging others to do the same. I think off the top of my head, I believe I said she was encouraging suicidality through obesity, through her actions, risking the lives of so many people.
That's a good segue. You've been known for throwing out many different plays on words and everything. Where does that love of the English language and turning a phrase come from?
Well, I usually operate in a scripted format, so I'm going off the cuff. I don't really think that often. I just speak my mind. And because I read a lot, I mean, there's a book tower full of books that I've read over the past year and a half. I just say what I feel as much as I think, and I just let it flow. It's full of bloopers too.
Speaking of the bloopers, I think from my perspective, there was a point where I was just like, why did you keep the bloopers in? And then the more and more that I watched it and I see it, there's a genuineness to it. Was that an initial goal to do that, or was it? How did keeping the bloopers become essentially a main part of your content?
Well, practically speaking, Grant, in the past, when I'd make a blooper, I would retake the video. And because my time is short, for practical reasons, I just thought to hell with it, keep them in. But it seems to have evolved to a point where people not only don't mind the bloopers, some people enjoy them. And so much the better if it saves time, if it's more practical, maybe not as professional, but I don't think people expect us to be professional. So that's how bloopers became part of almost every video, because even when writing, even when reading a script, I do make mistakes, which is a shame, but funny too.
So the whole idea of saving time and everything came from just literally 2 words in your title with bloopers.
Yes.
Like, I mean, that I think it's quite a clever way of going about it. You mentioned your love of reading and everything, and you clearly have a book tower and everything behind you. Is there a book series or an author that holds a special place in your heart?
I don't believe so. When I was younger, I wasn't really a fan of reading. I didn't mind writing. It's just only recently, post-pandemic, I think that's the word. Post-pandemic, I've been doing a lot more reading, especially given the difficult circumstances we all find ourselves in. But no, there's no one particular author that I'm interested in. I just try to learn as much as I can. And I'm only 23, folks. I know I don't look it, but I am. And I've still got a lot more learning to do.
So you mentioned stuff about the pandemic. How hard was that in your area? Without going into too much details, where you are, and I roughly know where you are. What sort of restrictions did that play on you? And was that a factor into getting back into YouTube and getting stuff done?
Well, pre-pandemic, I thought about making a channel and speaking my mind when I was as young as about 18. But then I thought, well, if I speak my mind, I'll get a lot of pushback, so I put it off. But the pandemic really changed everything, because I first became aware of rumblings in China in late 2019. So I prepared for it, and it came with a vengeance. In fact, I was supposed to have a volunteering role on the day the first hard lockdown took place. So late March, April, and May, those were the most difficult months of 2020. And it changed my life. It nearly drove me insane, because I saw what was coming, and it was terrifying. And I thought, well, if we don't speak our minds, at the very least, if I don't speak my mind, I will not have a clear conscience when the chips are down and the lights go out, as it were.
What is it about the ability to speak your mind in an open and free society, or at least on a platform, that appeals to you so much?
It's so refreshing. It just gets rid of that tension in your heart when you're so sick and tired of the way things not only are, but have been going since before you were born. Because all of the problems we experience now, Grant, in my view, have been building for at least 60 years. So speaking your mind, taking some flack at times for speaking your mind, that's a risk worth taking for a clear conscience, in my view.
And have you noticed let's just say, I'll use the word a cost for you being on YouTube when it comes to people within your real world? Do any of your friends or family watch your material? And if so, what are their thoughts on it?
Well, at the start of my first run, most of my viewers, or the viewers rather, were British. That changed with the second run, because I ran some analyses and I found that the United States in particular was the main audience in regards to content creation. So most of my viewers are American. I'm barely known in my local community and in the United States. So much the better, in my view, because then I can have hopefully I can have a big audience and not be well known in my local area.
Does that free you up to lose some of your inhibitions with things that you probably wouldn't talk about if you had a much more of a British audience?
Yes, definitely, because the United States, for all of its flaws, is one of the most free societies on earth, even when it's under what I like to call demon rat rule. But if most of my viewers were British or European, I think I would find it much more difficult to speak my mind, because life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness is not embedded in the rest of Western civilization in the same way it is embedded in the USA, even if only half the population fully support it.
Yeah, I understand it. Being in Australia, we have a very similar scenario going on as the old blimey, as they say. So I want to bring it back to more to your channel now. So you were doing things like you had that Magnus, what we call the Magnus effect, or you call the Magnus peak and everything like that, or spike. Yeah. Do you find that you have a lot of people who have come to you because you've either done a channel on them or one of their friends? Because I'm in that scenario. You did a video on one of my close friends, Mad Barber, with Mad Barber Entertainment, and that was my introduction to you. You had 280 something subs around that time, and I sent the message off to my mate Mad, and I was like, "Have you seen this? Have you seen this?" And he went, "Yeah, I actually saw it the other day. Like, it was just something that popped up." And then we kept going, and we're like, "Oh, we've got to get Yeti on next." And then someone recommended me on the show, and then it built from there. Do you find that has been the success to your growth? People who you've sought out essentially as your audience.
Well, the Magnus spike inspired rising stars, so someone lifted me up, and I thought, well, I know the channel is nowhere near as big, but what if I did the same? Highlight creators who I believe will go far as a rising star, analyzing their origins, where they are today, and where they are most likely to go. In fact, Rising Stars videos are the most structured. So they're really designed for the creator themselves when compared to the viewer. Suggestion videos are for the viewers mainly, and then my thoughts. Rising Stars are for the Rising Stars, and it's a good record for checking up on people and seeing where they were, where they are, and if I do get to 1,000 and have a show of my own, then I can have a detailed list of people to invite. So everything must have a practical and useful tangent to it.
Okay, so you've clearly got a structure and a plan set. Is there any thought in your mind or worry about we like to call it post canceling with sort of things like, say for instance, you highlighted a YouTuber and you thought they were great, and is there ever that worry that their bad behavior in the future could potentially reflect back on your channel?
Well, there's always a danger, though it is a prediction, basically, of where I think a creator will go. But there's one rule I have, Grant, and that's never to delete videos. For one reason, it wouldn't do my channel any good. Another reason would be, especially with suggestion videos, that trust would not be there. So even if a creator has, gone rogue or gone to the dark side, it is of no, what's the word I'm looking for? It's of no consequence to me.
No consequence, yeah.
It's there, and if I'm correct, good. If I am wrong, it's a shame. Move on. Move on to the next Rising Star and go from there.
So you've spoken a couple of times about your show that once you hit 1,000, that's your goal. You set yourself a personal goal. What is your show going to be? Are you going to do a bunch of live streams? Is it going to be pre-recorded? Let's just say, for instance, it's a year from now. You've got a couple of thousand views. What will people know you for?
Well, I hope that people know me for the channel, Ryan Roger Athe, of which there will be a Ryan Roger Athe live playlist and a Ryan Roger Athe shorts playlist. And for the live show, we bring guests on, and it would be like of Rising Stars, a record, the origin story of the creator, how the creator got to where they are today, and where do they wish to go. And then have that as a permanent record so that people know the origins of these creators, and maybe a few of those creators go on to be massive names, be the next Nerdrotic or the next Critical Drinker or the next, hell, Nina Infinity for all we know.
I've tried to do that. I can't get my hair to curl. I'm not as pretty. I can't speak Spanish or Portuguese. Yeah, I've tried it. It just doesn't work. So all right. So let's just say, for instance, you get that. It's kind of essentially like what I'm doing, but you're doing it on a much more of a broader sort of scale. So I'll make this thing with you because you've taken the time out of your day to come onto my show. When you hit that 1,000, whether I'm the first guest or the last guest, whenever you ask me, I will be there for you.
Sure, definitely. Every Rising Star is welcome, and every creator is welcome, because I don't have a problem with people. I don't wish to make enemies on this journey. I talk about this thing called the coalition, or the alliance of alternatives, because we're all in the same boat, Grant, and we all have the same foe, an establishment and a mainstream that doesn't want people like us to have a voice, whether it's in media like news or whether it's in entertainment. They don't want us to speak our minds because it is a threat to their monopoly of power over media. So I think we should all try our best to get along. Won't always work, but we should try our best to at least be amicable and talk to one another. And hopefully the viewing public will find it entertaining and informative, and so much the better.
So you mentioned about the like mainstream media and the corporations. Would you consider yourself a political sort of thing? Because at the moment you're about boosting up other channels and focusing on the creators. Will there ever be a shift where, or will there be an alternative channel where we get Ryan Roger Athe's opinion on purely simply on politics, and that's what it is, politics. Because at the moment I've noticed that your channel is a mixture of your opinions, which is it could be everything from someone that's eating too much on YouTube to a politician or a movement. Would you, as I said, would you consider yourself a political? I'm going to use the word pundit, but a political person on YouTube?
Oh yes, I've been very political throughout my life. I first started learning about politics at the age of 7. So for about 16 years, I've been studying the craft. It's not an easy subject to cover, folks, because it's not like science or mathematics. There are no right answers. And the difficulty is that things always change, and trying to create a set of ideas for times that keep on changing is never easy. So it is something that I like talking about. But given the present climate, Grant, it's like stepping into a minefield, and you're most likely going to go boom. In an ideal scenario, Grant, if YouTube was a truly free speech anti-censorship platform, I would start a channel or at least a playlist of Ryan Roger Athe politics, or rap for short. But it's something I dabble in occasionally, mainly talking about political figures or political movements or ideas and my thoughts about them. So it's something to consider.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially because your country has gone through a very similar thing to what our mine did a while ago, where we're just like, we're not going to elect someone. Someone's going to retire and someone's going to replace them, or someone's going to get overthrown and everything like that. So the turmoil of leadership is always an interesting thing. And as someone who is, as you said, you're still quite young, where do you see the political landscape of your country going? And do you see, and are you optimistic or are you worried about it?
Well, we're in a difficult time, especially over the next few months with energy prices going through the roof. But this is a time of great opportunity, in my view, because the Conservative Party it's literally a one-party state. The opposition have not been able to gather the resources to get into government since 2010. I mean, that's a while, and they don't look like they're going to win. So in a situation where only one party can form a central government, an alternative, a credible alternative out of nowhere can rise and at least be the second party. But that requires finances and organization, and it would take at least a decade to make. So without that organization, without that funding, I do see things in a rather pessimistic way, Grant, in all honesty. But where there is life, there is hope. And I think even if there is a collapse, the people, whether it be people of the West or people of the East, they will recover and find peace and prosperity at the cost of lots of people getting hurt in the worst scenario. But hopefully humanity can prevail into this century and beyond.
I couldn't have said it better myself, my friend. All right, let's bring it back to a little bit more of a more palatable global topic sort of thing. I'm going to ask you. This is a segment where I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions.
Sure.
And the whole idea. This is the hot question. So don't think too quickly about. Don't think too much about them. Whatever comes into your mind, like just say it. So whether it's a good answer or a bad answer, it doesn't matter. They're all the right answer.
Question 1. Favorite bad movie of all time?
Avatar.
Okay, so you mean Avatar is in James Cameron's Avatar? And,
yeah.
Okay, cool. You don't like Avatar at all?
Well, it's kind of like a beautiful nightmare. It looks cool. It's like the best of the graphics, but the story is very simple. I do like the villain, but I think it's just a cliche film.
That's fair enough. I can understand that. Yeah, this is what I love about that question. I've asked this question so many times, and still there's a few of them that haven't come out yet. I've never received the same answer.
Oh, that's good.
And I love that about it. So, all right, next one.
Who would you cast as next Superman?
Idris Elba. I think he's a great actor. I wanted him to be the next Doctor, but I think he would be a great Superman.
Are so British. Like if there was if the accent didn't give it away, if the nice manner is, if the perfect English didn't give it away, the fact that I asked you to cast anyone and your first choice is Idris Elba, that proves you're British. Right there, right?
What would your movie autobiography be called?
That's something I can't answer quickly. Movie autobiography. A short life, long lived.
Part 2 of this one. Who plays you in said film?
Oh, I don't know. Matt Smith. First thing I can think of.
Once again, very British. Not a bad choice. I like it.
What was the best advice you have gotten from your father or mother?
Don't lie. Just don't lie. Tell the truth. Because with a lie, you have to invent all sorts of things to protect it, which would cause massive damage. So that's the answer.
And is that something that you've kept in your life?
Oh, I've tried my best to. Although when I'm overly positive, you have to use omission at times. You want to show the best parts of yourself, especially online. I mean, some people would find fellow creators to be funny when they're negative or crazy, but I prefer to be positive now more than ever, given the difficult times we live in. So I try my best not to lie, but in terms of omission, that I cannot guarantee not doing.
Is there a bit of advice that you were given from a parent or a grandparent that you wish that you took?
Oh, I think it's about making money. I'm not a money-making person. I'm not a businessman. Profit doesn't really guide me. But in this world, practically speaking, finances are essential, especially with the cost of living crisis coming up, not just for the United Kingdom, but I think for the entire Western world. So that's probably one. Oh, young people. Not like teenagers, because they're dicks sometimes, but children, toddlers, for the pure innocence of humanity, without any cultural indoctrination, just pure natural humanity at its best and sometimes at its worst. Grant, I mean, there's nothing worse than a 2-year-old throwing a tantrum. Imagine if an adult did that, the amount of damage they would cause. Whew.
Have you ever been mistaken for anyone famous? If so, who?
I don't believe so. I have quite a distinguished look. I've tried to look like this since I was 13. I had a beard.
I was older than you before I could grow a beard.
Oh,
yeah. So that'll give you an idea. And you had that at 13. Geez, you would have been able to get into any pub basically.
Yeah, I got into my first pub when I was 14. Had my first pint when I was 14. Had to grow up fast, especially with a single-parent father.
All right, next question that I'm definitely not making up on the spot. So how old were you when you had your first drink, and what was it?
Oh, it was bitter. Pint of bitter at the age of 14. It was bloody horrible at the time. The last time I had one, it was much better, mainly because of the taste buds for a tongue.
Is doing that sort of thing, like getting into places that you couldn't, that a normal kid couldn't get into or anything. Was that something that you liked to do, or was it something that just happened?
I always looked, especially when I grew the hair and the beard, I always looked older, and I still do. And because I was well spoken even as young as 10 years old with adults. I always felt that I could engage with people and talk to people and be kind and gracious and try to have a good time. So I think it grounded me. So no longer head in the clouds, understand the reality of the world, and succeed despite it, if you know what I mean.
Question: is your accent real?
Yes, it actually came as a result of an accident when I was younger. I took on a bully, picked him up, lost my balance because he was heavier than me. He fell on the side of my neck, and I lost my voice, and I was unconscious. And then they dragged me up, 2 kids my own age, dragged me up 2 flights of stairs and sat me down, managed to wake me up, and I couldn't speak, but I was hungry, wanted something to eat. And so I was eating and not focusing on anything because I was starving. And then my father came in. This is what the teachers told me. My father came in, saw me, rubbed my head to make sure my head was all right. I just ignored him because I was hungry. Then he went back to the teachers and said, "He's fine," and left. It was only later that day that he realized something was wrong because I wasn't speaking. So we didn't go and bother to go to a hospital. And my father retaught me how to speak in a more dignified fashion. And as a result of that accident, I can change voices, higher, hello, or lower, hello, how are you all doing? So I can change my voice, but I prefer this more formal voice. And I think it grounds me, keeps me well grounded.
You lost the ability to talk?
For a few days.
For a few, okay. So it wasn't like you didn't know how to communicate, or
I
you
tried
just
to. It's like nothing came out. So I
okay.
could move my lips, my tongue, but nothing was speaking. Thankfully, that didn't last. Yes, but this is definitely my own voice. Took me a good few years to perfect it, but this is the way it is now. So no problem at all.
All right, so that's been our hot questions for today. So I want to bring it back to your love for literature and everything like that. You
Mhm.
said that you really got into books and everything during the COVID period.
Mm.
Was there any movies or TV series or anything, whether it was in the nerd fandom or the
Mm.
philosophy or anything? Was there something that you really honed in on during that time of isolation?
The Orville. I really did enjoy the Orville, especially having been starved of good science fiction content since for over a decade now. But that was a good show. Wasn't perfect. I'd probably compare it to the likes of Voyager and Enterprise, but it's something that I was really interested in. Recent developments in entertainment, Grant, whether it be in games or in movies or television shows, have not impressed me. That is why we must, in my view, use the past as an inspiration for future creations that we must make ourselves if we can. That's why I think the Rippaverse is a wonderful idea, and hopefully it becomes a great comic book company that ultimately buries the likes of Marvel and DC Comics. For that, we can only
Going in the
hope.
right direction. It's going in the right direction, my friend. Like, yeah, absolutely. So, as you mentioned about modern entertainment and everything, as a Brit who loves all things British, clearly with everything that you're talking about, I haven't asked you this yet because I don't know how to word it the right way. So I'm just going to say it basically. Are you a fan of Doctor Who now?
No, I watched
What-
Doctor Who since it came back in 2005 when I was 6. Yeah, my 6th birthday was when I first started watching it again. 22nd of June 2005. I think that's around the time it came back. May have been a little earlier, a little later. But
Yeah, it was mid-year because I was in film school, and I can remember someone getting all excited, running in like, Doctor Who's back, and I'm like, isn't he a bit old? And they went, no, it's a different thing. Because to me, Doctor Who was always Tom Baker. That's all that ever was ever played over here.
But I adored that show. I grew up with that show from 2005 all the way to 2017. So that show every week for about half a year was what I would sit down and watch. And when I saw that show being gradually destroyed, I bailed out in 2018 because I was sick of it. That's one of the things that woke me up to the fact that our culture is being murdered. And if you can destroy a people's culture, you can rob them of their soul in a way, which is worse than killing them. But you can get away with it.
Yeah, and especially something like Doctor Who, because never has an entertainment property been so intertwined with like a nationalistic view on anything. Like when anyone says Doctor Who and they say, "Well, we're going to get this American," people who aren't like, "No, it's got to be British." Like it is definitively British. So you're saying 2018. I've got an idea, but what was the straw that broke the camel's back for you?
It wasn't actually the series, like I think it was series 11. It wasn't that was the problem. It was the last episode, the New Year's special, because they got rid of Christmas. And I thought, yeah, I know exactly what you're trying to do, and fuck you, basically. I watched that episode, and I was rooting for the Dalek to
the Dalek
kill.
one. Okay, yeah.
I was rooting for the Dalek to kill her.
And
when
Daleks are now psychic, apparently.
For some reason. And I tell you, that's when I said, no, I'm not watching any more of this. And I moved on.
Did you watch The Timeless Children? Did you?
No.
I think for me that was the moment, because all right, actually, before I go into that, I'm gonna ask you another question. I want you to rank the modern, so from 2005 Doctors. You can include the War Doctor in that as well if you like. I want your favorite. Doesn't matter whether you think
my
favorite. Your favorite down to your least favorite. Okay, so your favorite down to your Jodie Whittaker.
Yeah. I think my personal favorite Doctor would be Peter Capaldi, because he his role, despite the material he was given, he
Thank you.
performed so brilliantly. Then I would go to David Tennant because he was just as good, but he had better material to
Yep.
work with. Then Matt Smith, very young, energetic, although 5 and 6. 5 was, I think, better than 6, and then 6 was better than 7, and then 7 kind of weird because they split it in 2, and that was sort of confusing for me. But Matt Smith was and would still make a great Doctor. He hasn't aged. I don't know what his secret is. And then it would be Christopher Eccleston. He was a good Doctor, but he didn't have enough material to work with. And it's hard to establish yourself in a single season. And I think it was shorter than all the other seasons too.
Yeah, that's very similar. Where would John Hurt, like the War Doctor, where would that?
Oh,
where would he? Because it's hard because he only had essentially a quarter of a special of airtime, sort of thing. Where would you put him?
I think I'd put him in between Smith and Tennant, because John Hurt, brilliant actor, embodied the sense of guilt that the Doctor has, that he has to make this choice to sacrifice 2 almighty civilizations to save all of creation, killing his own people and killing his greatest enemy. You'd think that would balance it out, but it doesn't really. And he has to make that decision. And he does do it to protect the people, all people, throughout the universe. And it weighs on him. And it perfectly encapsulates that. Although I put him down because he doesn't have enough material to work with. To me, the most talented people are given bad work and can make it at least good, if not great.
That's always been like for me, and it was so hard because he was such a, like, him and Tennant, huge fans, and what they went through, and the fact of the matter is that Tennant didn't necessarily want to go. He just thought the show was going to end, and then went, no, it's actually gonna be going to Moffat. And he went, dude, if I realized Moffat was around, I would have stuck around. You know. And then Capaldi's like, no, I got 5 years. I've got 3 more years. This is going to be good. They're like, wait, I'm gone. And now you've robbed him. He's not going to be in the 60th.
No.
You know?
That would have been a great opportunity to have the 5 Doctors for the 60th anniversary.
We could have had the actual proper 5 Doctors, or like 5 Doctors in one episode, not one on a hologram like we had back, obviously, with Hartnell. That was a different scenario and everything. But
against the 5 top adversaries of the Doctor, the Daleks, the Cybermen, 3 others that have been very prominent throughout Doctor Who's history, not just modern but classic as well. And you could have the 5 Doctors taking on the 5 main antagonists, but no, we didn't have that.
They'll probably get 5 Masters, and there'll be 3 future versions. That'll probably be what they would end up doing. But yeah, like that's what I mean. It's such an iconic and important series to Britain as whole. And the fact of the matter is that I did not get into it until 2005, and then I watched up to episode 3, the Dalek episode. Was it the fart suits?
Yes. The big green aliens in human skins. I really did enjoy those shows.
Do you remember what planet they're from?
Raxacoricophalopatorius.
Thank you very much. Nice. And its sister planet? Glom, exactly. I love it. Yeah. See, this is how I know you're a true fan. That is awesome. All right. I mean, we could probably sit here and talk all day about Doctor Who and other fandoms, but I want you to let the people know what is the future of your channel. What's coming up this year, and what can people expect from your channel in the future?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're well ahead of schedule. I didn't expect to get to 1,000 until at least late December. So a new show is coming up, Brian Roger Athay Live, in which I talk to fellow creators about their origins, where they are, and where they're likely to go. And onwards into the future, keep on going, keep on growing with my thoughts, suggestion videos from you, the wonderful audience, as well as seeing who'll go far as rising stars. And I got about 40 or 45 more to make on my schedule, and I'll probably take a month or 2 to fully make, along with suggestions and my thoughts as well. So yeah, got plenty of things to make, and so much the better.
Thank you very much, and good night.
Thanks for watching. Make sure to hit the like button and bell icon.